Take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
You got
you want to party, babe, got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. Now listen to the music as I bring you to the light. You can stop to see it, don't just open your eyes. All you funky people, just join the funky line. Girl, that groove make your soul shaker. Everybody sing along. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money
nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with it done. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Words out of me, comes out of me, we don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach show, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real. Raised up in the field.
Game Changers is back for its second stage of the year. Before we dive into the action, let's refresh our memory on the format and explore the layers within the Game Changers ecosystem. There are 3 tiers. VCT Game Changers EMEA is the pinnacle where top-tier teams compete for greatness. Contenders is a promotion tournament that offers aspiring teams the chance to rise to the next stage. And Emergence is the perfect starting point, providing amateur players an opportunity to grow. Emergents are the starting point in the ecosystem, offering players a chance to grow. Many regions host local tournaments that provide access to contenders, allowing players to join a team and compete. Stay tuned for more information and get ready to embark on your journey. VCT Game Changers EMEA consists of 3 stages. The first stage started with a unique access qualifier, where top 11 teams qualified. Additionally, 5 teams were invited based on their outstanding performance from the previous year. The journey to determine the Stage 1 champions spanned 12 days, featuring intense group phases, playoffs, and a thrilling finals that led to G2 Gozen emerging as the champions. But there was also crazy matches happening in contenders. The first series saw the ascent of Foot Female and Tiger Anonymous. However, with ascension comes a fall. Falcons Vega and Focus Sakura, who started the year in VCT GC EMEA, are now battling in Contender second series. Now that we have all our qualified teams for the second stage, let's dive into the format that awaits them. First up, the group stage, where all teams engaged in intense battles that unfolded on the marked days ahead. Our teams were sorted into 2 groups and battled it out to secure a spot in the top 4 of their respective groups. The top 4 teams from each group advance to the playoffs, where the intensity reaches its peak. Starting on July 25th, teams will fight their way through a double elimination bracket as they push boundaries in search of victory. The journey will culminate in the highly anticipated grand final, where the Stage 2 winners will be crowned. Additionally, 2 teams will descend to contenders for Series 3, and again, 2 teams from contenders will ascend. At the end of Stage 2, points will be awarded to each team based on their seed, shaping their path towards the Sao Paulo Game Changers Championship at the end of the year. But remember, this is only Stage 2. As we approach September and October, Stage 3 will determine the teams representing EMEA on the global world stage. You're looking for a team to join your local tournaments, seeking more information, or simply want to stay updated, join our Discord server and follow us on social media. Mark your calendars for the upcoming tournament series. Join us as Game Changers EMEA continues to shape the future of VALORANT esports.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Elimination Day is upon us as we're going to be saying goodbye to 2 more teams here at Game Changers EMEA Series 2. Welcome to the 3rd day of playoffs, where we're going to be covering the lower bracket, where the fittest fight for survival. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk by Anne and Billy. Welcome to the both of you, Anne. Lovely to have you back.
Yeah, I mean, we worked with each other like a week ago or something, so it's been a short while, but I'm happy to be back again, obviously, also for Game Changers, and very excited for some good games.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to have you on, Billy, as well. You've been in the scene for such a long time. It's the first time we get to see you. I'm so excited to have
games kick-started. Yeah, super excited.
All right, let's jump straight into it. Before we actually look at what is going on for today, let's have a look at a little bit of a memory refresher from yesterday, because we started off with Ascend going up against KPI Shine. I thought this was going to be a 3-mapper, and the first map was insanely long.
Oh, yeah, it was definitely. Ascend, who got 3rd in the last series, took on KPI Shine, who only lost 1 game in their group, really. That first map, as you mentioned, indeed, was a super long overtime. And KPI Shine was so close to beating Ascend on their own map pick, but eventually lost that map and lost the series in 2-0 as well. But I don't think that scoreline really represents how close the game was, especially if you look at that first map. And Ascend also said they didn't really practice such a long overtime either, but Ascend will move on and play G2 tomorrow. I think that's...
I mean, like, at that point, it feels like it could have been 3 maps, right? With the amount of rounds that we went on overtime, it was 19-17 to say the least. We then jump into G2, goes in up against BBL Queens. Billy, this is a rivalry in EMEA that has been brewing for the last 2 series.
I know, right? Our finalists last split, another rivalry. Here we go. G2 looking a little bit shaky as they were not necessarily the best in their group. They actually dropped a Series 2 Alliance Coven in their groups. However, Sarah's been making a great addition to the team. It's going to be interesting to see how BBL come up against G2, considering they are the only team that they have lost to. And if they lose their game today, it will be the earliest they drop off from Game Changers.
Yeah, I feel like BBL definitely had some motivation to take on G2, whereas they won that first map. G2 said they lost due to some personal mistakes on that first map, and then later on in the second and third map, they decided to not make any decisions before they actually controlled their space. So they eventually won that game, and BBL will drop down to the lower bracket, and the two teams that have lost yesterday won't actually face each other. They'll face different teams. So for BBL, obviously, that should bring some motivation to go back and to eventually take on G2 later again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like make a mental note to myself not to react, because I saw two caster reactor cams. We've seen Tom, we've seen Frankie, so keep that in the back of your mind, okay? When you're screaming at the top of your lungs, they can see you. But with the way that the games went yesterday, we do have a bracket update. Ascend are gonna be up against G2, sitting comfortably in that upper bracket final. In the lower bracket, however, BBL against Foot. That is two Turkish teams. One of them is gonna have to go home. KPI against the O1O, two of teams as well that are gonna be heading toe-to-toe, head-to-head in this lower bracket. It's scary because at the end of the day, Anne, only two can remain.
Yeah, exactly. It's very sad. We'll have very good memories of today, obviously, sending two teams further, but also two teams will go home. And specifically looking at that first matchup, it's going to be really exciting to have a Turkish team go through, but it will be at the cost of another Turkish team. And we know these teams always have really big fan bases, so I'm expecting a lot from that one today. Exciting to... Yeah, exactly. I mean, someone will have to go home between these two teams, but we'll battle it out later today with those two best of threes. We'll talk about all these teams coming in as well. We'll have some games to play for a little bit as well. We'll set you up for some expectations for Foot and for BBL, obviously, with that being our first game, and then KPI odd one out our last game later today. Also, there is one more chance for Foot to potentially have this run coming from contenders, obviously, into further into this bracket, not make it out. For BBL, obviously, if they lose today, it would be the first or like the exit they have had in Game Changers so far, but I do believe that very soon we should be playing a little bit of a game to, you know, set the tone a little bit for our day today. But first, we'll have a interview with Foot, as we had a few questions for Question, their coach. So we'll have an interview. They can give you some more in-depth as to what they've been working on in the past.
All right, let's get the interview started. Hello, everybody. We're joined with question from Foot Female. First of all, congratulations on being here in Game Changers Series 2. You guys have fought your way through contenders. You're the first team, actually, that qualified through contenders. So talk to us a little bit about your journey from contenders into Game Changers main circuit, and have there been any differences between the two competitions?
Yeah, actually, it's been a long way since we started. I guess it was like 3 to 4 months ago since we trying to grind to EMEA, and this season we are here. Actually, the biggest difference that I think of is at contenders. Of course, there are better players on EMEA, but the biggest difference is about strategy-wise, I guess, because I feel like at contenders, people are just trying to play so many set plays instead of playing defaults and type of stuff. But when we arrive to EMEA, you can easily tell that strategically it is even more improved than there, and you need to find some better ways to play the game instead of set plays. EMEA is more relying on defaulting and type of stuff, I would say.
All right, that's actually really interesting. Really good to know. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I mean, you guys are now in the Game Changers EMEA Series 2, and you've already played BBL Queens before. So this is going to be a rematch. Unfortunately, last time it went in favor of BBL Queens. So coming into today, how are you feeling? What were your main takeaways from last time that you're going to implement today?
Yeah, actually, first of all, it was our first official with our team, with our core as a 5. So at that match, our comms were kind of chaotic, I would say, and we didn't have a good map pool at that point. But now we are confident. We do have a map pool. We have a lot better communication, so we are coming for them actually today. We are ready to meet them today. And at that match, we were kind of unlucky. And even if it is our first official together, the matches has ended up like 13-11 and 13-9. So that was close.
Yes.
I know they know us pretty well. So let's see what happens today.
Okay, I love the confidence. I'm really looking forward to it now. You're like building up the hype really well. But you said it yourself, you know, you're going to see what they're going to be bringing today. They know you very well. They're the other Turkish organization here in Game Changers. So how has that been competing against an organization from the same country? Is it a rivalry? Is it a friendship? What's the dynamic like?
It's kind of a both, but I would say it is more like a rivalry because, you know, at male scene, at here, you know, we are both competing for the same titles, and I feel like it's more like of a rivalry. I can easily see, I mean, today we don't have a match, but when you go take a look at Twitter, you can see that people are already hyped about the match because this is a Turkish derby, and we already know it is going to be in that way. So I guess it is more like of a rivalry. So I hope the match is going to be like a rivalry too.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to it. The Turkish derby is going to be taking place today, very soon. So good luck to you and your team, but also good luck to BBL on the server. Thank you so much for the interview, and maybe we'll see you later.
See you later. Bye.
Bye. Some valuable insights in terms of what we can be expecting from FUT today. Communication being one thing, but the most important one, and is the roster and how they have been slotting together over the last couple of weeks.
Exactly, yeah. This team came through from Contenders Stage 1, and they were, together with Tiger Nonamo, the only team that was left from that Contenders stage. They had to beat them yesterday in order to make it to this stage, and this team might be a little bit relying onto some solo performance and skill instead of teamwork, because they did recently bring in Ness and Smurfette from Guild. So the roster in this iteration has been together for about a month now, and as I said, they beat Tiger Nonamo 2-0 in the lower bracket, 13-7 on Split and 13-9 on Pearl. The side would have been bind, but what really important was that Smurfette went crazy in that game against Tiger Nonamo. She had an ace, she had a 4K, she was so good on the entry, going +7 on that one. Julius had a great time on the entry, and even Dati had a good time there.
Yeah, when we're looking as well at FUT Females' performance over the last couple of weeks after they've qualified from Contenders up into Stage 2 of Game Changers, we've seen that they've come up against some of the biggest names in the competition. BBL Queens, Ascend Rising, and Kase Hydra were the only teams, however, that managed to have gotten the best out of them. So all in all, seeing the fact that the team is able to adapt, as we heard it from Question himself, between the differences in Contenders to Game Changers EMEA, that is such an impressive feat to say the least.
Yeah, and obviously it comes down with experience and playing together for a longer time, right? That matchup between BBL Queens and FUT was on the very first day of Game Changer Stage 2. So that was when the team was just fresh off each other, playing that probably their first actual competitive official game with each other. So I imagine the comms must have been a little bit more clear. Now, they had some time to work on that. In quite a few esports, we actually see that a rematch turns out to go better for the team that took the loss in the initial matchup. So I'm really curious to see what FUT will do today, if they have in fact bettered their communication, and if they can take on BBL Queens today.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a question that needs to be answered. Specifically, I want to go back to the communication and the comms from the team specifically. We heard it from Question. Comms were maybe not really there when they started playing at the beginning of Stage 2, and then you go up against BBL Queens as your first matchup. Maybe not the easiest one to be going up against. So, but still, one thing to really highlight was that both of the games that were played, yes, it was a 2-0, Ascent and Haven, but Ascent was 13-9, Haven 13-11. The games were so incredibly close for FUT Female that are we expecting the fact that they've had such a long period of time to be able to fix those communication issues, to be bringing this into maybe a closer affair, or maybe even win, if anything?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much you can do to try and improve that communication, right? Obviously, play all scrims together, play even more officials together afterwards, which they did too, to really determine who gets to speak and who should, like, be a little bit more silent in certain situations. I also think, indeed, with those two maps being so close, that really allows for some motivation on the side of Foot as well. Like, oh, it wasn't an absolute stomper. We didn't lose 13-2, for example. So this definitely is winnable. It could be winnable. And I feel like with that motivation, that could be such a good asset for them today.
Yeah, and motivation being the key point here for Foot Female, I think that's another thing to be taken into consideration for BBL Queens as well. They have lost against G2 yesterday, and G2 Gozen is the only team that has managed to get the best out of BBL Queens. First time they went up against each other was last time during stage 1 in that upper bracket, and G2 Gozen actually went defeated. They got knocked into the lower bracket, had to make the lower bracket run, but this roster with every single component of their players is just explosive.
Exactly, yeah, explosive, as you mentioned, specifically in that rematch. I'm talking Philippa had a 3K, Vanya had a 3K, she had an ace, Elkia had 2 3Ks and a 4K, so some massive individual performance from these players, specifically coming out on that rematch. And indeed, as you mentioned, they go without any losses, but seem to have some struggles against G2 as well in the last stage in the grand finals, where they lost, and quite a few of the players in the interviews that Lara arranged for us mentioned that this was probably their most painful memory of competing, or their most painful moment in competing. So I definitely think for BBL Queens, there has to be that motivation for them to come back, make it all the way through that lower bracket, and, you know, potentially meet G2 in the lower bracket final, or all the way in that grand final.
Yeah, that is the rivalry that we've spoken about and touched upon a little earlier into the pre-show as well. And that's the fact that when we're looking at BBL Queens as well as G2 Gozen, this is such a great matchup to continuously be watching and keep our eyes on. So the fact that potentially BBL Queen could be going home today as one of the 2 Turkish teams within Game Changers is such a sad affair, but at the same time, it just proves how intense the competition within Game Changers as itself is, and how teams need to continuously be adapting. And Question, again, mentioning it himself as well during the interview, there are so many strategies, there's default, there's adaptation that you continuously need to improve and work on, and both of these rosters have excelled at it. But when we're looking at BBL Queens, today is genuinely the do or die for them, because if they're going to be going home, that revenge arc is never going to happen.
No, it would also be the fastest elimination for them out of Game Changers. I want to touch a little bit on Elkia, as I mentioned, like watching her play with that chat, for example, it's just so smooth and so enjoyable to watch. But not just her, also Eva and Vanya and Philippa, they had a really good time on the entries last game that they played against each other. Eva, as shown on this picture here as well, she went +5 on that, really stood out. But on the other hand, Lyda, who's winning on the ACS, also won quite a few clutches on her own side. She was really good in that department, but I'm very curious to see what will happen today between these two. If Eva can keep up the entries, or whether Lyda can keep up the clutches. Also,
yeah, and when we're looking at Lyda and Eva as well, they're such a great component, such an important component for both of these rosters to allow their duelists to excel at their roles, to set up their duelists for success, which is again a huge part of both BBL and Foot Female, because at the end of the day, this is 2 Turkish rosters. That firepower is what they're known for. Their ability to get the duelist onto site, get that space, get the pressure is so crucial for both of these teams to succeed. So it is going to be down to these more supportive players, which again bring us to more players in these rosters, Dati as well as Alipa. Last time the 2 rosters went up against each other, both of these players actually, Anne, played identical agents. They both played the Breach and the KO. So it brings the question of, are they going to be doing the same thing today? Because yes, it's been a couple of weeks, but really is change going to be necessary?
Yeah, they're both considered those flashers for their own teams, and there's not always, these will not always be the players that get the most highlight or the most light shined on them, but I do really think that Dati deserves it. She has been such a stable factor on her team in considering for plants, because when they took on Tiger and Nanamo, she was able to plant in 16 out of 22 rounds, and not just that, putting that huge win factor towards their favor, but also winning out 15 of those 16 post plants is massive. In order to have that communication, have that coordination to win out these situations where it's already looking good for you, but just have to hold the plant. That's very impressive. 16.
Very impressive indeed. Welcome back, Billy. Lovely to have you. I'm literally gonna throw you straight into the deep end and start off with a question. We've looked at the past performances of a female as well as BBL, and both of the maps already went very, very closely. Are we expecting anything different this time around? Any expectations or that you think today really need to be met by either one of these teams?
I mean, last time we seen these guys come up against each other, it was very, very close in all fairness. Although that they were in the same group as each other, BBL still took it in a swift fashion of 2-0. Football is struggling to kind of win out those pistol rounds and kind of having a bit of a rocky start on each half. However, as I've said, mentioned previously, there's a Turkish rivalry here, so are they going to have similar playstyles? Is there going to be a pick and mix of certain defaulting? Can they expect a lurking sentinel, controller, or are they just going to execute sites? Are they going to rely on mid-call rounding? It's really going to be interesting to see if they will both just stick to these sort of fast playstyles that they're looking towards. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Foot will take revenge based on these previous matches.
Going back all the way towards the interview as well, with how communication was an issue on the side of Foot, there were quite a few clutches on the side of BBL Queens. Ev had a 1v2, Elki had a 1v3, and those types of moments happen when, for example, you can isolate your 1v1s well, sometimes when there's communication lacking on the opposing team. So what I'll be looking for today is, well, do Foot have a better communication? Have they got that set up a lot better? And will they not let these rounds or moments slip away from them?
Yeah, it's gonna be down to those very few rounds, because last time it was a very close affair, so this time most likely is not going to be any different. But we're so serious about this Turkish derby round now, which of course we should be, because one team is facing elimination. But just to lighten up the mood a little bit, let's play a game. Let's just get into the swing of things. Excuse me, I do have a cold. This is true or false. So as far as I'm aware, what happens here is we're gonna flash a sentence upon the screen, and you guys have to guess whether it's true or false with your red and green objects. And it's like prepared. Girl, you got some arts and crafts at home or what? Okay, yo, the Nintendo. Okay, let's go. We're ready. We got our green and red objects. Let's just jump straight into it. First, we were gonna do left and right, but then I was like, guys, I don't know the difference between left and right. So, green and red it is. In 2021, was Raika playing for Fire Flex Fierce? Yes or no? True or false? Let me know.
Ooh.
You guys gotta make a decision. Is there a timer? Should we do a timer? I'm
not making decisions.
Don't put me under pressure like that. I feel like that could be anyone though, with them being Turkish. Like,
I feel like if we had Sam. Okay, true. Yo, it was false. Oh, my guys. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, it was false. It's fine. You know, you're both sitting on 0 points. That's fine. Been there, done that. I know how it feels. We're gonna be heading on to the second one. Hash, before Valorant, was she playing Apex?
Ooh. There's quite a few players that mentioned that they were indeed playing different competitive games before this one. 3.
You go for true.
Yeah,
Okay.
Can't be false 2 times in a row, right?
Right. Listen, what I had A, B, C options. I just held that B option on for every single one, and I got 1 point. But still, I got 1 point. You got a 50-50 chance.
I feel like I have to go with the opposite of Anne now.
Sure.
Because we're already neck and neck.
All right. All right, and you get 1 point. Ding, ding, ding. You win. Let's go. I mean, you win 1 point. You haven't won the whole thing, but you know, that's all you got. Play Rainbow Six as well. Okay, you should have known that. And come on.
Sorry.
I'm throwing. No, I'm joking. Sorry, throwing you under the bus here. All right. Her biggest obsession is having a bunny charm on her gun. Yes or no? Yo, listen, for me, if I'm speaking from personal experiences, if there's a bunny or a cat charm, hit me up. I'm ready.
Oh, I remember reading about this in the interviews, but I can't recall whether it was Raika or someone else.
Well, in the interview,
it probably has to be someone else.
Oh,
I feel like it's very specific.
It is really specific. Like, so specific that it almost feels like it has to be true, right?
Are you match fixing, Janero?
No.
I feel like you're trying to sway us right now.
I would never.
Yeah, we'll
We'll
say false.
You're both gonna say false, guys.
Yes.
Neither of you get a point. Sag.
It was Raika. Okay.
It was right. It was right. You read the. Hey, you did your homework. You just forgot it. It happens. You know, my dog ate my homework. Obviously, like it happens all the time. Okay, she loves playing on Bind. Yo, I don't know how I feel about that. If it's true, or if it's false. Do you guys like Bind? From your own personal experience, do you want to share your thoughts and feelings and opinions about
I don't
Bind?
mind. Honestly, like since the changes, I do like it.
Okay. All right. I mean, you know what? You can go for your own personal preference. Doesn't have to be hers.
Oh,
it's all right.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll change my cards then. I'll go for the green one. Yeah.
You put down your answer. Okay, great. You're both go for yo, guys. It's false. What up? She actually likes Pearl. I love knowing the answers to all these questions, man. All right. Okay, if you guys don't know this one, I'm actually gonna be like mega sad. She usually plays Killjoy. You literally just bring up the VLR.
I feel like because I'm under pressure now, my mind just gone.
This is what happens. It's performance anxiety.
Yeah.
It happens to everybody.
That's where you forget your homework.
Yeah. Don't worry. It's like on the yay! You guys get a point each. Let's go. All right, let's head on to the next player, Elida. Starting off with, yo, my girl. First of all, before I say this sentence, I'm really sorry. She played League of Legends for 11 years before starting Valorant. I'm not even gonna comment on that because I play League too. Maybe not 11 years, but yes, true or false. Let me know where it's before. To everybody who has gone through this, if you've played solo queue, if you've played as an AD carry, I'm really sorry. Okay, we got one green. We got 2 greens. Hey, wait, you guys actually got it. She started playing it with her mother. That is the cutest thing ever. My mom's asking me how to reply on Snapchat group chat, and she's playing League today. That's so cute. Yo, okay. All right, before Foot, she never played on a team. Is this true or false? Ooh. This actually was covered. Oh, okay. You're both going for false. Nice, good.
It was covered?
Correct. Yes, we talked about this like stage 1 of Game Changers. So I guess you guys did tune in to the broadcast. I'm really proud of you. That's awesome. All right. She won Guild. She actually was on Papara Supermassive Blaze and she won against Guild on this stage. Anyway, true or false? True or false? True or false? Let me know.
Ooh. Like sometimes you'll watch a game and then like the results or something just immediately washes away from your memory.
Nah, I just feel like this is because there's pressure. There's like, you gotta perform right now. Everybody's watching you.
Also that.
There's the game sound music. I'm screaming down your ear. True. Yes. Okay. Sorry, is anyone keeping track of the points?
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Genie, you had one job, woman. Yeah. Dang. All right. Sorry. Well, anyway, her main agent is Viper. Oh, she likes playing Icebox. Sorry. I'm like one step ahead. She loves playing Icebox. Can we all have just like a moment of silence for Icebox? Can we kill the music? No? Okay, sorry. False, true. Yo, Billy, oh, there we go.
I feel like we have to respect Icebox lovers. Okay,
yeah, we do.
Go.
Okay,
Nice.
her main agent is Viper. True or false? I do like me a mommy Viper. I'm gonna be honest
So
here.
main is like the highest play percentage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, she does play it, but I'm not sure if it's her highest play percentage.
All right. True. Are we sitting with are both of it true? Are both of us false? Okay, Billy, you got it right. Awesome. It was false. I feel like the buzzer makes it feel like we got it wrong, but no, you got it right. Okay. Thank you guys so much for participating. I'm gonna say that you guys are both equal because Anne first got 1 correct, and then Billy got 1 correct when Anne got 1 wrong. So if my maths is mathing, which usually it doesn't, you guys are all winners. Yay! Yay! Give yourselves a round of applause. Participation trophy. Let's go. Okay, thanks. All right. With that, I hope you guys got to know a little bit more about our players, because we're now going to head back straight into some more serious business, and that is going to be the map pool for both of these teams. When we're looking at BBL Queens, and they're comfortable on quite a few, if not every single one of these maps, because again, the only team that they've lost to is G2 Gozen. We're then looking at Foot, and they've played a lot more maps here and there. They've also suffered a lot more losses. But that's where you learn the most, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, for both teams, there's one map that they don't really play themselves. For BBL Queens, that would be Pearl themselves. There's no data for them on this map. And for Foot, that is Fracture, a map that they don't play. But a map that we have to bring up in this conversation has to be Ascent. Obviously, with these two teams being Turkish teams, we know it's sometimes called their playground or the Turkish playground.
Yes.
Both teams tend to excel on that map. But then the last time they played it together, it was obviously BBL Queens winning against Foot on that map. BBL Queens also have a 100% win rate on that map. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out again today. Then the last...
All right.
Yeah, sorry, Ginny. But yeah, no, just to jump in there, like, completely agree. I will be interested to see what the scoreline looks like if we do go to Ascent. Playing it more as Foot, you know, it could be a little bit more neck and neck this time round, compared to the last time that they played it. But they both also like Haven, and BBL are yet to lose a Haven, so it'd be really interesting to see that come out there also. And Pearl, I think, will also be an insta-ban for BBL, considering they have not played it at all this split so far.
All right, you guys are probably waiting for me to tell you whether or not you're right or wrong. So we got the map veto, and that's actually what's going to be telling us whether we're right or wrong, because it is ready. So let's have a look at the first ban that will be coming through from the BBL Queens up against Foot, and it will be Pearl, completely taken out of the pool immediately, as you mentioned it, Billy. Not something that either one of these teams feels too comfortable on. I mean, 50-50 for Foot, but again, when it comes to BBL, they want to take it out. Fracture. Okay, nothing too surprising so far, Anne.
Yeah, no, indeed. BBL taking out Fracture is a map that they don't really play themselves. It's a map that's also played by BBL Queen, so I'm not really surprised. Oh, I'm so sorry, I've got this wrong here. Foot, however, they do pick Ascent. On my notes, it says that BBL have picked this. But however, BBL have played this map twice. They won it against Kase Hydra and against Foot. It was 13-19, so it was a close-ish map, but it allows you the opportunity to have the opposing team beat them this time. Foot themselves played it 3 times. They only lost it to BBL, and they were able to win it against the A-Team and Excel. Foot.
Yeah, split coming through as well. I think this is again one of those maps that when we're looking from the side of BBL, this time only played it once and it was a loss yesterday. But then we're looking at it from a Foot perspective, and they're 2-1 so far on it. Billy.
Yeah, I feel as though Foot kind of have a bit of confidence going into this one, actually. Yeah, really interesting to see the split come out there, considering how few times BBL have actually played it so far.
All right, Lotus ban as well as a Haven. Haven actually interesting one, considering last time how close it went, and 13-11 for the side of BBL Queen. So the fact that they're taking this one away, what's the thought process? Oh, Bind!
I mean, yeah, Bind, and I think it would have been the decider last time as well between these two teams. So there's one win for BBL versus the A-Team, and then Foot have also played this map against the A-Team, but they have actually lost this map. So there is a better result on this map for BBL. That would also, well, tell me that if we do get to a decider, it might lean the favor of BBL. So yeah, that's the best of 3 and the 3 maps that we'll have for today on this.
Yeah, looking at Ascent split as well as Bind, I think when we're looking at the first 2 maps, this is very much a 50-50 in terms of both of these teams are comfortable on it. They both have good results on it. Bind is the biggest one with a question mark for me, Billy. So how are you feeling about the selection of all 3 playgrounds?
Honestly, I'm kind of just intrigued to see what kind of composition they go into Bind more specifically with. You know, Bind is becoming a very popular double controller map. However, these teams are notorious for playing double initiator. So yeah, I think taking a deeper dive into that agent select is going to be really interesting to see how it will differentiate their play style, as I've mentioned previously also. Yeah, really exciting to see that.
I think as well I want to kind of hone down on Ascent specifically, because last time we saw it, it was 13-9 in favor of BBL Queens, and they had identical agent compositions except the Cypher for Foot and the Killjoy for the side of BBL. So is that something that we're looking at again today? Let's see, as we're going to be jumping into agent select, because to me, Billy, it's a matter of if it's not broke, would you fix it?
I mean, we say that, but then we also need to have a look at all the different roster changes that we've had so far this split, right? I mean, it felt like a completely different game changers running into this one. But agent select coming in, and yeah, it looks like you're correct, Ginny.
Oh, they got the exact same composition setup.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams tend to do that as well. There's only very few maps that they've changed their lineup or their composition on just a teeny tiny bit after, for example, a loss or after a win. So both these teams tend to stick with the same type of composition. We do get the double initiator, Sentinel controller, and the duelist. Just the Sentinel that is different on both these sides, where you have a Cypher for the side of Foot and the Killjoy for the side of BBL Queen. So I'm mainly curious for the difference between those two on this map. So,
yeah, I'm really going to be looking at the duelist as well as Dottie and Philippa for both of these teams, both of them on the KO. We've highlighted these players as well earlier today, Billy, saying that last time these were the flashing agents that they were playing and they were really good at setting up their duelists. So how are we expecting this to play out on both, whether it's the attack or the defensive side of things?
I mean, I think it'll be really interesting to see whether or not these teams are coordinated when taking space. You know, who's pairing up with who, having your duelist with your initiator. Obviously, the double initiator is coming through here. We have the Sova that's kind of holding spaces and setting themselves up, but then we have the flashes that can go in and trade their duelist should they need to off of taking that space. So yeah, I'm really going to be looking at who's baiting for entry, who's assisting with utility, and how on earth that is going to kind of assist these playstyles.
Absolutely, and that is a question that remains to be answered as we're going to be heading into our first map of the series. BBL Queens up against Foot Female, fighting for a chance of survival in the lower brackets. Starts now with Joy K and Zach.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was a great panel, especially I love the true or false segment. I feel like if I ever got into one of those games, I would just be fumbling with my cards, wondering which one to raise, just doing this at the end of it. But hey, that's why I'm casting instead. And of course, let's say hello to our new attendee on the caster desk, Joy K, finally chiming in on that play-by-play. We're gonna be heading into a banger of a game, so let's get right into it. Not yet, I get from production. My bad, but Joy K, how are you feeling about this?
Excited. I probably for the game I would have stuck with what Gennaro said. I would probably just stick with one card and keep that up the whole time to see how lucky I would be with getting points here and there. But yeah, performance anxiety would probably be a thing here. Not today though, because play-by-play, that's definitely my thing. As we will be heading into a video shortly, I've heard from production, before we head into our first one.
You're still stuck with us.
Yet!
Sorry guys, we're working on the video, but it's a very cool video, and personally I love these hype videos that we have for every single game that we have had in this tournament so far. But coming into this day of playoffs, we're going to be starting with that elimination bracket, no second chances, and what a game to start off on, right? It's nothing other than the Turkish Derby, and yes, you heard me right, I said Derby.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a discussion before. Is it derby? Is it derby? It's I think it's depending where you're from, how you pronounce it. But please let us know in chat, how do you pronounce this word? I'm really excited for this one. I'm very curious to see if it's going to be BBL just taking a very dominant stand here to work their way up towards, as we said, this redemption arc back to facing G2 Gosen, or if we're going to see some fangs coming out of FUT here. See what they've got coming up for us here.
Exactly. History for Foot, it hasn't been very kind. The last 3 times they faced up against BBL over the last couple of several months, it hasn't gone in their favor. It's been 0-2. But hey, maybe this will be the time that Foot comes out on top. But we have good news. We're finally going to be heading to our very cool video and right into the game after.
All right, match number 1. Already seen smoke sauced out here by Vanya. The action is already on here on the B side. Vanya already looking for the plant here. Going to go through actually, Zach.
Yeah, very, very quick, easy entry onto the B side, but Lido will be the one to find that crucial first blood. Now on the flank here, 2 players from Foot. Smurfette starting the action off, finding that first kill already, and now the retake, it's looking pretty easy for the side of Foot.
Yeah, exactly. With Alkia taken out and Philippa out as well, that means there's no suppression available anymore as we see the action coming down here. Smurfette taking yet another, and that is going to be That's just going to be the diffuse coming through here for FUT. Halfway. It's going to go through all the way, and that is FUT actually swinging in, taking the first round here.
Really impressive, especially considering how quickly BBL did get that planned, but that was FUC's strategy, right? They go in for that mid control, find that pick early on, and set themselves up for a very successful retake across several frontiers, whether it was through that spawn or through B main. They just held all of that control and were fully able to capitalize on it. So despite BBL getting that early plant in, it doesn't seem to be as much of a benefit as you'd expect it to be. Very explosive pistol. And this is one of the things that our analysts did bring up, the fact that Foot, they've kind of struggled in these pistol rounds in the past, but with them winning that particular one, my eyes are on Smurfette because she's buying up that big gun.
Oh yes, she is indeed. Swings around. Not a lot of damage coming out yet though. So we see Vanya just peeking around the corner here. Looking to sneak up into that B main here. A side being held by Cypher and Omen on the side of FUT. BBL creeping forward. Aldrone will spot them out though. Lida is there. Has the shot ready. Smurfette trading one as well.
Forced by not quite really working out, although at least Eva is able to find one of her own. But are very quick to strike back though, and Smurfette, armed with that Vandal, that additional firepower, will be able to go on cleanup duty and find all of those kills. And this puts BBL in a very rough situation because they got the plant, they forced up those weapons, but them not being able to find those kills, in fact only taking down one player from Foot's side, is going to put them at a little bit of a loss this next round, because not only are they going to be at an economic deficit, they're also going to have to deal with the possible upgrades and that economic balance that slowly but surely Foot are working up on. In particular for Foot, they've been looking extremely good this particular series because of the fact of their new joinee. Smurfette in particular, one of those extremely powerful players to watch out for. Talking about watching out for, that's a push from B main that finds instant value.
Lida looking for that mow down. Now we see Alkia peeking around here. Smoke's going out. Cypher cage triggered already. Julie's just spraying down the entrance here. Not really making their way in yet. Taking their time. And I mean, as I said for the last round here, right? This has got to hurt the economy. Also, Smurfette just surviving last round on a slither of health. That really has to be something that just bites you when you're BBL starting off this round.
Yeah, it's put them in a pretty bad spot now. Only 2 players left. They try to go for that A push. Despite that 0 point from Velopot striking 2 players, they just weren't able to advance because of that additional pressure coming out of heaven. Now only sheriffs in hand. The remaining 2, they push up towards this catwalk, hoping for another mistake coming out of Foot. But Foot, they have all the cards here, and they know it. They're happy to take these longer range engagements and just wait for BBL to walk into their clutches.
Exactly. Got the rifles in hand. There's their Molly coming out as well. A lot of utility also still in hand here of FUT. So they could just play the patient game, wait for BBL to step up, and then strike once again, taking a very confident lead here, FUT.
Very, very clean work. Now, though, it's going to be BBL's chance to jump back into this. They're going to have that buy coming in, finally, after 3 rounds of very awkward purchases. And despite them not really having had the opportunity to charge up a lot of these ultimates, they will still have at least even firepower to go up against their opponents. So far, they've been going for kind of that 5% push. We saw it on that A side as well as B, and it seems like they're going to be trying to make that work consistently, maybe getting in a little bit of conditioning early on.
Yeah. Backing up here in B main. Lida again on the lurk. Ready. They seem to change their mind, creeping back to spawn and then moving everyone else up towards A.
It's just silence across the map, and seems like Foot, they have the read. They haven't really rotated over despite that initial amount of pressure being applied towards that part of the map. Now BBL, they rotated over towards this A side. Already a player tucked into Cubby. The Omen gets spotted, but they don't manage to clear this Vines area yet, so there's still an impromptu crossfire there between Julius and Smurfette.
Yeah. Good place of the smoke here, so you can still see his feet as they are going through the alley here. Alkia making her way around, taking some damage here from the Nano Swarm as we see Julius and Vanya trading the shots back and forth, but it's Vanya who will... No, will fall.
2 kills now coming in for the BBL side. They look to rotate again towards the B side, but the clock, it's ticked down so much. 15 seconds left in the spike. It's still on its way. They have to go for the plant here, but Alkia, so many kills already. And now it's just 1 player left for the side of Foot.
Yeah, Philippe are gonna go for the plant here. They're running out of time. Spike is planted. Only Dati left alive to work with a miracle here. Going to creep up. The question is, can she do it? Really taking her time to run around here to see the spike. Location gets revealed, and that is going to be her taken out as well. That's BBL actually getting their first round in, finding their groove.
They really did, and they managed to find such a good way of doing it because they might have gotten it down to the last second, but Alkia being able to find those 2 huge picks there towards mid, and of course Philippa taking down Ness, denying that additional bit of Cypher utility. Really, really nice take onto side. And in that 1v3, despite it being a 1v3, this is where you see teams usually make a lot of mistakes, get hyper aggressive, try to get hungry for that kill, but instead they set themselves in an impeccable post plan, really maintaining those crossfires in. And honestly, Dati just had no chance after that. Now BBL ramping up the pace here on this A side.
They are indeed. Julius using the shadow step to reposition themselves here.
Cover going out.
Didn't take too much damage from that fragment either. It didn't quite connect. A little bit of a miss from Philippa there, but at least it does the job, which is to get Julius out of that Vine's position. And with this amount of utility being just tossed in the direction of these BBL players, they're again reconsidering. They have quite a bit to work with over the course of this round. That null command online for Philippa after they get that orb. And of course, Reika only 1 off of that lockdown, which could prove to be pivotal for this round. They look like they still want to hit this A side, but with this operator in Smurfet's hand, they're going to have to be very careful about it.
You have to be careful for that, but that is no chance at all. Looks to take the aim. Alkia just has the aim ready. Goes in. Takes out 2. Philippa here to back her up. Vanya looking for the plant. What's FUT going to do? 2 players left alive. Odin in hands of the Sova. But what can they do here, Zach?
Not much. Unless, of course, Ness gets that really, really nasty shot. Reika on the lurk already coming in, trying to deny the save.
Ness just has it ready. Neural Theft now is coming through. Maybe there is a shot here. Maybe there is actually a shot. Neural Theft is going to come through. And that means that they now know where everybody is. They mow down another one. It's just the one left. But Vanya, a little bit too quick on the trigger, gets another one.
Very impressive coming out of Foot, all things considered. That was like a 2v4 or a 2v5, and they still managed to bring it down to the last couple of players. They do at least some economic damage to BBL, but just a beautiful shot coming out of Alkia to start things off here. That opener onto Smurfette with the op, just wasn't expecting that wide swing. And while the rest of Foot, they try to jump in and make the situation less dangerous, it just ends up playing into BBL's hands here as they get another round on the board. 3-2 right now, still lagging behind, but economy-wise at least, they have that Bladestorm ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. Bladestorm, not to mention they still have held on to the lockdown, so we've got a double Bladestorm coming up for this round. Cypher Cage already being popped here on the A. Ness finds a kill. Hunter's Fury actually already being committed as well here. Coming down on the A side, and that is going to be an explosive round coming out here for FUT. Spike is down. So is our lockdown, trying to push FUT out of this A side. But it's not going to be enough in the end here. FUT, just too strong.
I feel weird that despite that lockdown being invested, it was just a bit of a very hasty push coming through from BBL. Usually they're a little bit more measured on the side, but I feel like they just felt confidence, they tried to run in, and Ness just being that anchor towards that backside, somebody who they had so much trouble dislodging. It was just too much for them to deal with. A little bit unfortunate for BBL, but very, very well played by Foot during this particular round. And Foot, they're setting themselves up quite well for snowballing some of these ultimates. Look at Dati, only one off of that null command.
Yeah, and that's just going to be super impactful when we're looking at retaking here. Bladestorm getting invested here actually by Alkia. Gets revealed though. Still looking for the kills. Might walk into Dali here, doesn't find her.
Very, very awkward fight there towards short, and once that doesn't work out, it does look like BBL, they're looking for exploring other areas of the map. They have taken care of the Cypher utility towards mid, so at least they have a little bit more space to work with on that side. The recon, though, revealing the position of most of these players on BBL, and with that dark cover coming down, they know that B is going to be that point of interest. Smurfette towards main, doesn't even get checked, and so much damage.
So much damage. Vanya there though.
Right here.
30 seconds left.
Clock is ticking on them still. It's Felipa. Manages to get another frag here. Oof.
Spike down mid.
That's going to be the shrouded step coming through. Getting in the corner there. Doesn't quite get checked. Checks the angle in the end here. Very nice from Eva coming around the corner. Still picking up that frag. Now moving into that A. Completely uncontested actually. Gets a free plant in.
Just that there's no time. Absolutely heartbreaking there. It was an eco round for BBL, but nevertheless, they almost had that B side. I really like that play coming out of Foot to just run away after that. They wanted nothing to do with anybody who made from BBL, and despite Eva finding those last couple of kills that you talked about, just not going to be enough for that force the duration of this round. And I think that this is a really good time for BBL to take a timeout. They are going to have that economy to work with again. They have that Hunter's Fury in Eva's hands, and I think what BBL has really been struggling with so far over the course of this map has been, for lack of a better phrase, map control. They've been trying to make these very heavy-handed pushes in the beginning of the round, but they haven't really had somebody dedicatedly lurking around other parts of the map, testing these possibilities. And footballers, they've been very, very quick at jumping to what exactly BBL is planning. They just seem so aware.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing I think with FUT is that they are just hanging on to their utility and they've got so much of it ready. So they feel like they can just hang in there and they will invest it when they need it.
The timings have been less than ideal. That's the nicest way I can say it so far.
Yeah.
But to give Foot what's due, they have been extremely good at setting themselves up for these early engagements, right? That second round, third round push that we saw towards B main. And of course, Smurfette just being able to constantly find the gaps in the spacing between these players on BBL as they execute. She's been getting multi-frags almost every single round consistently, and she seems almost unkillable. Exactly the kind of Smurfette you're used to seeing from back in her guild days.
Absolutely, but we're heading back into the action here as we see an absolute mowdown coming out of Julie's. Vanya at the answer though, gets a refrag.
Just this positioning though from Smurfette, taking it so early on, manages to clear out all of this short area, and now looking to pick a fight with Vanya. However, now that Foot have the advantage, it might be better if they just fall back and try to hold on to their numbers game. The remaining players from BBL look to go into B.
Yeah, most of that KJ utility now already being committed. Slowly moving forward is just Ness here. Gets revealed. Trapwire gets triggered, so she's under a lot of pressure now. So the rest of her team is coming in. Lyda and Dali going to close this one out here.
Really, really nice round again coming out of Foot. They look so strong on this particular defensive side. Like, of course, Ascend is a map that tends to be very, very heavily defender-sided. Nevertheless, though, they have been very, very good at taking the initiative. For example, that first initial aggression coming out from two of their players towards high mid, and then following that, right, just the hold onto B, you have Of course, the Cypher nest towards that backside tucked away, being a menace, but she's just a distraction. She's just a bait. While you're trying to smoke her out, you're gonna have the rest of Foot just swinging in and getting those kills. Oh god.
Yeah. What were you just saying?
Smurfette getting kills.
Right.
I was right.
Exactly.
All good.
As they're pushing up here.
Deploying drone.
Drone coming out here. Market door destroyed. But creep back here. Oof.
Smurfette on fire for this particular round. Already that initial aggression. She's still holding down that position as well, not really wanting to back down. And the Spike and two of the players from BBL, they're in a very awkward spot. They look to rotate towards the other side, but with no pressure really being created by their players, there's just been no rotation at all coming out of Foot this entire round so far.
Oh, and they don't have to. They've got everything perfectly under control here.
Little bit of a red herring with that camera. Okay, with that camera being broken. But yeah, look at the remaining players. Oh my god, Smurfette. 4 on the round already.
Down B.
Yeah. Is it going to be the ace here? She's looking for it. She might actually get it. And she will! There we go, Smurfette.
Fantastic ace.
This is such a lead that they're building up here. Is this what you've been expecting, Zach, when we moved into this?
I'll be honest, no, because the last time, most of the time when BBL and Foot face off, it's been BBL dominating the scene for the longest time. But the thing is, the factor, the X factor, so as to speak, is none other than Smurfette and Ness chiming in. Two of the most experienced players from Game Changers EMEA. We all saw them at Championship last year, being able to come up in that top 4 position. And now they're looking to kind of repeat that feat here, hopefully this year. And they've joined the best team, honestly, it seems like. Oh, Alkia.
Wow. Yeah, has the operator now, so has to be respected. Dali very carefully peeking around here. So we see Alkia creeping up. 1 shot and 1 kill.
2 already on the round so far. Alkia saying, hey Smurfette, if you can do it, I can do it better. And Alkia is one of the youngest players we have here. Incredibly versatile, very, very clean with the shots. And she's going to be leading the charge into this B side.
And it's going to be an explosive take. They're committing so much, actually, already moving into this B side. Not quite any rotation coming in yet from FUT, but as they walk into Reika, they're going to go and take her out here on the backside.
Beautiful awareness there from Ness to be aware of that lurk and just take her out. Deals with the troubles here and forcing this Hunter's Fury.
Still manages to take Ness out though. As we see the Recon coming in.
1 enemy remaining.
Julie is still playing from the smoke. Diffuse not going to come through in time. That will be the round here.
3K for Eva.
BBL, yeah.
I think that round can be broken down into Alkia kill with the up, Eva kill with everything else, because that's just basically what happened the entire time.
Yeah. Exactly, and they get to hang on to that operator, which is I think important for them as well here.
Finally, BBL's showing some signs of life. This is what we're more used to, we gotta be honest. And with that win coming in, with BBL looking a little bit more in control, it's gonna be the perfect time for Foot to call that timeout. They still have quite a bit to work with, including that Blade Storm on Smurfette if it's necessary in a tight spot. But BBL, they've managed to kind of swing things back around in their favor. Operator, like we mentioned, of course, in Alkia's hands. But more than that, Reika is just one off of that lockdown. You also saw that map control that we talked about a little bit coming out earlier. Sure, Raika went down. She wasn't able to really have too much impact on that flank, but that possibility, right? It kept the rotation from coming in for so long, and BBL were able to fully use that time to set up on that B side. Alkia's 2 openers combined with that pressure that Reika was exerting was exactly what they needed to set them up for success and maintain that post plant with it through.
Yeah, exactly. And then already being down, it makes it hard to enter a side with just the Cypher and the Sova alive here. We're gonna see. FUT took their time now. Making their way up again to B again.
Zero points initially, catching quite a few players from BBL, so that's going to be some valuable information that Foot have already gained so far. It hasn't stopped BBL though, they're still advancing, trying to get that orb. Of course, ultimate point control is something that they've really favored, and with Reika getting that lockdown online, B is that point of contention.
Yeah. Really trying to force them out here. Say maybe even a little bit early. Vanya's gone in for the plant. Might get spotted, and actually does get spotted right away. Smurfette just dashing in, gets the defuse halfway. And that's going to be the full defuse actually coming through here. So much committed, that lockdown so early.
A lot was committed, and the biggest problem, like you pointed, was the lack of good timing, because Vanya ulted in, gets that plant, but look at the positioning being held by the rest of BBL, right? You have 3 players trapped towards main, one kind of lurking down towards that catwalk, and without getting that crucial control, with the plant being where it was, there was just no way for BBL to really deny that diffuse from coming through at all. That's why even though a lot of them were still alive towards main, you saw them trying to jump in, dash in, there was just no way for them to really hit that diffuse at all. No Hunter's Fury or Shock Darts either that Philippa could really use for that position. And just a little bit of hastiness that's quite well punished by the side of Foot. Now 8-3, overwhelming lead. Alkia gets the Blade Storm, will have the ult to work with for the duration of this round.
Exactly. Seem to be moving up towards the catwalk. See if there's anyone there. Doesn't spot anyone.
They've closed the doors, so that's gonna be a little bit of a sound cue given away the moment it's broken. At least now, Foot know that there's gonna be some heavy mid pressure coming in. It does seem like BBL, they're leaning in towards this A split, but again, just these 2 players on A side, right? They haven't moved a muscle, and with Nessan Ulyss's utility, it's just gonna be too much, but the trades come in very quickly here.
The trades do come in very quickly. Do you see that? Again, location gets given away. Julie's still on site. Throwing the smoke down. Philippa just around the corner. Not much to work with though. Hasn't picked up the spike. He's going to probably have to do that soonish. It's just around the corner. This is a very tricky as she steps up, does get the kill. Ends up getting 2. Is it going to be the round that Philippa gets to pop up? It sadly is not.
She does pop off.
That was a very good try.
Very good try, exactly. She does pop off, just not enough. A 1v4 with 10 seconds left is too much to ask of anybody, even Philippa here. And again, right, it's just the way that Foot is wearing down these players on BBL's side. They're taking so much time, and they're making them fight for every single inch of space that they're taking on this attacking side. With this side switch, though, there might be a little bit of change of things here, because Ascent, no matter how you face it, no matter what agents you run or how you play the map, it has historically always been a very heavily defense-sided map. So Foot, they have the lead, they are up 9-3, but BBL Queens, of course, they are no slouches at this particular map either, having hard-fought fights out multiple times against several teams. So if they come back, it starts with this pistol.
Absolutely. So we will see where FUT decides to go. Looks like they're leaning towards the A side now.
Here.
And BBL going to respond. Key point going out. Jet already onto the side. Smurfette getting ready. Tries to move in, but Reika from below just had that angle covered.
Spike down A.
Looking for more. Reika actually picks up 3 here. Jet's taken out by Nesto. Yes, with yet another one. Spike is down, and then the final kill is going to come through for BBL.
For a second, it got very, very dicey there. Ness almost getting that 1v3 victory, but Eva ready in position, ready with the headshot to put her down. And BBL, they get that pistol, the one that we were talking about. And because Foot weren't even allowed the chance to get that spike down, right? Not much more extra money to work with. BBL, they're going to be very, very happy to buy up. And of course, the fact that Raika was the one to get 3 kills before going down, it's going to really power up that lockdown. You can see that it's already halfway there. So quite a bit for BBL to work with in this round. They're going to be investing fully into it. So the more damage Foot can somehow do, including this Marshall from Smurfette, it's going to be better for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Ness pushing forward very aggressively already into that B main. Forced to back off. Shock Dart committed as well. See Alkia swinging around the corner. Smurfette takes her chance. You can't blame her for that. So they decide to change of pace here. Move towards that catwalk.
Ness breaks the recon, trying to create a little bit of havoc here, but it just seems like BBL, they're taking the opportunity to kind of take a bit more space. Already Alkia tucking herself into that corner. Med presence being given away as well with that alarm pod broken down here. And Alkia's on the hunt. She's on the prowl. She wants some kills here. She wants some action. And she gets it.
And she absolutely gets it. Picks up. And now FUT coming around, swinging back into that B main.
30 seconds
Maybe B is the site for them. Wrecking Ball's still ready here. They can still check who is on this site.
Killjoy Utility, Alkia as well, waiting at the wings here. They finally make their way in.
They do. Smurfette immediately ready with the aim. Takes out Alkia, and that's the plan gonna go through here.
Planted.
BBL's remainders making their way here. So we see Raika creeping into the corner, but immediately gets taken out by Smurfette. So ready with that trigger. Another one. 3 frags here. As we see, Vanya, can you do it? Can you take her out? Yes, she can. Vanya has the answer there. Takes out 2. Can she do it here? Jumps forward, but it's not going to be enough. Going to be another round in a pocket of FUT.
A round that they had absolutely no business winning there, but number 1 BBL, they get a little bit too aggressive. Alkia gets a kill, they get the advantage, should have fell back right there, but one of their players goes down, and after picking up that Bulldog as a free upgrade, and of course Smurfette with this Marshall, absolute demon mode. Also, Smurfette was set up incredibly well by the rest of the team. The flash coming out of her KO, enabling her to take down Reika there, as well as the fantastic positioning for these peaks. Incredibly played by her, and that is the anti-eco stolen away by Foot here. Now BBL, they're gonna be the ones on this economic back burner.
Yeah. Feels like we've already seen that before, Zach. Albot gets committed. Doesn't really spot anyone out yet. Spike now making her way up towards B.
Bit of a rotation coming in as well. Foot, they do know that they have the almost overwhelming economic advantage here, and BBL, it seems like they've learned from their mistakes, not really going to be moving any muscles, just holding down the fort. You do have Philippa kind of jiggling towards main, waiting for that early information off the back of that turret, but armed with only Sheriff, it's going to be this team having to hit every single shot as pristinely as possible. Timer has gone half the way down, and it seems like BBL, they know that A side's going to be where that hit is coming.
Yeah, Felipe tries to go for the swing. Raika gets it though. They close the door. But now Vanya in the smoke, all by herself as Julie enters the site. Just gets a spray down there. It's going to be another plant coming through. The door's still closed. It's BBL making her way around here.
Ooh.
Finally. It would have been a bit too much if Ness would have been able to pull that one off.
Yeah, just a little bit too much to ask for. Eva, of course, as always, absolutely fantastic impact. 2 kills with the shorty. gives the Vandal to Alkia, picks up a Spectre, and just goes running and gunning her merry way down towards the rest of the squad. For a second, I thought this game was going to be easy. It was going to be quick for Foot, but Eva just says, no, Zach, no, you're absolutely wrong. Watch me play. And she slaughters Foot on the site.
Unafraid, just pushes up. They had no business winning that round, and now all of a sudden, playing field has evened out.
Of course, Foot, they still have a bit of a lead here, 10-5. But BBL, they're slowly but surely showing signs of life now. Foot, they're going to be the ones to try and take the orb here, but Alkia ready for the impact. Insane shots from Lida, chiming in though.
Yeah, good damage though. Both Lida and Downing being very low. Drone coming out. It's not going to mark.
Scanning ahead.
They do want to keep pushing up to this B here, Zach.
Yeah, they have some weapons, of course, that they can pick up. That's going to be some nice upgrades. Will be very useful for the course of this round. And it's down to a 3v3, right? You can see from how BBL are playing that they want to deny this very outcome.
They do. So neural theft comes through. They want to secure this site. They want to know who is here. They're going to do it. They're going to push up. Now utility committed as well. Only spots one. Felipe slowly pushing forward. Does take out Ness. Gets another.
30 seconds left.
But Julius, actually from the shadows, came around to the other side, but doesn't get it through here. Raika was just there, ready to take care of that Omen.
Very, very disciplined from Raika, right? It's a 1v1 on that site technically. She could try to deny the plant, but instead she's just holding up Heaven, waiting for the rest of the team to rotate over. And of course, Julius doesn't really have a choice there, right? It's a 1v3. She has to find some kind of an advantage. Tries to take Heaven control early on. Was not expecting Raika to be there. So that shadow step is going to be kind of funny here. But starting this round off, right? Really nice aggression coming out of BBL. Sure, they lose 2 players in the process, but despite that, they're able to quickly regroup. And in particular, I really like the use of that 0 points in exchange for that neural theft, information for information, and both teams knew exactly what they were contending with. It's just that for Foot, they didn't know where Reiko was. They gambled that she would be around that area, and that's why Julius went for that from the Shadows play, which unfortunately did not pay off for them.
No, but this is definitely going to be a round for BBL. We've got both the Bladestorm and the Lockdown in play, so I feel like BBL should be able to show us what they've got for this one.
Already starting things off as Alkia with the operator through the smoke, a pre-fire basically to take out Smurfette. 1 for 1. 1 for none so far. Advantage gained by BBL in the beginning of this map, of this round. And it seems like slowly but surely they're looking more strong on this defense. Nesto takes down Reika. Huge kill there.
Huge kills. We see the rest of FUT slowly pushing into B. Still have the op available though. Has to be respected here. They know where she is. Everyone just spraying down as we do see that Dati is looking for that plant. Is going to get it through.
Planted.
Now Alkia making her way onto the site with the Bladestorm here.
No more meddling shadows, travelers.
Player standing.
Fania just on cleanup duty here. 3 kills on the round already for her, and just a little bit more to go. Lida towards the backside, not sure where exactly to look, and it's just gonna be Alkia with the Bladestorm fighting that final kill as BBL. They find the defuse, they get the round. 10-7 right now. It looked really bad when it was 10-4, but they have won these last 3 rounds in a row, and they're kind of making a statement here. We might have started off slow, but we're certainly warmed up right now. In particular, right? That particular round, Alkia starts off with a bang, gets a really cool opener. And despite Reika going down, the rest of VBL, they have their retake protocols in play. They have that perfect storm of utility to just swamp onto site. And Foot in that post plant, they looked a little bit uncomfortable.
Turret out.
Yeah, and speaking of that storm, we do now have that null command and the Bladestorm available for FUT.
I can't use that.
So we're looking at yet an explosive round as Smurfette already gets taken out here very early on. There is that null command coming through to secure the plant. Julie's still on site. The rest is slowly making their way there. The door's closed. Julie's now alerted. No, somebody is gonna come through. Sends that smoke to cover. Is actually going to push forward through the smoke. Creep into the corner. Oof. Alkia. Nice. Coming from above, but it's Dati holding the alley, but it can't be enough here. The defuse is going to come through, and that is going to be another round in the pocket of BBL.
Went right down to the wire as well, but again...
And Alkia, once again, 2 HP, she survives.
It's not just the 2 HP, right? It's also just the way that she played it. You did see some nice one-ways coming out of Julius towards that stairs area, trying to hold on to this part of the map, but the quick switches by Alkia from weapon to weapon, starting off with that operator on this shorty, and of course, this final kill from Reika. Very, very clean work to take down that player in that backside and get the defuse. So, BBL on this defensive side so far, what's been working for them? Alkia, of course, really, really good at finding that first pick, but the rest of the squad, they've been incredible, especially Eva. Fantastic reveals coming through time and time again for these rounds, and the rest of the team, including herself, they're just able to capitalize and find these kills. If you look at the scoreboard here, it makes perfect sense to me because every single member of BBL is able to play off of each other and do quite a bit of damage, but for Foot, right? While you have Smurfette really racking up those frags, especially in that last half, it just seems like their post plant is extremely shaky. They're able to get the spike down, but they're not able to set up these crucial crossfires. And BBL, they're just kind of picking them apart with these.
Yeah. Foot not looking as calm and collected as they did when they were on the attacker side for sure. But we've got a lot to play for here. Still got a Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury as well. Lots of ults in play this round.
We still haven't seen Reika really use that lockdown in a retake kind of situation because when it rolls up BBL, they're just in such a time deficit that they just want to go and kill everyone. Talking about this though, Smurfette with that Blade Storm is going to be the tip of the spear for this particular round, and it's just early. It's an early default starting things off for Foot this time around.
Yeah, is she going to find Philippa is the question though. As we see Philippa's right here, and she is immediately quick on that, picks up that first blood. Hanging on there, making her way to B side. Smurfette swapping to the rifle here, takes out another actually. 2 kills coming in, a clean headshot out of Reika though, to deny any further damage dealt. FUD pushing up.
Again, the Neurothef's gonna give away some of these crucial positions, but there's backup already. You can see that Reika has been joined by her teammate Omen, Vanya, ready to give her that backup necessary. And while BBL swarm onto site, they have to take out both of these players.
Yeah, Vanya gets one. Ness gets the refrag though. Ness picking up another. So we see Alkia with the operator in hand, still making her way, actually immediately gets taken out by Julius as the plant goes through. And that is going to be FUT actually being successful this time around, picking up another round for themselves.
Really, really nice play out of Smurfette. Huge opener, of course, to start off with, but that rifle that she picked up, that she was eventually able to just set up the rest of the team for success with, incredible work. Those 2 picks on B side really made things happen. And Ness to follow up, finding those 2 players towards that backside, denying further damage for BBL, and finally winning a round for Footballers after, what was it, 4 rounds in a row for BBL? Yeah, it's finally some momentum back in their sails.
Yeah, exactly. Might be feeling themselves again now. Oh. Dashing and mashing as we see Lyda getting caught up a little bit here. Everyone's suppressed. This is actually so much going on right now on this A side. We do see the plant coming out here from FUT. BBL this time really taking their time.
BBL do have that lockdown, which is going to be invested, but immediate Hunter's Fury from under heaven to counter it and take it out. Smurfette finding that trade here onto Vanya. No more smokes available for this retake now.
Julius in a little bit of an opposition. Lyda still so much work done, getting that done from under heaven. Picks up an ace for Fruit. Lyda absolutely owning this round. Fantastic work.
12-8. What a way to get match points. An insane clutch coming out of Lyda, like you mentioned. 4 kills for her, and that was basically a 1v3. You can see the swarm out of BBL as they take down players on side, but Lyda under heaven not only breaks the lockdown, but also wins out this 1v1 despite being less than half of her HP remaining. Really nice work coming out of Foot to take themselves to match point. And remember, right, this is BBL's map. This is a map where historically Foot have always fallen to them, but now they're going to be the ones holding that upper hand. And I think a key reason for that, of course, is Smurfette. 22 and 14 so far, really showing us what exactly what you want from your Jet on Ascent.
Yeah, exactly. Do you see FUT again going for this A side? Oh, Smurfette, so nasty coming in from behind here. Picks up that kill. Gonna go for the plant here under heaven.
Really, really nice shock dart. Just a little bit of chip damage, and only 3 players left for BBL to try and make this retake work out. Not the economy, not the greatest. No real ults to work with. That's all gonna have to be shots ringing through.
So we do see Lyda once again just chipping away at them and gonna pick up another one. Clean headshot. It's only Raika left at this point. Is going to take out 2. Coming from upstairs. 3. Can she get another is the question here. Will push up. Does she find? Wants to hit the defuse but can't. She gets mowed down. And that is going to be it for FUT. What a way to take it out. Raika so close to actually picking up that round for BBL.
Very unfortunate. The 1v4 almost coming in for BBL this time around, but it's going to be Foot stealing that map away. 13-8. Incredible performance coming out of them, and in particular, right, if you have to highlight players, of course, we talked about Smurfette, we talked about the amount of space, the amount of kills that she's able to net by herself, but also, I think that, for me, Ness was fantastic in those lurks, in just following up with the team, and I think that in that second half in particular, she had a neural theft ready to go every 2 or 3 rounds. She was just fragging out and getting that much value from her utility.
Yeah, I think overall it's just FUT really patient way that they started out this match. Got them a big lead as well.
You did see BBL trying to kind of bounce back into it, but eventually you were able to see Foot close it out. For a second I thought it might go to overtime, or it might even be a little bit more dangerous heading into it, but they looked pretty confident, especially after that 4K clutch that came out of Lyda on that ace side. It was just a heartbreaker for the remaining players of BBL. It seemed like they kind of just lost their willpower after that particular one. Very, very unfortunate for them.
It has to be, right? Yeah. I mean, if you're going in like that, and then Lyda just pulls 3 kills and wins that 1v1 out against the Killjoy, pulls that out of her sleeve. Yeah, it's devastating.
Yeah, of course. I think that for Foot, especially on their attacking side, they were very, very good at their set plays and executes. They've been clearly putting a lot of work into it. In particular, their A-side hits, they just seemed like BBL had no real answer. You saw BBL trying to go for a little bit of adaptation to set things up for that retake kind of scenario instead, but it just wasn't enough time for them to really pivot to that kind of play. And with them losing a couple of players every single time that A-side got hit, there was just no realistic way for them to go for that retake. Individual heroics, yes, of course, Raika can do so much. You have so many players who can step up to the plate, but round and round again, it was Footballers starting off with that advantage, maintaining it, and playing throughout for the win. So honestly, that was an incredibly well-deserved well-deserved game that we saw. But before we head into map number 2, we are going to be taking a short break before we head into Split, so we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
put themselves in the lead, securing their opponent's map pick in a rather dominant fashion. With that said, and I mean, I don't think I was expecting this. Last time these teams went on to Ascent, it was 13-9. This time it's 13-8. Pretty close, but just flipped in terms of who the winner comes out on top.
Exactly, yeah, totally flipped the script here, and I guess we can see that Food indeed have been working on their communication. There were some rounds where there maybe was some communication lacking, but eventually they take out the map. They win this out in a 13-8 fashion. Smurfette being the MVP of that game, going 22-15, getting really active in those entry engagements. But then also players like Leda, she had a massive last few rounds of the game with that 1v3 clutch. A huge performance in that final round as well, really helping to win the round over in their favor.
Yeah, the first half specifically, Billy went so incredibly favored for Foot. 9-3 first half to be walking away with. That is impressive to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel as though like Foot on their defense were just having such a dominant start throughout this map, and it just kind of built a momentum off of that, which is what ended up in that 9-3 half.
Yeah, and one of the parts as well that really allowed Foot to excel was the fact that they had individual players showing up, but also Cypher. So the combination of having these things up against BBL just really made it difficult for them to be able to break through. One of the prime examples being Round 9 specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know that we've seen BBL call a timeout literally only like 2 rounds before this one. But you have Raika and Ava kind of lurking B main, both taking an isolated 1v1 against Smurfette. But that aggression from Smurfette forced BBL to kind of rotate towards the Cypher setup on A. And then it kind of gave her that confidence to just kind of overpeak almost arguably in a sense. And I guess it kind of resulted in her acing that round because of that.
It seemed like BBL were struggling with the Cypher setups as well. We talked about the difference between having that Cypher and having the Killjoy as a Sentinel in this game. But also around mid, it seemed that BBL, on their attacks, they were very quick to rotate. If they lurked at A and said, oh, it's not working, were rotate to B, and they rotated through mid quite a few times. And then there were these traps that immediately give the information to Food, allowed them to rotate, come back to side, and stop them from causing more havoc onto side.
Yeah, the Cypher play really was a thorn in the side of BBL. You have players like Smurfette that are so aggressively pushing out mid, B main, A main, you name it, she got it, she's onto your case. You said it yourself as well, Billy, round 9 being such a prime example of her gaining that confidence. But then we head into round 11, another round that we wanted to highlight simply because of the fact that it felt like the communication side from BBL Queens just maybe wasn't there.
Yeah, that was a bit chaotic indeed. I mean, there's ults invested, and then they stand here, they wait for some control onto the side, but almost as if there isn't really enough communication for them to really set themselves up. Basically, they're already onto side with that ult. They're planting very close to CT without really having all the space required to get this execute off. This allows, for example, Dati to come back onto the side, kill the player that was planting, and then all these players are still standing around B main. They can't do anything against this sort of ninja diffuse that's coming out from the side of Food, as there simply wasn't enough space that they controlled when they already went for the execute.
Yeah, it also brings a question now, Billy. We're going to be heading on to Split, and that is actually Foot's map pick. So what can we be expecting from there, considering what we've just seen happen on BBL Queen's own map pick?
I am nervous for BBL Queens. They could be dropping out of the tournament right now, which is so early on, as we've already discussed. So I want to see how exactly they're going to change the pace a little bit. You know, we had BBL kind of going for explosive executes onto site, and when it wasn't working out for them, we were seeing things like that Omen ult in that round 11, where they're just kind of baiting a player out in the hopes that they could all kind of execute onto site afterwards. So yeah, I want to see how the pace of the game kind of changes going into Split.
When you mentioned that you want the pace of the game to be changing specifically, is there any individual player or anything really specific from the side of BBL Queens that they need to do? Is it maybe faster executes? Is it maybe different set plays that you're expecting to come out? Maybe individual players to show up?
I want to see how they're going to combat Smurfette's aggression so far. Like right now, she's just kind of getting away with doing things on the fly, which is building that confidence and that momentum, as I said. So how are they actually going to deal with that? How are they going to start taking these spaces that they want to take and actually, you know, combat this player that is just absolutely killing the server right now?
Yes, and Smurfette killing the server. There is the best way to put it here. I mean, 288 ACS.
Yeah, indeed, that's wild. I mean, getting very active on those entry engagement, as we talked about in like our little green room during the game. It's either her just setting herself up for success in those entries, or her getting traded out by her teammates just to get the entry, get the control towards the side. That's what they've been using Smurfette for in certain ways. One thing I'm really curious for, if we stay on the subject of duelists, is what type of duelist will be played by both Foot and BBL. Because BBL played this map yesterday against G2. They lost it 9-13, and they picked Jet as well, which do to playing very forward lines, and they were able to travel way less space than what you would be able to do with a race. So I'm very curious what type of agents we'll see on this map too.
Yeah, I think something as well that I want to touch upon, Billy, specifically because you have been in this competitive environment, is the fact that BBL Queens, they're coming off of a loss against G2. They've now lost their own map big. How do you as a player get back into that headspace and get back into, okay, this is a competition, we just need to get back into zone, this is do or die?
I feel it as though the team will be relying heavily upon the IGL at this moment in time. How can they be sort of leading their team to pick up their mental? How can we bring this confidence back, get their heads back in the game? You know, being an IGL myself when I previously competed, it is very much about keeping that energy, keeping the spirits high. Yeah, we just lost our first map pick, but you know, we're here for a reason. Let's just pick ourselves back up and get our heads back in the game.
Right. I mean, that's also going to be quite a big factor of the agents to be played. I think when we were looking specifically at the Ascent comp, it was very much identical, except the difference in the Killjoy and the Cypher, which did play quite a big role. So looking at the agents select for Split now particularly, I think we will keep our eyes out on for those duelists, but are there any agents in particular, Billy, that you want to see shining on this map?
Okay, so I was going to say I would love to see a Raze and Breach, to be honest. Just because I love seeing those little trap setups on how to crunch like players that are pushing and trying to take space, you know, especially up that mid and ropes. Like, how can we crunch that with even just a bit of utility with a stun or a nade, things like that. And so yeah, I'm very intrigued to see these agent picks right now.
Yeah, it's a mirror comp as well, Anne. And something that we heard in the interview earlier with Question was the fact that the team knows us very well. So is this maybe a familiarity thing?
Well, BBL Queens have gone for a whole different comp than they have done before. I mean, they had a Sage, for example, before as well, which they now have switched out. It seems to also bring out the Cypher for, well, they had a double Sentinel setup, but they have a Cypher now, no Sage, but different agents in that one. And then for Foot, they've actually played this map with multiple different comps. They lost it before with an agent like Astra, so they now went for that double initiator setup once again, which has previously proven success for them.
Right. I mean, it has to prove success for them this time around as well, because this could potentially be the last map for BBL Queens here at Game Changers Series 2 EMEA. So can they hold on for dear life and push it to the decider? I guess we're gonna find out as we're gonna be heading into Split. Foot Females map pick with Joy K and Zach.
Thank you very much for that. You guys were wonderful as always, but heading into Split right now, I mean, it's a mirror matchup. It's the question that we're all asking ourselves. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's going to come out on top of it all? And if the answer isn't BBL for this particular map, at least there's going to be no more map 3. But Split, really, really interesting agent comps, a mirror matchup like we talked about. And in particular, I like this pick of Jet because both of these players, Alkia as well as Smurfette, they've demonstrated that they're incredibly comfortable on this particular agent. And that might be the reason why we see it getting picked.
Might be exactly why we see it getting picked over the Raze. As Billy mentioned, I am a fan of the Raze on Split as well, but yeah, we have seen both of these girls popping up absolutely on the Jet. So I can't wait to see what they're going to bring for us on this second map.
Of course, when you do have that double initiator comp kind of kicking in, there's a lot that you can do to really set up your Jet as well. So in particular, I'm going to be very intrigued with how this attack shapes up. Of course, with the kind of kit that both of these teams are running, there's like flashes you can chain together, the concussion as well, incredibly good. And then watching Philippa on Breach is one of my favorite things on this map in particular. She is so good.
Yeah, she has been so incredibly impactful on the Breach before. We're going to see as we are heading into a map. Round number 1, map number 2 is best of 3. All on the line here for BBL.
High stakes, start cover right off the bat towards mid, creating a little bit of pressure from the side of Foot, but it doesn't seem to have dissuaded BBL too much. They're actually going to be investing that Trailblazer as they look to create some space towards this part of the map.
Yeah. Hawk as well, as there's first blood coming out here for Lida. Pushing around the corner, gets taken out right away here. Smurfette falls as well. This is not looking good for FUT so far.
They get that first pick, but like you talked about, a little bit too greedy out of them. Try to go for that chain flash play, and Vanya just denies that second kill despite taking a bit of a decent chunk of damage. Now BBL, they look towards that A side instead, it seems like.
Yeah, going to creep in there. So we see Cypher still holding it down. Cameron doesn't spot anyone just yet. Nicely tucked away, they're creeping up. Oh,
must wait a moment.
There we go. Ness now knows. Comes up into Svanya, who has the answer straight away. I feel like this should be a free plant here for BBL.
Indeed it is, and they get that spike down without too much trouble. They have quite a bit of control here. One player smokes position towards Heaven. Vanya able to get that kill, and now a 1v4 for Julius.
Yeah. The miracle round. She peeks around the corner, doesn't pick up the kill, actually. Just a little too slow. Philippa gets it. Gets the first round on the board for BBL.
Really, really nice pistol coming out of them. Despite that player, despite them losing that player right off the bat, Alkia going down, they were very calm towards mid, and they were ready to punish that over-aggression coming out of the side of Foot there. And of course, just his post-plant setup, right? You have Vanya towards Heaven, watching for that rotation coming in, finding a kill, and just that crossfire towards CT. Incredible out of BBL. This is more of what we're used to seeing from them. They looked a little bit confused in a sense, but this is more their pace from what we're used to anyway.
Exactly. Trailblazer coming out right away. Spots out the Omen. And that's the cue for Alkia to go in, but immediately gets taken out again.
1-for-1 trade, and that's going to be a Spectre dropped onto site, which I think that eventually Foot can regain if BBL aren't careful. That's why BBL still continuing this area pressure, now looking towards Heaven instead. Both players from Foot, though, they're going to be trying to play onto site together. Safety numbers 3, in fact, with another rotating over. So it's a bit of a stack coming out of Foot towards this A site.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Smurfette's still hovering around at B, but definitely FAT gotta be careful here. Vanya with the spot immediately takes out Ness as well. Should give away that people are up in the tower though. BBL just ready. Had their finger on the trigger. Picks up another. Lida coming around the corner. Has the shot ready. Great stuff. Lida very low though. Has to be careful. They know she's there.
Player standing.
That's going to be her taken out as well. Plant going through here. What can Smurfette do here, Zach?
Marshall in hand. We've seen her pull off some absolute insane shots before, but that was with some teammates behind her now. You know, 1v3. Again, very nice spacing coming out of these BBL players. Not really giving Smurfette these 1v1s, and Vanya just ready for the shot, the kill, and the round. 2-0. But at least you see some decent economic damage coming out from Foot side.
Yeah, exactly. They do still manage to take out Alkia very early on in the round. As you said, that Spectre dropped.
Very, very aggressive. What you expect to see from Alkia, but...
Yeah, it was a bit aggressive, but, you know, that's how we like to see our Jets.
Unlike the ones in my ranked games.
We don't talk about that.
Ones. We don't talk about them.
We don't talk about that. All right. Looking a bit more even now. Rifles in hand for both teams. We see them pushing up here through garage. Giving it away though.
Oh, Smurfette playing a
Giving it away, but
game.
it was a fake. Look, looping back around towards mid as they immediately take out Smurfette. Trailblazer going out. Won't find anything.
I like how Alkia almost just pre-fired that corner. That's going to be a gun that is retrievable, and that gives BBL 3 rifles to work with for this particular round. Now in the corner, you have the Cypher tucked away, but goes completely unchecked. Oh, never mind. Lida checks. Lida checks. Thank you, Lida. Thank you.
Lida always checks. That's the thing. Dodges a blind very nicely. Still see Alkia on site. Makes her way back towards that B. Is gonna be spotted out though.
Very, very nice Trailblazer. Confirms Alkia's presence, but Foot, they still don't know where exactly the spike is headed. It's going towards the A site, and there are still 2 players from Foot anchoring it down.
Yeah. I mean, this is Philippe on breach though. Going to get caught in that tripwire, but Eva picks up another kill here. And that's another one. Swinging in favor here. BBL, it's Alkia ready around the corner. Lida picks up another one. Can she do it here? She makes her way onto the A side. Spike's already been planted. Gets 3 kills here. Healing coming through. Looping around the corner. Has to look for that defuse soon. She's gonna catch Jet here on the backside. Is not going to be enough. It's Alkia. Fixes that around here for BBL. Taking a very good lead here.
Clean bonus coming out of them, of course. Alkia with that huge opener onto Smurfette, who gets just a little bit too greedy towards that mid side. But after that, right, that A hit coming out of Eva, really, really good positioning and shots to take out the 2 players on site. Of course, Lida almost gets another 1v3 for her troubles, but at the end, again, it's going to be Alkia chiming in with the true shot here. Knows her timings, is able to find that crucial kill and win BBL their round off the back of that. Their economy looking incredibly good. Unfortunately, the same can't quite be said for Foot.
No, but that's a little bit to be expected here if you're in an 0-3 deficit. Hawk goes out. A lot of spraying here back and forth. Onto the A side, everybody looping around. Looking to go for that plant. Here's Vanya. Going through. Oh, Smurfette actually gets taken out here already. Philippa holding down this corner here. In the smoke. They have no idea she is there. Cage gets activated as well as Eva finds another kill here. Philippa still in that smoke, in that cage. She's everywhere, picks up a kill, but is going to get refragged here by Nas.
Well,
strong spray here from Alkia.
Okay. Another day in deathmatch, another day at the range. Alkia has used those kind of shots and she's not gonna miss. 0-4 right now. BBL really building up on that lead like you mentioned. And in this particular round, right, they don't really mess around. They know they have the economic advantage. They just go running into a side, get that spike down, and set themselves up for a little bit of post-spawn aggression. Eva, of course, towards that spawn, backing up Alkia after getting a couple of kills, and Alkia with the cleanup on the final 2 players. Now, Footballers, they're going to be able to buy back in this particular one. Have that Neural Thefts ready to go. Also, couple off that Rolling Thunder. So these are the ultimates that we might see come into play. But BBL, they have some of their own.
Yeah, that they do indeed. Bladestorm is ready and From the Shadows also available. I feel like BBL just all decided to cosplay Smurfette starting in this round. I mean, but they're playing up so aggressive. I like how they're stacking and moving towards here. But now they've decided to go for a little bit of a split. Spike slowly moving towards A, it seems, as we see. Sky making their way, gets knocked up.
Now we're gonna see Smurfette.
Clean shot here from Smurfette, though. Sorry, Zach.
No, it's okay. I got excited as well. Really, really good shot there. Coming out for the push. Measured aggression immediately rewarded. That flash doesn't quite get any value for the side of Foot, though at least now they know that this is where that execute is coming. The B side faking is done, and the A side, it has been hit. Vanya finds that opener to get that spike down.
Yeah. Sons of Shadows out here to cover for the entrance. Lida pushing through, though, unafraid. Has the Hawk ready. Not going to connect it, though. She immediately falls as she emerges. Philippa going for the plant as we see everybody falling here in the smokes. Doesn't get the chance to reload as Smurfette's taken down here in the end as well. And that is going to be BBL showing incredibly strong on split.
They just don't look like the same team anymore. They look a little bit confused and messy on a sense, but it seems like that loss kind of pissed them off. In particular, Alkia, incredible on this map so far, but the rest of the team as well, not too far behind. And the same kind of impact that we saw coming out of Smurfette and Co. in that previous map, it just seems to be missing, of course. Every now and then you see some really nice aggression, like that first kill that we saw Smurfette get in the beginning. But after that, the mid-routing coming out of the side of Foot, it's been a bit less than ideal. It seems like they don't have the read on what exactly BBL is going to do. And BBL, of course, swapping around the change of pace. They go for these fast and heavy hits, then back to a default heavy playstyle. And then that back and forth, it just seems to be setting footballers into a very confused kind of state.
Yeah, Foot deciding to take a timeout here. I mean, it is kind of as the analyst desk mentioned as well, right? Like, we're used to seeing a BBL that's aggressive and explosive, and now they have found their swing again. The question is, how is FUT going to respond?
So far, they haven't had the best time. They just haven't been able to get a read onto BBL's plays like I was talking about. So, of course, number one, a little bit of proactivity would be nice there, but they've been very, very quick on early rotations, but kind of lackluster when it comes to that second part. And if they can't really hold on to the side, it's okay. They can try to go in for a retake scenario, which so far they've been kind of failing at because they're always a couple of players behind compared to BBL.
Yeah, Trailblazer gets committed right away here. To see Alkia making her way aggressively onto that A side, immediately gets taken out as Ness starting off this round with 2 kills. Vanya does get the refrag here as well. A side not taken so far. Vanya with the spike in hand, still actually still tucked away in the corner. Is Eva trying to regain some space here for her to start moving out? Hawks being committed as well. And here comes Smurfette with the Blade Storm. Doesn't get to pick anything up as Vanya immediately shuts her down. Julius on the refrag though. Moving up, but it's Eva with the quicker answer, and that is going to be the round once again for BBL.
6-0 now, really, really building up the lead here.
What is going on, Zach?
Foot, they just don't know what to do here, for lack of a better phrase. They try their best, Nest, of course, starting things off with these huge opening kills. But aside from that, they just seem to be kind of behind constantly. BBL, they get the site, they get the plant, they do quite a bit, but it's just not going to be enough. Of course, you just see really nice damage, individual damages coming out round by round, but BBL, overall, they just seem to be the more cohesive team. Now, once again, Vanya, she's going to have that from the shadows in her back pocket. Felipa as well with the Rolling Thunder if necessary. Lots to work with for BBL still.
Yeah, I mean, BBL has just been holding on here. Holding on to that Blade Storm, holding on to that Rolling Thunder. But they haven't been needing it at all. Alkian just takes out another one here. Ness forced to back out. We'll try to move forward again as the plan goes through. Is walking forward, picks up that Omen kill here on this side. Smurfette. No Blade Storm, gets to take out Alkia again before she gets to commit it. The spraying is everywhere, but this time it's finally FUT coming out on top of that.
Finally, indeed, Smurfette there to stay calm and hit those final shots. Not even taking a bit of damage in the process. That makes it even more even more impressive from her side. But Foot, they get a round on board, and while it was entirely chaotic on that round, let's face it, completely on site, scrambles in every single direction, the trades were just a little bit more in favor of Footballers, and Smurfette being able to keep calm and come in at the end to get that final kill very, very nicely done. I also like that play coming out of Julius towards Heaven, dodging that Rolling Thunder, playing aggressive to try and defend her teammate, and of course starting things off with that huge opener. Very, very well played by Foot.
Absolutely. Now let's see if they can find your swing. Trailblazer immediately gets taken out. We see Smurfette with a clear shot. Picks up that first blood. They have no idea where the spike is so far. So we see Vanya creeping her way up and down. A little bit of a split here from FUT.
Yeah, they're being very, very careful about it. So far, BBL, they've been very good at rushing things down and just swarming over the site. So a little bit more of a split play, especially now that Foot, they have a bit of an advantage. Once again, that camera from Ness gonna spot out Alkia. Alkia does have some companionship though, so at least it's going to be her with some friends trying to take on the site. And this lurk from Vanya, it might mean so much if she can get a kill or two here, especially since she does have that spike and looks to open up that A site.
Yeah. Slowly creeping in here. We do see Smurfette tucked away in the corner, and Lida holding on to those ropes here. Will come up. Actually going to run into Vanya here. And is going to be taken out immediately as well. Eva gets traded. Vanya still has that spike. Again, moving away. They just want to ring around the rosies, it seems. They're now making their way into A side, into B side, excuse me. Instead, smoke going out. So we see the plant coming through. They're starting to spray him. There comes the rolling thunder.
Oh, a nice try coming out of Philippa there, but unfortunately not going to be able to clutch out that 1v3 quite yet. I like how Dati was just holding on to that Rolling Thunder. Almost used it in that ace site, but again, just holding on for the rest of the team to join in and jump in to find more effect off of it. Very, very nice. It's also incredible how Foot were very quick to adapt on this round, because BBL, it seemed like they held their cards. They were able to get into that A side, but Dati's quick flash and the potential of that Rolling Thunder forced that pivot over towards this B side. And it just wasn't much that BBL were able to do after the card. That Rolling Thunder. Now Foot, they are slowly but surely picking the momentum back in. BBL, on the other hand, finally going to be calling that timeout.
Yeah, calling that timeout, and if we have a look here, we do see that it's a lot to play for. Double Blade Storm is going to come into play alongside with the Neural Theft as well. Seeker's also available for Lida. It's going to be an explosive round, this one, so good to collect your thoughts here if you're BBL Queen, so you want to hold on to your lead.
A lot of ultimates for them to work with. The Blade Storm, of course, like you pointed out, but also Seeker is available for Lida here. And Lida in particular has been so impressive over the course of the series. On that first map, of course, kind of that clutch player you want nothing to do with, but having shifted over to that Sky, she's been willing to get much, much more scrappy and aggressive in these kind of fights. So it's been very, very fun to watch her. Kills-wise, Vanya is leading that scoreboard. Vanya, of course, as always, one of my favorite players to watch in Game Changers. Really, really clean. And of course, just racking up the kills on that controller rule, something that you don't often see. Smurfette, though, gotta be the one looking for some kills.
Yeah, immediately pops up Blade Storm, dashes in. Just how you like it. Not going to find anything yet, though. It's BBL playing quietly and collected, moving in through mid.
Quiet on the western front, not too much. Philippa hears the shots, but not really wanting to contest quite yet.
Blade Storm coming around the corner with the Blade Storm. But it's not going to be her picking up any kills here. Dati actually picks it up, immediately gets refragged. In return, it's we see BBL running for the hills with the spike. Looping their way around, probably creeping back up through garage here. Oh, through the shadows being committed as well, as we see Vanya has arrived to the scene. But BBL, so calm and collected, pushing in together, get the plant off immediately. Lida still in the corner here. Will take out Vanya from the top side. Gets to retreat and go up there. Ness still up in heaven. Tries to mow down Ava, but it's not going to be enough. Lida against the world. Can she do it, Zach?
We've seen her pull it off before. 1v3s on a sense, but just a little bit too much to ask for here, especially with the position.
Or is it? Raika immediately gets taken out as well, as we're asking ourselves, can she do it? Peeking around the corner, she knows Eva is there. Eva is low, but the timer is not in her favor. She's forced to retreat.
Should at least be able to save this rifle, so a little bit of benefit that Foot carries over to that round, but that timeout from BBL worked out perfectly as they expected, really letting them reset that momentum that Foot had been garnering round after round. Now they're back on that winning page here, and of course this play from mid, right? Smurfette not able to really capitalize on those kills, 1-for-1 trade, but right after that, the regrouping towards garage and the quick hit and the kills coming out of both Vanya and Philippa, really, really enabling them to just sweep onto site and get that spike down. And remember, that was a round where Foot invested almost every single penny of their economy into. They're going to be forced to go into another eco, and this time, there's no Blade Storm either to help them out.
No, it's looking rough here if you're Foot. Now I'm thinking, are we looking at another fake towards B here? Or are they actually going to push up? It looks like they're committing here. BBL going to start pushing in, as we see. Julius with the Marshall in hand, trying to get some work done, but it's Alkia who finds Smurfette first. Everyone up in heaven here. Trying to just gather intel. The plant's already down.
Khalifa, the one to find that crucial first kill, taking Ness down here. Again, a lot of heavy lifting. It's gonna be forced onto Lida's shoulders. Lida at least getting a kill with the Vandal, but that's gonna be that for this particular round. BBL, the economic advantage, the firepower difference, just too much for Foot to contend with. And they're fast and heavy hits. It's just been incredibly difficult for Foot to really set up against, you know? A lot of the rounds that Foot win, it was in a case where BBL were kind of defaulting. They were trying to play patient, and Foot made a very aggressive play that found them a reward. But with BBL kind of taking the initiative here, Foot are just so much on the back foot comparatively. It's been so difficult for them.
On the back foot, haha.
Haha.
What is your answer if you're Foot here? Yeah, you just got it. Good job.
Very nice. I like that.
Well, what is your answer if you're on the back foot here?
I would try to get on the front foot, which means I would try to get a little bit more dynamic like Smurfette is doing right now, already being able to find that opener onto Alkia, still fighting for her life in heaven, gets another.
Yeah, actually gets taken out here by Raika on the sides. We do see from the shadows already being committed here by Vanya, makes her way onto A. Eva there to assist, but the rest of Foot, not really quite sure where they need to go, it seems.
Not ready yet. Cover going out.
They don't know for a fact that Vanya's from the shadows was onto this A site, so until that spike does go down, they aren't going to be sure that this is where that execute is indeed coming. You can see how they're kind of grouped up together, not wanting to give away these free 1v1s and isolated fights. So they're going to try to go in for this 4v3 retake, especially since they do have that neural depth available.
Yeah, Shadow Step immediately gets committed as well to reposition themselves. As we do see now, Lida taking the lead here in the push. Doesn't quite commit the hop yet. Going out now to check the corner. Smoke being committed already, Philippa. Actually already down. Excuse me, it's Dati I'm looking for. But Eva with the bow down into the long. That is going to be devastating for Foot, and that's going to be another round in a pocket for BBL.
9-2, and that was a situation where it seemed like Foot, they had the cards going into this retake. Just the positioning, though, really beautiful flash coming out of Eva there to be able to spray down the players here, and Raika just take care of the entire opposition, and that will be the 9th round coming in for BBL, who look utterly dominant so far. And remember, this is them on attack. Again, like I said, Split is the map that has traditionally been considered extremely defender-sided. So if this is what BBL are doing on their attacking side, I'm kind of terrified to see how the rest of the game is going to go for Foot, especially seeing that Foot are looking so passive comparatively.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, BBL just realized we don't want to go home yet, so, you know, we're going to take this game into our own hands. And that they are definitely doing. And we're seeing a little bit of a split here as well. You see Raika slowly creeping around here through spawn. Alkia. The Trailblazer gets committed, immediately taken out. They know somebody is there now. But Alkia's gonna push forward. Pops that Blaze Storm as she heads up into heaven. It's not going to be finding anyone yet though. Only Smurfette so far on the side, but now maybe Lida gets found. Nobody here in the smoke.
Oh, Alkia has such a good position here to try and go for the wraparound. Now all the way in the spawn of these defenders. In fact, the entire BBL squad is heading for the B side through spawn. They're doing their own defender cosplay.
And here they come, as you do see. Oh my goodness, Alkia doesn't even get a chance as Ness was just ready for this. Neural theft coming in. Cypher is uploading, the Seekers go out as she gets blinded, and that is going to be the end of Nas as well. Double Seeker hitting here. Another kill for Eva. You see Vanya trying to defend here, but FUT, Foot, Smurfette, double kill. Picks up another, that's the third, and that is actually going to be Foot. Closing out this round before too much damage gets done here.
Another 9-3 half.
Switching
Last
sides.
time it was Foot with the 9-3 on Ascent. This time it's BBL saying how the tables have turned, or in better parlance, how the turntables. Now, 3-9. Do you think that Foot can make this comeback and possibly take this 2-0?
I want to say yes. I want to believe.
One enemy remaining.
It's more that I feel like they have to really play together and play a lot off of Dati to make this happen, and it's gonna be hard. No Blade Storm available though this time.
Yeah, pistol round again. RIP, no ultimates for either side quite yet, and it's gonna be the side swap coming in. So BBL, they're gonna be on that defender side. Foot starting off on this assault on B side. Already though, right off the bat, that concussion, it just hits almost everybody, slowing them completely down.
Yeah, leaves them in their tracks. Hawk gets committed. As we see Smurfette doing Smurfette things as she makes her entry onto the site and takes that first blood. Lyda pushes in as well, immediately takes out Philippa. Coming behind. Reika gets spotted out in the tower here.
Through the smoke as well. So much damage being taken. I don't even know. I don't think Eva bought that overgrowth, so there's gonna be no heal really coming in.
No.
Very unfortunate.
It is an unfortunate start here for BBL. There comes the Trailblazer, immediately gets taken out as well. Alkia with the Sheriff in hand, trying to do something here in the garage. Eva pushing up as it's going to be a mow down here. Everybody on the side of BBL falling, and that's going to be Foot taking his pistol round.
Very, very nice out of them as well. Smurfette, of course, always very dependable for that opening kill, but after that, their post-plan positioning was incredibly clean. And of course, just to spam through the smoke, you can't really do that with rifles anymore because you don't have as much ammo, but the pistols, they're still okay, and quite a bit of damage gets done there. And that is why on these pistol rounds, you always buy a heal on your Sky, because it's just so valuable. You cannot understate how good that overgrowth is when you're running a Sky on this particular map, or any map in general. But with that win, it's going to be Foot, who have a bit of an economic advantage, going to be investing almost fully into it. Smurfette in particular has a Vandal, which I'm very intrigued in.
Yeah, early investment. They do want to take this round into their own hands and make a comeback here while they are finding their groove. BBL up in heaven. Looking to see if the action is going to happen here on A side, which it looks like it is. Everyone from Foot pushing towards that now. Slowly but surely. Not quite holding down that long as Smurfette dashes on. Shots get traded, and it's Alkia this time finding that first blood, but it's going to be traded out as Foot just on the top here. Immediately ready with the answer, and that has got to be the difference here in the rifles.
That weapon, significant firepower advantage, of course, bringing Foot out on top. But for a second there, it got very, very dicey. Alkia being able to find not one, but 2 kills, 3 kills with a classic almost. And Vanya doing one of her own. Absolutely bonkers work. 3 players go down for the side of Foot. So it's going to be a bit of an expensive round at the very least. At least they're able to pick that Vandal back up. But this power-up, this bonus round, how much are they going to be really investing? It looks like they're going to be buying up one more Bulldog. But aside from that, they're still playing for the bonus.
Yeah. See Alkia now pushing forward here. Does get spotted. Has to be ready. Nice dash, but it's not going to be enough as she does get taken out here in the 1v2. Still takes one with her. Reika already down as well as the plant is gonna go through.
Spike planted.
Remember, this is Foot's bonus rounds. They started off with 4 Bulldogs and they've already picked up significant upgrades. Now have the numbers advantage in this post plant to boot. Very, very difficult retake for BBL.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also choosing where do you want to come from here. It's still all to play for. A lot of utility in hand of Philippa, but she doesn't even get to commit it as she already gets taken out here. Smurfette ready with the trigger, but Eva had almost had the answer there, as she will also fall in the end.
Almost to 1v4 forever, but it's not gonna be happening. 6-9 right now. Foot slowly but surely regaining ground, especially after that bonus round win. In particular, I like how Julius, after getting those first 2 kills, and that spike goes down, right? She just decides to wrap back around, finds the timing on mid, incredible lurk play coming out of her, and that paranoia as well towards that backside. It just buys enough time for her to really chime in. Unfortunate that Eva wasn't able to do too much more damage, but overall a very, very successful round coming out of Foot there. Very clean execute, and that's going to be BBL pulling out their second timeout, if I'm not wrong. 3 rounds lost in the half so far. Yeah, they haven't been able to make any kind of headway on this defensive half. Foot have just been barging their way in, knocking that door down and saying, this is my side now. I'm going to make the bomb explode. Watch me. And there's been almost no resistance.
Yeah, watch this. Is what Foot says as they completely adapt here to BBL's playstyle. Same sort of aggression coming out now, and it's again like it looks like one team is pulling out an aggressive stance and the other just doesn't quite have the answer ready here, Zach.
Yeah, so many of those rounds on defense, for example, you saw Smurfit try to make a venture out. In fact, the rounds that Foot did win, the 3 rounds that they win, 2 of them had Smurfit getting that first blood and that first kill. So it's something that really worked for them. BBL, usually you see them getting a little bit more proactive about the game, but they have been on the quieter side today. Maybe they're just reeling from that loss yesterday against G2 Gozen. But either way, they gotta buck up big time here.
Which they will. Shockwave immediately gets committed. It's quite a few members, but they're still pushing forward. Beautiful headshot from Smurfette. Doing what she does best. Pick up that first blood and dash straight onto the side. This time again, almost dashes. Alkia dashes out of that kill, but in the end does get taken out. 3 to 5 here. How are they gonna do it?
Not the best weaponry either for the side of BBL, unfortunately, although Eva is at least able to catch Julius off with that beautiful paranoia from their teammate. Raika picks up the upgrade, gets a kill off the back of it, and suddenly things look much more manageable until, of course, Ness and Lyda strike back.
Yeah. That upgrade didn't matter too much. Vanya against the world. We've seen her done some nutty plays on the Omen before, but it's not going to be enough this time with just a pistol in hand.
7-9. It looked really bad in the beginning here, Joy, but now they are slowly but surely closing the gap here. 2 rounds away from equalizing, and I believe 6 rounds away from kicking BBL out of this series too. So a lot at stake for BBL. The timeout not really working the results expected. Of course, it was eco round, and now they have those ultimates to work with. In particular, that operator on Alkia and the Seekers from Eva might be what they need to bounce back into this full-handed. Of course, though, if it goes otherwise, we're looking at a full-on equalizer.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to find out now, as we do have a double Blade Storm to commit here as well. Cypher Cage already trapped here.
It's just so confusing with all the smokes in heaven and the cages on site.
It's so much going out here. All the util gets traded back and forth, but it is Foot who takes the first blood, but Philippa in the corner takes 3 out, and Ness has got a little bit of an answer here, as we do see Smurfette pushing it onto Philippa, finally taking her out. And that is going to be planned going down here onto A side, but there is Alkia still up in heaven with that operator in hand. Probably is going to want to hang on to that one, so has to be a little bit careful.
1v2 situation, still very winnable, especially if Foot make any mistakes. However, look who's remaining. It's Ness and Smurfette. These are the 2 players that have years of experience playing together. They can have that kind of chemistry to work together to make this work out. Spike in the corner, no time ticking, and Alkia has to isolate these fights, but they're not even peeking her at this point.
They're not, but they're going to anytime now. Smurfette and Ness both at the same time around the corner. And that's going to be Foot closing around, and that's got to be heartbreaking here for BBL.
They got so close, and they had invested so much, right? In particular, that operator from Alkia just found no value here. What's worse is that BBL on site, Philippa goes so big to find those 3 kills, but Ness is just very quick to bounce back, gets that neural theft online, puts it down, and after that, it was just played to perfection by these 2 players. Knowing that Alkia has to try and defuse a spike, goes for the double swing and peek, and flawlessly wins that round out. Once again, the economy for BBL, it's going to be in a very dire spot.
Yeah. A lot of ultimates online, though. We now have the Rolling Thunder as well as the Neural Theft. Bladestorm on each side to play for. So maybe off of the back of that Rolling Thunder they can get something done, but it's just looking so tricky here, Zach.
Indeed gonna be the case. BBL's aggression has been discovered. Foot have smoked out that heavy mid presence, and they're slowly but surely backing away. They want nothing to do with this part, and it's completely understandable. Now, through that sewers area, 3 players for BBL on the flank here. The Seekers, though, will discover them in time and gives the game away, quite literally.
Yeah, so now what do you do?
B seems to be the call here. A very quick pivotal rotation coming out of Foot, and their gamble, their read is correct. B side is completely open for business. Spike itself has made its way to the corner, will go down, and already you can see CT control being taken by Smurfette.
Yeah, oh, Philippa. Clean headshot coming out here. But it's going to be taken out as Smurfette picks up 2 nice kills for herself here. Enemies getting revealed. But will they be in time? Neural Theft has the answer. Alkia tries with the Bladestorm, but it's not going to be enough. She's going to go out swinging here.
Cage triggered.
Sedusi Raika trying to make her way here. Doesn't beat the corner! And that's going to be it.
6 rounds in a row. Foot look unstoppable in this attacking side, and BBL so far, they have not found a way to deal with this kind of menace that they're providing. Smurfette, of course, incredible at finding these openings, but again, just that change of pace, the change of way that footballers were playing, they tended to go for those fast and heavy hits, and switching that pace up to these slower defaults. BBL, they ventured, they tried to get that aggression in, and they lost. And based on that information that they garner, Foot, they make the perfect call to go towards that B side and almost flawlessly win the round right after. Now BBL, they have a buy again. They have that Rolling Thunder, but so do Foot.
Yeah. So the question now is, who's gonna use it first?
Here.
Alkia giving away her position here a little bit. Has to dash backwards. Just to wait for the response. Oh, Julius takes a little peek. Doesn't get punished for it, though. Vanya up in heaven. Holding there. Really nice concuss. Hitting multiple players here. Vanya still on heaven here. There's the Rolling Thunder. Finally gets committed here. And in the chaos, everyone pushes forward, and it's Vanya that is still standing. Still in that corner as Alkia picks up 2 kills here. There's Eva going down to Lida. But Vanya holding strong in her corner picks up 2 kills. Spike is down. Julius against the world is not going to connect anything here. BBL holding on. Not going home.
Regaining the lead indeed, 10-9, and of course Vanya, the immovable object towards heaven, playing around her own smokes, being able to just hold down that position and the spike. Really, really clean impacts coming out of both Vanya and Alkia over the course of this round. Vanya in particular, the IGL, the controller, the server demon, all of those titles fall onto her shoulders, and she carries that weight with pride. Now BBL, they take the lead once again, like we mentioned, 10-9. Economy's still going to be there for both of these teams, but BBL, at least a little bit more of a breather that they have.
Yeah, knowing that they can still find some wins here. I mean, Smurfette just going straight forward again, dashes onto that A side. They're trying to push up here. A lot of shooting coming out from everywhere. Lance going down in the corners. Trapwire gets activated. First blood, though, is Raika. Sedusi Vanya in her steady corners once again. Paranoia coming out. But Alkia comes around the corner, picks up 2. Does not get shut down here in return. And that is going to be BBL. Coming in strong here. Oh my god, it's just Alkia doing so much work here.
It's the Alkia show.
Oh my goodness, she's just like, jump on my back. We're still in this.
11-9 indeed, off the back of Alkia's 4K. Very, very precise shooting, and at some point she was like 2 HP or something, but Eva's just like, you keep peeking, Alkia, don't worry, I'll heal you up. Really, really clean shots coming out of her. Yeah, I got you. But also, just the fact that BBL, they're just more responsive. They don't lose a player right off the bat, so they're much more better positioned for this retake. And the fact is, they swing back into the retake almost before the spike goes down, and at the same time, in fact. So it's gonna mean that Foot, they're not really in their post-plant positioning, which is something that they've excelled at. Now 9-11 here, Foot calling their own timeout, their second timeout as well, to ensure that this map doesn't possibly slip to a map 3, because they can taste that victory. This is a team that has, for the last 3 times that they faced BBL, lost horribly. It's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and now they have a chance to get their revenge, to reverse that fate back onto BBL, and they just don't want to let it go without too much of a fight.
Absolutely not. I mean, this is an elimination match. Let's not forget about that. The stakes are high here, and it's a lot to play for. We've got a double blade storm in play once again. Economy not looking too bad for Foot either. But let's see what they do. So we head into round 20 here on Split.
Still economy there for both of these teams, so at least that's not going to be a point of contention, although it seems like for Foot side at least, it's kind of on its last leg. BBL looking a bit more proactive on this defender side, taking some pot shots from ramps, but decided though it's going to be taken.
Yeah. And not much contesting yet either. I mean, everyone just taking their time. As we do see Eva on the corner side, just has that mowing down, takes 2 out. Spike has gone down, but now Eva just pushing up so confidently, immediately gets punished on that. Alkia had her back though. Gets mowed down in return. Smurfette. Oh my, Vanya. And that is going to be... that is just going to be BBL once again. Cleaning up Foot and taking this to match point.
Huge, huge play coming out of Eva there to not only get 2 kills from Heaven, but also tag up this third player. Like you talked about, right? The patience coming out of BBL. This time around, it was way more calculated. Eva just expecting this Heaven's play to come in, expecting Foot to try to take advantage of the silence and punishing them brutally for it. Alkia quick on the trade, quick on the trigger, and while you do see Smurfette at least finding that first one, it's just a little bit too much for even her to chew off of at that point. The 2v4 gotta just turn into a 0v4 within 2 seconds of it happening. Now BBL 1 round away from pushing this to a map number 3, and they have all the tools to do it with.
Yeah, so much ults available up in play. Smurfette's gotta do some Smurfette things, I think, if we want to hang on to this map.
Already early Heaven control being taken by Foot. Still gonna be 1 player on site though, hiding.
Yeah, Raika still hiding actually. Finding that reveal, but does get taken out here. It's a refrag. Alkia down early. Looking good here for FUT, but Vanya just so deadly on this Omen. Plant has gone through. But can they hold on to it is the question. No. No, they cannot. And that is going to be BBL. Making this a 1-1 as we head into our deciding map.
And our decider is none other than Bide, if I'm not wrong. So that's gonna be a 13-8 on that first one for Foot and 13-9 for BBL on the second. So yeah, we got map 3 coming up. Very, very excited. This music is making me want to jump around as well. And BBL, they say that we might be down, but we're not out quite yet. A little bit of a troublesome start on their defensive side, but hey, they got it together in the end.
That they did. I mean, troublesome start, but man, they swung it around with their own aggression, and I cannot wait for map number 3.
Definitely, both of these teams, they're here to play it out, and I like that second timeout coming out of Foot to try and recover. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them, but still, both of these teams are taking these incredibly impactful timeouts here. Just after the timeout, their playstyle just seems to be so much more dynamic. They make the right call, so kudos to the players and the coaches for figuring that particular part out. In this map in particular, what I'd like to highlight is how, despite that early start, Foot were able to just swing back in with full confidence on their attacking side, and how it took BBL about 6 rounds to figure out their play, but once they did, right, they called the timeout, they told them, look, this is what you you guys need to do. This is what you guys need to do, and this is what I need to do. And of course, in particular, huge shout outs to both Vanya and Alkia in that second half for just being that first point of contact. And of course, Vanya for just being this menacing omen that really gives the word nightmare its meaning, at least for the split squad.
Absolutely. I mean, as you said, for me it was the point on B where she just held down her position, covering the spike, but just covering everyone on her team there. Just fantastic play.
Map number 3 though, it's gonna be Bind, and it's never gotten to that point between these two teams so far. It's always been BBL finding that 2-0. So Foot, they've been looking incredible today. A lot of that, of course, like we talked about, can be attributed to that their new signings here. Smurfette, just such an effective duelist, one of the best in Game Changers EMEA and around the world, I gotta say. She's been really giving this team a lot of a firepower upgrade along with Ness, but will that be enough to take them over the line and finally let them triumph over BBL? Because that's what I am thinking about. It's a lot. They've done more than they ever have, but will they be able to do that last step on map number 3 and close it out? Before that though, we're going to be taking a bit of a short break, so we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know. 'Cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the
BBL Queens hold on for just a little longer, winning their opponent's map big split 13-9. Now, this felt like it was gonna go very much one way at the start. We had a 9-3 half from the side of BBL Queens, and Budfoot did manage to get a couple of rounds back. However, it does mean we're going to the final map.
Yeah, it was almost a 9-3 curse trying to come back for Foot, but unfortunately it was caught short at a later stage. But yeah, a pretty good start for BBL on their own attack in half, where they indeed finished 9-3. I feel like the score lines on the team are pretty even, 3 players on around the same amount of kills, so really stepping up and carrying the weight of their own team there.
Yeah, before we headed into this game, Billy, you specifically said that you wanted to see how BBL Queens is going to have an answer to the aggression that we've seen from Smurfette onto that first map ascent. Are you satisfied with what you've seen?
Well,
yes,
I
can say I am satisfied with it. Yeah, I definitely think that they were isolating players when they needed to, and yeah, it's ultimately just the sort of fight back approach that they had in this map.
Yeah, it was that fight fire with fire response that I feel like was coming out on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, something that we've really noticed was the side of Foot female struggling on the defensive side of things. Round 7 specifically, such a great example of even when they tried very hard to make it work out in their favor, still not every piece of the puzzle fell into place.
Yeah, round 7. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
On you go, Anne. Sorry, apologies.
Well, round 7 was a plan from BBL, and I feel like, you know, Vanya tried to use her ult right after as well, but she got shot in the progress there. I feel like what BBL did really well was set themselves up for trades, but in this round, it was just so chaotic as well. Like, the way it came down to that final gunfight and Smurfette winning out the 1v1 didn't really allow for BBL to set themselves up with trades. We saw really explosive gameplay where they were on side, really deep onto the side on their own attack in half as well. But this round was just a little chaotic and then eventually didn't go the way of BBL Queens.
Yeah, it feels like BBL Queens, for every single action that Female was throwing at them, they had a reaction, they were ready for it, Billy, and they continuously were surprising us with what they're able to bring to the table. Much more so on the attacking side though from BBL, because when we did swap to the defensive side for BBL, it also felt like they struggled a little bit to shut down Foot Female.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we've just said, like, Foot kind of had like sort of messy retakes, kind of making more individual mistakes rather than team mistakes almost, and really just struggling to find out how to assist each other and take those fights together at the same time.
Yeah, but when we're looking as well at round 18, which is on the other side for Foot Female, when they were on the attacking side, it felt much more cohesive. It felt like after that timeout specifically, they just found that magical formula to make it work again.
Yeah, it was even before this round, right? The double swings really making sure that they've got their teamwork set up. But before, in this round, in round 18, you see a half lurk sitting up at A, a half lurk sitting up at B, just trying to see where these defenders are, trying to see where they can get an opening. Most of the defenders are actually around mid as well, and there'll be a very funny thing commencing after this. So they feel like they've got an entry onto A, they're allowed entry on that side, whilst the flank from BBL Queens is happening. But because of that, and the fact that they know or see something is going on at A, allows the other players free entry on the side of B. And whilst that is going on, the players on A will rotate through ropes all the way back to A. Look at how fast they take side control as well. Datsy's already planting on site. Smurfette is almost into CT, really taking that control and forcing the defenders to stay back and make it difficult for them to rotate.
Absolutely. I think round 18 is just a great example of Foot being able to read the game, make the right decisions, have the right reactions. The mid-round calls were there and sort of keeping them in the map, which is what allowed it to get this close. Unfortunately, not enough in the end, but I think, yeah, this is just a great example of how their post plants is how they should have been playing their retake when they're on defense. You know, having that teamwork, communication, and then that sort of coordination and taking that space. And the double peaks and swinging off one another also. There was one round where I think we all just like jumped in the actual green and like, oh wow, what a peak from them. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, especially from the side of both of these teams, we've seen a lot of great rounds, a lot of glimpses of what they're capable of, and a lot of players as well being able to step up to the plate and secure some of these very crucial rounds for their teams. One of them being Vania specifically. She had an absolute banger of a game, Anne.
Yeah, she had a great start of the game as well. I think she was 6-1 or 6-2 at some point in the beginning, and I feel what they did really well was shutting down Smurfette, the main character of the previous map, right? And that was what they were doing really well, ending the game with a 279 ACS, 22 kills to her name. Very, very impressive. Not necessarily getting so active on the entry engagements, but really being a stable factor for her team.
Yeah, stability is really what both of these teams need, as well as being able to adapt on the fly, which what we saw was maybe a little bit better when it came to the attacking side for both of these teams. But that is now split as well as Ascent done and dusted. Each one of these teams have won their opponent's map pick, which means we need to be heading into the decider, and that is going to be Bind. Now, Bind specifically, when we were looking at this map, Billy, we said that there are a couple of question marks in terms of the comfortability of these teams on the map and how they're looking to use their comps, execute, and just make it work and able to be able to push this and stay in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams have played this map in groups, both actually against the A team, BBL taking it 13-4, and Foot actually losing this map to the A team 10-13. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these sort of agent compositions come out and what they're going to kind of do to come up against one another.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about the fact that they, obviously BBL won it against the A team and Foot lost it against the A team, they've only played it once, both during this group stage, so there is a lot of room for freedom or a lot of room for improvement. But indeed, their agent compositions of that past game were very, very curious, so I'm played it if we see similar ones.
Alright, well, I guess we're gonna have answers to your question because the agent select is ready indeed, and we're gonna have a little bit of a sneak peek at what we can be expecting both of these teams to be playing out on the server. It's also really interesting and important to point out here, though, that so far BBL has only really lost a G2, so this could be them losing out on Game Changers the earliest we've ever seen them do. And when we look at the compositions, this is pretty standard from what we'd expecting both teams to be kind of whipping up.
I'm looking at the side of BBL. Sorry.
No, I'll go down on you.
I'm looking at the side of BBL, and I feel like the only change they really made was change out the Gecko and bring in the Reach. Apart from that, it looks very, very similar. A double controller, double initiator setup is what they brought out initially. And then, of course, your duelist in the race. I feel like this will help them too with traveling further or greater distance just by Alkia herself.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the sort of Raze and Jet come up against one another to see who comes out on top with that. And also, no Sentinel on the side of BBL Queens, which I suppose is not exactly a surprise now, considering how people play Bind. So yeah, I wonder how that will change the sort of play style and again, the speed and the tempo at which both these teams are looking to execute onto sites.
Yep, absolutely. This is genuinely going to be the last chance for both of these teams to secure themselves a spot and to stay in this lower bracket. We're going to be heading on to Bind, the decider between BBL Queens and Foot Female with Joy K and Zach.
Thank you, Janiro. Yes, we are back. And we are back for our final game of this match. Jesus, Bind. We're gonna see double controller comp coming out. Zach, what are your thoughts heading into this one?
I mean, firstly, I'm very, very interested to see that Sage pick coming out of the side of Foot. Of course, it's kind of similar to what they've done in the past, so I'm very interested to see how that extended defensive capability is going to match up against that double controller comp that you did talk about. Of course, on this particular map, Viper tends to be more of a pseudo sentinel than an actual controller, considering how much, stalling pressure that she really exerts with her walls and the cycle of smokes that you can really run through along with your secondary controllers. So very, very good for defense, in my opinion. But also, considering that so far both of these teams, especially on split, they were really, really good on their attacking side, but on defense, both of them just seem to falter a little bit. I think that heading into Bind, it's going to come down to which team overall is better at defending, because both of these maps so far, it came down to that. Whichever team could defend a bit better, they were able to walk away with the win. And I think that is what will finally decide the victor of this Turkish derby.
We got to bring it back one more time. The derby. But we're gonna see that derby. We're gonna see BBL starting out on that defender side. So we will see. We will see.
We will see indeed. And again, for Foot, like we talked about, a little bit more stalling potential. They have that double controller comp, but also that Sage to work with. For BBL though, I think that duelist difference might be a huge factor here, because Alkia just has so much more powerful utility to try and clear a lot of these pesky corners with.
Yeah, exactly. That's really where the race comes in so powerfully, right? Smurfette hanging on to her jet. She's been doing a lot of work on it, and immediately she just picks up first blood. As I'm speaking about it, they're hammering down here through the teleporter. But not a lot to be had here. They just trade out Lida here.
That was such a nice wall to come out of Nest to just block off that teleporter. It got them so much time on the rotation. They spot two players in Cougar, hear the TP sounds, and they know that A is free. Very, very dynamic, quick rotation coming out, and they get the spike down for no trouble at all. And BBL, it's a complete 4-on-4 retake from scratch.
Yeah, and here they come, making their way up here. Alkia through the tower. Takes out Ness, actually, but there is somebody coming up here through the side. Smurfette still in the corner there, but doesn't have the trigger timing right to take out Raika, and Raika in return then picks up 2 kills. Julius trades herself here, but it's going to be a defuse coming through, and that's BBL taking round number 1.
They take that pistol all right, and Foot, even though it seemed like they had quite a bit going for them, they just could not set up for a good enough post plan. You saw how excellent BBL were at really isolating these fights. Perfect going down. In fact, Raika finding both of those kills without a single trade coming in. It kind of just fell apart for Foot after that. Now, despite getting that plant, Foot, they're just going to be investing in these couple of marshals. Or, well, one marshal on Smurfette. That's honestly all she needs. We've seen some of the shots she hit on a sense with that particular weapon. But BBL, they're putting everything they have, 4 Spectres and a Bulldog into this particular round.
I mean, why not? We've seen how you can steamroll a lead here. Seems that I want to push forward here through showers. Please, Ness. Slowly but surely creeping forward here. Spike on hand. Everybody's set up here on A short. Not gonna spot Vanya. Oh. Smoke coming out, and what a shot here from Ness! Immediately takes Vanya out as she launches that smoke.
Very, very nice timing, and a huge kill to boot, because that takes out that cycle of smokes that we were talking about before the game started, out of this equation for this round at least. Still going to be patience coming out of Foot, looking for a little bit more before they commit, but they definitely want to go towards this A site.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Lida still making her way around the corner here. As well. Oh, clean shot. Ouch. Taken out immediately though here by Alkia on the corner.
Here. 30 seconds left.
Clock.
Slowly crept up on. How much answer does she have if there's going to be a lot of people creeping up on her here? And Ness will check that corner. But does get traded out here before Alkia finally falls after taking 2 kills. That is going to be the plan coming through here.
Planted.
From Dati. As we see BBL's remaining members rushing here onto that site. No smokes left to play for. 1 Hawk.
Oh, the reposition, that's just beautiful. Already you can see a player going towards showers instead, and they've also picked up that additional bit of a Spectre, so it's definitely a lot to work with. Smurfette forced to fall back here, but the clock is still running down.
Oh, Eva does find a kill though before she goes down. It's a 1v1 here, Smurfette versus Raika. It's Smurfette that comes out on top. That's going to be thrifty.
I like how Dati just played for the time. She was like, you can't defuse if you're chasing me down, and a little bit of unfortunate charts coming out of Raika, but you can't always hit everything, I believe. So very, very interesting round to be coming out of Foot. They win that, and they win that without too much significant investment either, so definitely a W for them. That's gonna put BBL not in a very good spot when it comes to the economy. They did invest quite a bit, like we talked about, and that's the problem with these kind of anti-eco rounds. You have to win them if you invest that much money into them.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like I'm just wondering to myself what really went wrong here for BBL. Maybe just too split as they try to retake A, but not really quite sure.
Well, now Alkia looking to get a little bit aggressive. Does get spotted out, caught by the pull and the molly, but will be able to jump away with just enough time before being mowed down. Rotation coming out of Foot here. They made some pressure on that A side. It's been their dynamic so far to just make that pressure and then hit it immediately. We're finally going to be seeing that rotation play coming in though. And it seems like BBL, they have the read though, because look at that counter rotation coming in. Already 3 players on this particular side stacked up.
Yeah, exactly. Raika holding down the hookah here, but I mean, they're making their way on, but Vanya already under a lot of pressure here. It's taking a lot of damage. Beautiful shot coming out here from Julius. Vanya in the end manages to take another trade. Comes out on top as well.
30 seconds left.
Now the spike
immediately getting used. Yeah, they're getting out of there. Dati's moving towards A.
Look at Smurfette's position. Look at Smurfette's position. She's all the way in their spawn. What?
Yeah.
Spike planted.
What's the plan is the question, right?
I think that...
They're moving in. Coming in for showers. 3-man strong. Dati on the side. Smurfette hasn't moved yet. Going to make her way now. Try and deny that defuse. Anya wants to start it up. It's quite started yet. Actually takes out Dati in return, and that's great, but Julius has the answer. And that is going to be actually a team ace here on Julius. Very, very well done here.
4 kills on the round indeed. Catching out that lurk on Alkia is one thing, but just the positioning and the shots coming out from her towards that end game, incredible. Some good decision making coming out of BBL as well, in particular the call to take the teleporter into sewers.
Yeah.
But at the end, right, Julius, just that reposition on top of the box, giving her that elevated angle to just peek in and find that final kill. Really nice work coming out of Foot. The only thing is that was BBL's kind of freebie eco round that they were willing to give up. Now they're finally going to have their full buy. And look at their ultimates. They're just stacking up here. 2 off that Showstopper, a couple off the Seekers as well. A couple off of Vanya's Orbital Strike. There's just so much. Exactly.
It's a lot to play for. I mean, afterwards, this round is going to be, like, next round is going to be devastating if they get everything rolling here. I do want to mention it was a really nice combo. Try and go for that gravity well with the snake bite. Alkia actually living out that one, but that would have been a very cool kill to get, obviously. So good try.
I like how they just back away, nothing to do with that. Now, you're trying to use the smokes to their advantage to take a little bit of space. Raika forced to fall back here and concede this territory. There's that aftershock to isolate this player, though, and Lyda in a very, very dangerous position right now.
Has to be careful, tries to hold her own, but Raika knew where she was, takes that kill any day.
With that lack of trade, it's very clear that Foot's, they're opting to go for this B side instead.
30 seconds left.
Yes, they're making their way. Vanya holding it down here. Oh! Dati doesn't check the corner. The Vanya's in. Does get traded out here, but damn. Explosive round, this one. But it's gonna go, it's gonna go into the pocket of BBL.
Very nicely played by them as well. Strong defense, extremely patient, of course. I love that utility combination that was being run on that A side to just trap and take out Lyda, I believe, on the Viper. Caught between her own smoke, the mollies, and the aftershock. Just nowhere for her to really run. And she was kind of that lurk player, the player that was creating pressure on that A side. They needed her there, and with her going down and BBL realizing that B is where that hit is coming, they're able to just quickly rotate over.
Oof. Aftershock coming out straight away again. And they're just opening fire here. Pushing all in on A side. But Felipa shows her face and Smurfette just mows her down. Gets taken out in the process, but... Plant already done here on the A side. It's gonna be a tricky retake here.
Emma on just 5 HP, no heal really available, and it's gonna be the orbital strike forced out of Vanya to try and gain a little bit more space. However, these players from the foot, they just go into that heaven area of the map, they take control of that particular one, and the diffuse, it just seems so difficult to even touch at this instant.
Yeah, exactly, and Dati is just right around the corner to immediately clean up. Very well played once again by Foot. Patient discipline. You mentioned it before, the post-planting. It's looking really, really strong for them right now.
Very much so, and they managed to get so much out of BBL in that particular round. In particular, that orbital strike, kind of the ace of the hole that Vanya had. She was forced to use it to try and push these players back, but they go forward instead. Vanya did not expect that at all. To find both of them towards that heaven side of the map instead. And with that plant being as open as it was just impossible for BBL to really regain that ground. Now, BBL economically on the back foot. They have that showstopper on Alki as well as the judge, but aside from that, just sheriffs across the board.
Yeah, and I mean, on the other hand, we do have Nessus Resurrection in play now, and that can just be so impactful. Smoke coming out here on the orb. Dati committing the Trailblazer here doesn't find anything. So see Smurfette making an entrance onto B. You can hear the teleporter.
BBL coming in all heavy on this B side. Wall gonna be put out by Nestor Tuka to block them off. But that first fight, it's gonna be won by Eva. And she has the spike. That's a spike!
Oh, that is a spike indeed. And she is literally on 5 HP. Oh, yeah. Alki already being down is not really boding well, though.
Oh my god.
Poor BBL, but I mean, there's still a player deficit here on the side of Foot as they tried to push forward into that Viper utility, and it's just so incredibly rough with all the smokes. The Seekers coming out. They find Vanya, though. Raika with that judge was so prepared, but Smurfette just too clean. Just too clean.
Spike down B.
Incredible round coming out of Nest. BBL, that was not a round where they were planning to use those ultimates, but they saw the opportunity and they tried to take it. They put down that Cosmic Divide, used that Viper Spit to try and deny it, but Smurfette just dashing in, finds those 2 crucial kills and brings it down to a 1v1. Philippa tries to get the shot, but no bullets left in that Sheriff, and it will be Nest to walk away with it. A round that, honestly, it seemed like Foot had no business winning. And BBL, they had the cards, they had the spike. They literally had the spike in that Viper's Pit. But Foot, they decide that the best protocol is just kill their enemies. And hey, it works out perfectly fine.
Yeah. Can't win if you're dead, you know? And playing an interesting strat right now. Not picking up the spike. Just yet. Not going to take it anywhere. Smurfette willing as always to take a trade, but this time doesn't come out on top. Ends up falling first. See Lyda pushing up through showers here. Little lonely. We do see now The rest of Foot making their way towards A as well, but Alkia does not allow a peek like that. Will immediately punish that. Has that showstopper now as well, actually.
Yeah, she's had it for a few rounds, hasn't really felt the need to use it too much. Honestly, if she had still been alive that last round, there might have been a very, very different ending towards that last side. But now at least BBL, they still have that numbers game. They're playing for that particular one. 30 seconds left, and the Rolling Thunder invested by Philippa to push back this attack. And it is working great, especially with that wall blocking off Teleporter. They have to commit for the safe site.
They're gonna have to. Pain Shells going out. Not really connecting onto too much, but there's a showstopper! Gets committed, takes out Ness, but Ness had the trigger ready, gets a kill in return.
Spike planted.
And now they're gonna have to peek here. Dati.
One enemy remaining.
Quick to get another kill and trade herself out, but now it's a 1v1. Vanya versus Julius. And they're just going to let it.
Oh, the read from Vanya, so smart.
Yeah. Knows exactly what is coming here. Oh, but Julius just manages to get in there. Coming out on top. Winning this round here for Foot.
5-2, and honestly, Julius did so much in that particular round, protecting her teammate. Well, she got that spike down. Really, really clean play coming out of her, but more than that, right, BBL, they got so hasty in this round. I can understand the showstopper, but in that 3v2, giving the side of Foot an isolated 1v1 or even a 2v1 just wasn't the call here. And of course, towards this end, the masterclass by Julius as to how exactly buy time. Vanya, of course, not 100% sure where this player is coming from, not able to really win out that duel. And off the back of that, it's going to be Foot taking that 5th round. Now, BBL have to go in for a timeout here. Again, they run the risk of letting this turn into an ascent where it was a 9-3 half for Foot. They can't let Foot run away with the momentum as much, so they're going to try to pause here, figure out what exactly they can do better. And the answer to that, it simply just seems to be early information, because so far BBL, they're playing kind of far back. They do have these set executes to try and get them a little bit of pressure, especially towards that A short area. But in general, they have been looking very, very reactive. And especially when you're trying to work on your solo plays and factor in that reactivity, it's not been working out for them super well.
No, and as you said, it's like as you said earlier, like the read from Vanya, it seemed that she had it though, right? Like she turned towards showers, kind of expecting like, oh, maybe she's looping around and coming back. Which was a little bit of a shame. We're gonna see what BBL is going to change up here. Really stacking together, just leaving Eva by herself to hold down B. Smurfette slowly peeking every corner. Eva jumping up into that hookah. And this should definitely give away that they are here and they're ready to enter.
Yeah, that
no
gavel
enemies
stack.
in sight.
The gavel stack, unfortunately, not quite paying off for BBL as Execute comes towards this B side instead. Very quiet until that last second. And Eva, she hears all of this, but has to wait for the rest of the team, because otherwise the retake just isn't going to work out.
No, they're definitely going to need her. Smoke's going out here from the Brimstone. And that means that BBL mounting up for the retake here, as we're gonna see. Big days coming out. Comes the shockwave. But Dati just coming in with 3 kills. Smurfette is there to assist. That is going to be all of the members. Except Alkia. Alkia, surely she's not going to try to commit for this. Does get a kill. Is going to fall to the spike.
Well, at least it's not a complete loss for BBL. They do lose the rounds, but at least they manage to do some damage on their way out. The problem is that It's not much damage, and at this point, footballers, they have a very, very comfortable economy heading into the next couple of rounds. Huge plays, of course, from Dati towards his backside. If you peek a player like Dati 1-by-1, odds are that she's gonna win every single duel, especially against that lesser weaponry. Finally getting shut down by Alkia, but the damage is just a little bit too much, and Foot, they are slowly but surely extending their lead here. This looks like it might be a little bit of a repeat of that Ascent map, and remember what we said, Joy. The team that ends up doing better on defense, they might be the ones to win it, and so far BBL, they have not been having a good time at all.
No, they haven't. It is looking a little bit like we're having a bit of a deja vu over here, but a lot of Viper utility being committed already here. Smurfette making her way onto A. Slowly creeping on. But Viper Spit being committed here as well. I'm just curious what BBL's approach is going to be here.
Oh my god.
Wallbang. Eva picks up one. Vanya another. But Lyda here in the Viper pit. Getting that advantage as it takes down two. Still have the resurrection in play from Ness as well. Ness on her way actually to A side. Still not arrived.
Oh, really, really nice pull there.
Yeah, really nice to try and delay that diffuse, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to be diffuse coming down here. BBL. Maybe we caster curse him now, in fact. Well, or like caster bless, I guess.
For BBL, yeah, we certainly
got this
buffed them.
defender round.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna take credit for that particular one. I think that one just goes to Eva, in particular her play where she just walks around in that Viper's pit to surround Lyda and finally take her out. I think that was the round-winning condition, because if that Viper's pit had stayed up and Lyda stayed alive, Foot would have found it almost impossible, but just Eva's advanced positioning there to be able to smoke her out, quite literally, kind of won them the round. And BBL, they look to be in much, much better shape. They have that orbital strike once again for Vanya as well. And Foot, they've gone back to their A-taking tactics. In fact, Smurfette's on the hunt here.
Definitely showing up aggressive. Looking to take A. Plant going down here with the barrier already committed, but actually gets denied here by the orbital strike committed by Vanya. Has now crept up here from behind. Alkia gets taken out in the end though. Smurfette still good for another one, but everyone is just trading their lives back and forth. So now we see Dati making their way here to B side, trying to get that plant in.
2v2. Now, Foot, they don't really have any ultimates to try and deal with this. In fact, neither side does, so it's just going to come down to that gunplay. However, if Julius gets a kill, she's going to have that Cosmic Divide to work with, making things even more difficult. You also do see the utility on the spike here. Julius has been incredible at playing out this post-plant with that delay, so just so much for BBL to work with the time ticking as far as it has.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
Well gets executed. Julius just popping off this match. It's been a crazy map for her so far, and she manages to take 2 kills. Again, she closes out around here for Foot.
I'm really glad that you brought it up. Incredible day for Julius, but in particular, like you mentioned, this map, she's just so dynamic on that Astra, setting up those smokes for crossing, and more than that, when post-plant comes into play, usually expect that Viper or your Brimstone to be playing for the lineups, but no, it's just Julius. She's just incredible at repositioning, at putting down those gravity belts, and in general, being an absolute menace that BBL, once that spike goes down, they just struggle against.
Yeah, it's just like they can't seem to catch her. Can't seem to catch her now. They're again pushing up for that B. Go for that B long. Nobody really holding that quarter down yet. But Smurfette gets concussed. Still picks up first blood here. Maybe a bit hasty. Gets traded out here. Here comes the resurrect. Smurfette still in play. Nicely done by Ness.
I really like how Ness, the first order of business was to put down the wall, heal their teammates so they could tank down those pain chills, and finally pick up the res. Just incredible stage work, exactly what you want out of your team's Sage. And that's the thing, right? Ness is a very, very multi-dimensional player. We've seen her on those previous maps in that Sentinel role. In particular, I really like her Killjoy, but her Cypher is incredible as well. Now that that first blood has been found, you do see some advanced positioning being taken by Raika in particular. And this wall, it's providing all the cover. Exactly. She doesn't know they crossed either. It's just, I don't know about you, you don't know about me kind of thing.
30 seconds left.
You're just playing hide and seek here. Trying to get some intel, but that's again, like, that's the risk when you're with the comp you're running here. It's like gathering intel's hard, but Raika playing so patiently around the back here. Takes out Lida with a clean headshot.
That's gonna be one of your smokers down. Huge kill there. And on site, you do see
Vanya,
Dati
we
trying
just
to
about
fight.
missed it, but Dati also going down here. Ness finds another kill in return, but now Smurfette in the corner. A little bit stuck between a rock and a hard place.
She's sticking it.
Oh!
She's just sticking it. No way!
She is, no way! They do manage to do it through the smoke, and that is going to be good.
I have seen too many Prozone fake moments where somebody just sticks the spike. For a second, I thought BBL were gonna be able to pull it off, but just the presence of mind from Ness to push in, and of course Philippa getting that spray as well. Sorry, Julius getting that spray as well. Incredible work coming out, but it was so close. I was willing to bet that the defusal would come through. It was less than a second. I wish you could see that timer.
It was.
Absolutely bonkers. What? What?
Get out of my way!
Alright. Blade Storm committed. Smurfette not quite ready to peek that corner yet, even though she has the Blade Storm. Oof. Alkia, operator in hand, tries to go for something here. Not quite connecting the shots. But now they know she's there. Has to be respected though. Not a lot going on. Everybody playing extremely patient, knowing what's on the line here.
Seems like that execute is finally coming in off the back of those Seekers. Smurfette finding that first blood in showers.
Finding a first blood. That Seeker gets destroyed though. Dati planting as the Cosmic Divide already gets committed as well.
Numbers advantage in favor of Foot still. For the retake BBL, they don't really have any of those crucial ults that you want, although Alkia only one off of that showstopper. If she can get it online, it might change the pace of the round here.
Absolutely. But then she still needs to do that. So we see Ness now going down as well. Smurfette picks up a third. Alkia, the operator, manages to get a kill here. But that is going to be, again, clean house.
Third and again, half that we're seeing
that's
today.
9-3 that we have been seeing all day.
If there ever was a time for that 9-3 curse to kick in, it's gotta be now for BBL, because the last couple of times it's been the team that had the 9 winning, not the one with the 3. So BBL, they have a bit of an uphill climb today. The one thing that we did mention in their favor was that they've been doing significantly better on attack. So maybe with that side swap, it will be what they need to push forward. Alkia and Eva, of course, putting up the numbers on this particular map, but on the other side, it's 3 players that they are facing up opposition against. In particular, Smurfette. She's been so good at finding the holes in BBL's defense and just pincering them open. If she's just as aggressive on attack, it's going to make it even more difficult.
Which she probably should be. Oh my god, Alkia, actually, what is the luck you end up on top of that Sage wall and immediately get to take her out? That was kind of nutty.
Oh, but the counter push on the other side, it gets the information as well that A is where this stack from BBL is coming into, and Julius is still going to be present on the side as that execute comes in. They're just running it down, in fact. CT plant.
Yeah, that they will. Foot holding on for now. Playing patient as always. Raika not gonna get spotted out here in the smoke! But she doesn't even get the time to draw a shot here. Immediately gets taken out, but in the back, Judas, again, just doing so much work. Smurfette trying to defuse
Last
Vanya,
player standing.
though still on site. Have to be careful. I don't know if they know where Vanya is. He's gonna push into that smoke. Oh, from the side, and that is Vanya securing the round here for BBL.
Kind of important for BBL to get that pistol, and Vanya is able to close that out. It got very, very dicey there for a second, especially with that smoke going in. But thankfully for Vanya, she's able to wrap around, finds the timing onto Julius. And of course, talking about timings, this probably takes it as the funniest moment of the day so far. Alkia just expecting that. She just jumps on top and gets the kill. I feel bad for Ness. Ness was just like, what? Oh, excuse me?
Yeah, that feels a little bit illegal, perhaps, but
just a bit.
A little bit. All right, Smurfette with a Marshall. We've seen her do it. Immediately pushing up here. Oh my goodness! Alkia jumps right in, takes that first blood. This is their side. No way that you're planting over here.
Very, very nice gameplay. 3 players left alive now, trying to make this retake somehow work out, but BBL, they have all of the control. They are very, very far ahead of the curve here, and with this lesser weaponry, it's gonna be incredibly difficult for Foot to make any kind of headway, especially with that Marshall going down.
Yeah, exactly, and then it's just Eva with the very clear aim that just gets the upper hand here, takes out 2.
Screen down.
Lyda all on her own.
Best case outcome, just to go down to that spike, and that is to be Lyda's plan. Does get taken down, but at least doesn't give that extra ult orb to BBL. And BBL slowly but surely closing in that gap. An almost flawless round coming in for them. They hold on to all of their weaponry for this bonus, so it should be looking very, very juicy. In particular, Alkia's ability to just take that much space and satchel in is going to serve her well, because in those close corners, right, it will be the Spectre coming out on top most likely, unless Foot can land that headshot right off the bat. The power of round kicking in here, and neither side not having any ultimates, though Alkia only 3 away from that showstopper of her own.
Yeah, exactly. We see a little bit of a split coming out from BBL, but it looks like they're just gonna keep pushing up for that B side. I mean, they had such success on it last round. Why not just do it again? Gonna be moving on in here. Taking their time.
Well, despite that initial bit of noise, now BBL, they've kind of cut off the cues here. Not much information being given away. Regrouping, in fact, to try and head towards A instead. Maybe they have some inkling that this B side is a bit heavily protected, but for now, they're just going to be trying to continue their default strategy. And in this upper angle, Smurfette tries to hit the shot, but not quite able to connect. Now looking to go up close and personal.
Up close and personal indeed. She's in the smoke. People don't really know she's there, but yeah, as you said, neither does anyone else. But I like BBL's strat. They're sticking together. Ness with 2 clean shots, though. Gets to take out 3 off the bed of it, and it's Alkia again with that showstopper online just coming up on top. And that should be planned coming through. We do have a man advantage here on the Foot team, but question is, can they pop it off? They can! They can! Oh my god!
Smurfette's flanked. Just incredibly impactful. Just walks up hookah, finds the timing on both of these players, and Alkia forced to invest that showstopper to buy that early space. Just a little bit too early. Not much that she could really find apart from that plant, so it's around that Foot. They win. For a second, it looked a bit dicey, especially with Alkia finding those 2 kills after the satchel that we talked about, but aside from that, Foot, they looked completely in control.
Just comes in here, lines them up, and that's gonna be dead. Yeah, Smurfette doing Smurfette things, and that means Bladestorm online. Oy, oy, oy.
Really, really
What
nice.
do you play for here?
really, really nice playing coming out of Smurfette. She's just incredible at finding the timings today, and overall on that duelist role, been good. Now Foot's only 3 rounds away from locking in their slot forward in this lower bracket and eliminating Foot, the contenders to the throne of EMEA Game Changers, the team that almost took down G2 Gozen, and instead they're the ones almost falling out. Now 3 rounds away from it. Felipa though wants to deny that, and off the back of that, they look to go forward. Down.
Little eager here in the push forward. Does fall as well. Oh no, now they're falling left, right, and center as the plant is gonna come through here from BBL. 2 players left. It's just Nest and Lida.
2v.
What do you do here, Zach?
2v4, I don't know. That's gonna be very, very difficult. They at least do have that weaponry to work with, but nevertheless, they have so much space to try and take. Philippa, aware of that lurk possibility, will be able to take out Lida, and with the economy in the place where it is, it's just gonna be better to hold on to those guns. Ness wanting to keep that Vandal for that next round, and BBL, they should find a very, very easy 6th round. Ness here's the TP as well. Philippa, she's done so much this round already, looking for a little bit more, doing a bit more damage. Ness takes her out at the very least, one off that resurrection. So if she can get another kill, that might be very pivotal for Foot in the next one. But for now, at least, BBL, they take the W.
Take that W, get a little bit closer to equalizing. Not quite there yet, obviously. But yeah, Rolling Thunder also in play for. Which could be crucial to push Foot off one of these sites when it comes down to it.
Rolling Thunder in Philippa's hands. Bladestorm for Smurfette. Economy for Foot in a bit of a bad spot. So a lot of this heavy lifting, it's going to fall on Smurfette's shoulders here. Ness already forced to put in that barrier orb to buy a little bit more time, but that's exactly what BBL want here. As they put pressure across every single cornerstone of the map. Smurfette on the hunt, on the prowl. If she can find a kill or two, it might make the difference this round.
Oh, but Raika's just around the corner here. She's got it covered though. Is she fast enough is the question, and she actually isn't. Raika takes the shot and takes her down. Leaves her broken. Trailblazer getting committed, and this was actually a huge kill to get for BBL. Start off that round as they pick up another off the back of that. Now pushing into that A side. But just Lida gets 1, gets 2. Gonna be taken out in the end. We've seen Julius do some nutty plays here, so...
Oh,
but no, not this time. That's on me, that's a caster curse.
Yeah, caster curse kicking in for Julius being shut down there. And it's just going to be Ness with the Sheriff. Dropped her Vandal to a teammate, and with the Sheriff has to somehow find all 3 of these kills in time and to defuse the spike. There is a weapon that she could possibly retrieve here. Has her eyes on it, but... instead, it's just going to be her trying to take these fights one by one. There is going to be Alkia towards Showers, but that weapon advantage is just a little bit too much for Ness to deal with. Does quite a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. And BBL, they get yet another round. That difference in scores slowly but surely closing in here for them. And they're just able to bring that momentum back in their favor. Now only 3 rounds away from equalizing things here, and off the back of that Foot, they're going to be calling a timeout. They finally have a buy kicking in. They have that resin to play. 2 off the Seekers, 1 off that Viper Spit. This is a round where they have to try and put a stall to BBL's momentum, because otherwise BBL, they're at risk of sweeping it away.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect time for a timeout, if you could ever have that. So now what is the plan? If you're Foot here, what is your plan?
I mean, for Foot, at least they're doing pretty well. They do have that upper hand. They've been able to deal with BBL's pushes, aggressive pushes by playing for the retake, but so far, especially on these eco rounds, right, Foot, they've been willing to get a little bit over-aggressive. For example, Smurfette trying to go alone without support. For a lot of these rounds that we saw in previous maps, Foot were finding success when they set up Smurfette. They had somebody go with her, possibly for the trade, maybe to find that kill, and she was able to get that and come back safely and maintain that advantage. But instead, this time around, it's just her solo fishing. So For example, if Alkia goes into side, she usually has a couple of players backing her up. Smurfette, in this map at least, doesn't have that same amount of support from Dati. And I think that that's where this team comp really kind of struggles in comparison. They do have a lot more defensive capability, but if they want to play offensively, it's going to be very difficult to set Smurfette up for it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like it's also that BBL has just been, in the last few rounds, so good at making Foot commit their utility early. As you said, like already forcing out Sage Wall so early that they can pretty much just go and pivot to another site. And now Smurfette again going down, even though she got backed up by Dati here. It's just not going to be enough. Already a man down, again going to go for the swing here. This time coming out on top. Oh, but a beautiful shockwave coming out of Philippa. Manages to get the trade here. Dati still on that side. Picks up another one. Is in the end going to get shut down.
Finally, caught by that pincer maneuver, Alkia will be able to put her down, leaving Foot at a little bit of a deficit. Now, Ness does have that resurrection available, but look at the position of all the bodies. They're in showers. It's going to be almost impossible to really use that ult this round, especially with BBL putting that plant down for showers in particular. Now, in this 2v3 situation, again, BBL, their crossfires are just so immaculate. There's one in showers, one near U-Hauls. On the spike, of course, Leda expects it, puts it down, tries to get the wall bang, and connects the kill.
Oh, actually connects the kill. Fantastic play here by Lida. And all of a sudden, we're looking at a 2v2, and it's becoming more and more manageable for Foot to try and get something done here. Raika still starting to push up here. The wall comes up, and it's the defuse coming in. Can they do it? Can they find it in time? Halfway in. Ness pushes forward. Gets 2 kills, and that's the defuse coming through. Absolutely fantastic play coming out of these two players, Lida and Ness.
2v3, and the piece of utility that changed the round entirely was that Viper's Pit. It just, and of course that wall coming out of Ness, both of these, just so much stalling power. The molly, of course, from Raika doesn't quite connect onto the spike. Half the defuse comes in, they're forced to rush in and check, and you know, brought out of their safe positions. It just makes things so much more difficult for BBL to really prevent that from coming through. Really excellent utility usage coming out of Foot to take them to 11, and now they're only 2 rounds away from knocking BBL out of this tournament, and for the first time in their own history, breaking in a win over them. They really, really want it here, Joy. You can see it from their play, from their expressions, everything.
They really, really want it. I mean, it's within their grasp.
Breaking in.
BBL once again gonna push for that showers. And now they have the Viper Pit online. Something to play for on their own here. Raika gonna be pushing up. Immediately uses it. Try and push forward. Slow orb committed here to really slow that down. Smurfette on the side, fishing alone. Really not finding much. Everyone else is just on the complete other side of the map.
Oh, Alkia doesn't check it. That might be something that will haunt BBL in the future. Julius in the corner. You can see her barrel in that second, but nobody really catches it. Still here. Spike hasn't yet gone down. Orbital Strike invested, but Foot, they still find the kills.
Foot finding the kills. It's Lida again picking up a double. As Raika does find her in the smoke. Will take her out.
30 seconds left.
Plant hasn't gone down yet, though. Spike is down.
There's just no opportunity. Viper's Pit forced to go out of commission now. And Raika on a 1v3 knows the position of one player towards heaven, but doesn't know where the other two are. The clock is ticking. 15 seconds left. She has to make a move.
10 seconds left.
Has to make a move as Raika moving up here. Tries to peek that corner, but Lida was ready. And that's going to be Foot, actually. Guys, this is Foot taking it to match point. We actually have a chance that BBL, if they lose this next round, go out of this tournament. Which is crazy considering that they entered here from the upper bracket and are now on match point with Foot on the risk of going home.
They were 7-0 in groups, but Foot, they put up a very commendable performance. Every single member on the team firing off when they're needed the most. The roster changes, of course, really working in their favor, but more than that, individually, they have been excellent today. Of course, Dati with the covering util, Julius and Ness for the clutches. Dati, of course, with some clutches of her own, and Lida on the Silva and the Viper alike. Beautiful work.
But in the meantime, there's a whole lot of action coming out of Julius as she picks up 3 kills already for herself. Knows that Raika's there, not going to take the peek. Takes the patience here. Raika. Last man standing. It's Raika against the world. And we all know what that means. That means it's time for BBL to say goodbye. And Foot will continue on their adventure in the Game Changers.
A result that I'm pretty sure that most people watching were not expecting, but kudos to Foot. They do it, and they do it in style. And we talked about this before this game even started. The team that does better on defense will win it out. And at the end of it, it does seem like Foot, they're going to be coming out on top. Really, really clean gameplay coming out of them throughout. Of course, the individual factors, Smurfette with those openers, the clutches coming out of both Julius and Lyda over the course of this map, and the rest of the team, they just synergize so well together, and they truly deserve this victory. So many of these situations they had no business winning, but still they make it work out. This round in particular, right? They overcome 3 different ults from the side of BBL to not even take back the spike, but just kill everybody. Insane.
Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, the way that they played off of each other, just phenomenal. Foot really, really have just earned their spot, and I'm so happy to see that they have won here. But we will be going over some replays, and we will hear what the analyst desk will have to say about this match. Once again, congratulations to Foot for winning this match. Winning the Turkish derby as well.
Yeah, the Turkish derby, it's gonna be Foot coming out on top. Like we talked about, a result that was very surprising to a lot of people, especially considering how dominant BBL were in that first series. But hey, that's what we love about Game Changers. There are these roster shuffles, there are these new and upcoming teams, and Foot, they're gonna be the ones coming out on top as a major contender. Since that group stage, they have improved so much, and I, for one, I'm really looking forward to how much further that they can really go with this team comp, because it looks like they can even make that grand final. Prospectively, they just have that potential. Smurfette and Ness, of course, familiar players, but overall the roster, they've just leveled up since Series 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they put up such a fight here, and knocking out BBL that was so close to knocking out the clear favorite G2. It's just going to be super exciting to see where the rest of this is headed. But before we go any further, let's hear what the analyst desk has to say about it. Janira, take it away.
Thank you, JK and Zach. Appreciate it. And that is right. Foot Female have secured themselves a spot still in the lower bracket, but unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to BBL Queens. This is the earliest drop we've seen from them out of Game Changers EMEA. Last time, they went all the way to the finals, and with this time around, Foot just managed to secure it that much quicker on buying 13-7.
Yeah, and we've got to keep in mind, Foot is a contenders team from last stage. They just took down the number 2 from last stage of Game Changers. That is extremely impressive, but they definitely deserve it too. If you look at the performances on the team on the side of Foot, it was very, very impressive what they were doing. You could see that it was a bit of a controller diff, if I may say so. The controllers on the side of Foot are really, really, really stealing the show here.
Yeah, still when we're looking at Foot in general as a roster, I think we had a couple of questions in terms of how they would be gluing together going up against a team like BBL Queens. It was the first matchup that we've seen from them during Game Changers Stage 2, and it didn't really go in their favor. They said that they worked on their communication. It was very clear from the way that the team was playing that was genuinely something that they've worked on. I mean, the fact that Smurfette has had the opportunity to push out aggressively onto every single map is absolutely incredible, and round 7 specifically, and that is one of the rounds that you wanted to highlight because it just further goes into depth to showcase what Foot Female is capable of.
Yeah, exactly. Foot on this round. There's a lot of stuff happening against him, actually. I mean, we have a breach ult that is forcing them off of the site. They can't really get onto the site. They have to wait and kind of be passive in that. And then what happens after that breach ult, when they do eventually manage to get onto site, it feels like a constant trade fest. We'll have the Raze on the side of BBL, go for the ult, get the kill onto Nest, but then Nest trades out that kill almost immediately. So it's an ult
for a kill, but then again you die as well on the side of BBL. It's a concentrate even when the plant is down, which will eventually come down to a 1v1, where Julius has a very smart idea of the repositioning, right? We'll see the 2v2 trading into the 1v1, and Julius puts the pole right next to the spike, making sure that Vania can't really defuse. That gives Julius time to fully go for a rotate. Vania not really expecting where to look, as you can see on these sides here, and Julius actually winning out that round. That specific position for her was super strong, as I believe she got a 4K from this same position earlier on, but just good util and good trading from the side of Foot.
Yeah, from Foot in general, it feels like the cohesiveness of the team has really come out to play. They've really showcased what they're capable of as that 5-man roster, and they've taken the time to glue and work on that communication and just figure it out. I mean, we saw it earlier as well in the interview with questions that there are really good vibes from all these different team players from these different previous rosters, bringing in that experience and gelling really well together, and that was shown today as well. They managed to stay into the competition, and again, very much a new pickup from them was Smurfette. My oh my, did she prove why that was one of the best decisions they could have made, because they were absolutely explosive as a roster, but her as well individually over the entirety of the series.
Yeah, exactly. She was playing so aggressive. She was really getting active in those entry engagements, putting up a consistent performance on all maps, really, where sometimes she had a bit of a slower start on one of those maps, but managed to equal it out eventually. An ACS of minimal 242 is insane, with the highest of 288. As I mentioned, really getting active on that first blood and helping your team just by consistently putting up numbers. And as we mentioned, she either goes for the entry, then gets traded out, or she gets the entry and she opens up the site for her team.
Yeah, and it's not only on the defensive side that we're seeing Smurfette getting some of these opening picks on the attacking side. Also on the defense, she's very comfortable pushing out aggressively onto A main, onto B main, gathering and relaying back that information to the team, which then allows her also to set up a potential flank. We've seen her flank time and time again, and we've seen her play it out aggressively, and that is something that is so valuable to the side of Foot, because multiple times they'd be comfortable, 4 people hugging one side, allowing Smurfette alone on the opposite side. She's giving back that information. They're comfortable, confident enough in her that she'll be able to hold them all off long enough for them to be able to rotate. And we're going to be heading into round 15 as well, which is further just going to be a beautiful highlight of how this roster has just completely come together and are playing continuously to their strengths.
Yeah, and it's like another highlight from Smurfette as well, like a masterclass. She plays this position so aggressively with the amount of utility that's surrounding her. That's kind of a bait and switch coming out from BBL, because they initially went to A, then rotated back to B, where the read comes in from Foot. They kill a lot of players on site, and then Smurfette comes in with the flank through hookah. She'll eventually kill those last players onto site. This is just showing that Foot have a really good read of the situation, but also Smurfette, once again, she plays aggressive, but she plays aggressive in a way where it allows her to flank, and she does not over-aggress to the point where she dies.
Yeah, and that's something that we thought was going to be maybe a little bit of a pain point for the roster. We mentioned it earlier today when it comes to Foot female. Smurfette even said it herself. She has a lot of confidence when she's able to get those kills, maybe overheats a little bit, will push out a bit too much, and really try and push those limits, and sometimes gets punished for it. But this time around, it felt like, yes, maybe BBL Queens did find an answer on how to deal with Smurfette on split, but on bind it was a complete unknown, and she was literally coming from the back or the front. It didn't matter if she had a flank set up or she was just straight in your face, and that is something to really be scared of moving forward, because yeah, Turkish team out-aims Turkish team, I guess.
yeah, out-aims, but I feel like also the controllers, as I mentioned earlier, were just outclassing one another. I was really exciting to see the Asher from Julius coming out with the pulls, with the way that they were cutting off the site completely as well. And then the Viper from Lyda as well. I feel like Lyda was struggling a little bit on the kills department at the beginning of that game, but the way they set up the util, set up the Viper walls, just helped so much in getting that control over site and allowing them to take space. Struggling.
Yeah, we have Billy back as well. A couple of issues with the camera, but that's fine because the audio is here. So thank you for joining us again. When it comes to this matchup specifically, we've heard a lot from Anne, of course, because she was here, but I also want to ask you a question in terms of the aggression from Smurfette and how detrimental that was to the downfall of BBL Queen specifically. And you said it, the IGL is going to be that role that needs to hype up those players. Is it something that you saw happening on the server that either one of these teams excelled at most? right? Never mind. That was a meme. We're gonna circle back and we're gonna keep discussing this one and until we manage to get Billy back onto everything. So when we're looking at Bind specifically, something that Billy said earlier was like when you're going into that final and that third map, all the pressure is going to be on the IGL. Can the IGL hype you up? Can the IGL make sure that you just dust off what just happened, especially when we're looking at Split from the side of Foot on the defensive half? It was just missing the mark a little bit. They weren't too cohesive. So in that regards, it really felt like when we're looking at Foot, they were able to just completely turn everything around and came out swinging because that first half was also very incredibly one-sided.
Yeah, it looked like they were playing with a lot of confidence as well. The way, for example, we saw Smurfette play so aggressive and be so upfront in these positions that she was holding. There was good trade work coming out from the side of Foot as well. So what that tells me is that they've really been working on that communication and what Question said earlier in the interview that you had as well. I'm very curious if we can ask them a few questions about this subject as well, but the communication looks a lot better, and the way that this contender team just took down the number 2 from last Game Changer stage really puts a good prospect for their future in this lower bracket. Well,
absolutely, they're looking up strong to say the least, and it does put into perspective also the competition and the level of competition within Game Changers and how quickly teams are evolving and adapting and improving. So I know you said you wanted to ask some questions. Don't you worry, I'm gonna make your wishes come through because we have Smurfette ready for the interview. So first of all, congratulations. You guys have won up against BBL Queens. That Turkish derby that we kept mentioning is now very much gone in your favor. How does it feel to be working with the team from the Foot female side? How has it been for you getting together?
Thank you. First of all, well, it was kind of rough for us. We had like 1 month to like do things, and at first we were really sloppy. Our comms were really bad. Then we fixed instantly, and I'm really happy about it. I think I should have like played in Turkish team way before.
All right.
You mentioned you should have been playing in a Turkish team way before. How is it feeling now that you've joined a team like this, and how is your experience so far?
I mean, I like them individually. They're really nice players. Well, I think since like Turkish is my first language, I feel like more easy for me to like code stuff and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it just like feels like easy for me to talk more.
All right.
All right, good to hear. So you obviously the last map went in your favor and you won the first map as well. What happened after the second map? What was the comms like? What was the team talk like to gather back the mental and gather back the persistence for this final map?
Second match, we just like forget about it. Okay, you lose. It's just in the past. You know, you can't think about it when going the last map. It's like really like GG for you if you keep thinking about it. We just like ignore the second map. We probably like played like it's our first map, you know, and we've been and on splits they started really heavy, but we came back. They were overpeaking a lot, but we weren't punishing them, and we got punished for that. Then when we went attack, we just came back a little bit. Then our post plant was kind of horrible. We could have won split, to be honest, but in the end we just won bind, I guess. YOLO.
Yeah, I mean, you did win bind indeed, and you're now still in that lower bracket. One thing that came up consistently during the interview with Question, also now you mentioned it yourself, was the communication at the beginning wasn't really what you would like it to be or what allowed you to succeed. So what has been the main process of improving that communication over the last couple of weeks? Has it just been time? Is there anything that you're doing on top of scrimming and playing together that has really allowed you guys to excel to this degree? Because you're coming through as a contenders team and you've already defeated the number 2 spot team from stage 1.
Yeah, well, we had a like some kind of like keywords. We were like saying comms, you know, and then everyone was like being silent. Then we like kind of fixed like that. But it was at first it was really like chaos, like pure chaos. Everyone's like talking at the same time, like we weren't like hearing each other at all. Then we realized it's really horrible for us, and we just grow up and like fix it, I guess.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the insight. You still have a couple of games to play the lower bracket. How are you feeling overall in general? Because you guys look so incredibly strong.
Well, I actually like trying not to think about it at all. I'm just gonna like play and like do my things in the moment. And well, I hope we win, but I don't want to jinx it. So I'm just gonna say I hope we lose.
No, all good. No, don't say that. It's like it. You focus on you, play your game, do your thing. It's been working out incredible for you and the team. Thank you so much for your time and enjoy the celebration. We'll see you around.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. That communication part, I think, is something that we highlighted consistently for the FUT roster. So it's really great to see that they have found a way, a very consistent and a very effective way to be dealing with it. Because I think, and this is one of the scariest teams to be looking at right now in Game Changers.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you look at their progress that they've made in that last month, obviously with their communication not being the greatest when they lost to BBL Queens initially, and how much they can change in just a span of a few weeks, that is wild. So I definitely think they're a team to be looking out for and to be fearing in that lower bracket. Lost.
Oh, absolutely. And we have another lower bracket game coming your way. It will be KPI Sean up against the odd one out. So don't go anywhere because we're going to be back shortly with another lower bracket game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that feeling. You know that feeling. You know that feeling.
Game Changers is back for its second stage of the year. Before we dive into the action, let's refresh our memory on the format and explore the layers within the Game Changers ecosystem. There are 3 tiers. VCT Game Changers EMEA is the pinnacle where top-tier teams compete for greatness. Contenders is a promotion tournament that offers aspiring teams the chance to rise to the next stage. And Emergence is the perfect starting point, providing amateur players an opportunity to grow. Emergence are the starting point in the ecosystem, offering players a chance to grow. Many regions host local tournaments that provide access to contenders, allowing players to join a team and compete. Stay tuned for more information and get ready to embark on your journey. VCT Game Changers EMEA consists of 3 stages. The first stage started with a unique access qualifier, where top 11 teams qualified. Additionally, 5 teams were invited based on their outstanding performance from the previous year. The journey to determine the Stage 1 champions spanned 12 days, featuring intense group phases, playoffs, and a thrilling finals that led to G2 Gozen emerging as the champions. But there was also crazy matches happening in contenders. The first series saw the ascent of Foot Female and Tiger Anonymous. However, with ascension comes a fall. Falcons Vega and Focus Sakura, who started the year in VCT GC EMEA, are now battling in Contender second series. Now that we have all our qualified teams for the second stage, let's dive into the format that awaits them. First up, the group stage, where all teams engaged in intense battles that unfolded on the marked days ahead. Our teams were sorted into 2 groups and battled it out to secure a spot in the top 4 of their respective groups. The top 4 teams from each group advance to the playoffs, where the intensity reaches its peak. Starting on July 25th, teams will fight their way through a double elimination bracket as they push boundaries in search of victory. The journey will culminate in the highly anticipated grand final, where the Stage 2 winners will be crowned. Additionally, 2 teams will descend to contenders for Series 3, and again, 2 teams from contenders will ascend. At the end of Stage 2, points will be awarded to each team based on their seed, shaping their path towards the Sao Paulo Game Changers Championship at the end of the year. But remember, this is only Stage 2. As we approach September and October, Stage 3 will determine the teams representing EMEA on the global world stage. If you're looking for a team to join your local tournaments, seeking more information, or simply want to stay updated, join our Discord server and follow us on social media. Mark your calendars for the upcoming tournament series. Join us as Game Changers EMEA continues to shape the future of VALORANT esports.
Straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with it done. It is what it is. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come.
share. I'm a prodigy, ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me, thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth, now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me, we don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition, I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends, this is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters, let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it, should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking, when the edge catch don't pay off. Better know your work, add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game
We've already said goodbye to one team. BBL Queens have left us, and now we are unfortunately gonna have to say goodbye to another. KPI Shine up against the odd one out, both fighting for a chance of survival in the lower bracket. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk by Billy and Anne. Yeah, I gotta say, Billy, your camera quality is actually popping.
I'm so concerned to speak because even my audio is going to be coming through my phone, but it's fine. We made it back. We're on the desk and we're ready to go back into the next one, so it's all good.
It's all right. It's all good indeed, because we're going to be starting off with a little bit of a game in the spirit of keeping things a little bit on the lighter side, since we are saying goodbye to a different team that will end their run here today. So it's got to be same as last time. It will be true or false. If you weren't here, a little bit of a recap. We're just going to put a sentence up on the screen, and then our lovely analysts have to guess whether it's right or wrong with a green or red object, because I do not have the capacity to tell the difference between left or right, especially when it's mirrored, and that's why I don't have a driver's license. Now, let's start it out. We are going to be looking at our first player, and it's going to be Stacy. So, her organization, KPI, is from Spain. I feel like you guys know this, right?
I feel like we have to know this, otherwise production will come after us.
Right? I feel like you guys have to know this. All right. True or false? I actually don't have the answers to these, so I'm just as blind as you guys. But you both put up a green one, so ding, ding, ding. Did you win? That is the question. At some point, we will find the answer. But until then, we listen to the elevator music. Oh, it's true. Yay! Congrats, guys. All right, second one for Stacy will be her role is controller. You guys have to know this. Otherwise, everybody will be angry. It's okay. You can open VLR.
We don't want to make people angry.
No. I mean, you're holding up like red. That's how you make people angry. But it is correct. So both of you get a point. See, I'm actually going to do my best to try and keep track of points this time around. Now, her first competitive experience was at VCT Game Changers 2 years ago. Wrong or right? I can see like cogs turning, like you're thinking really hard. And it's just like, yeah. Can I use my? It's like a visual representation of my last two brain cells trying to like rubbing together, trying to come up with an answer. You know, that's all I got. All right, it's true. Yeah. What? Okay, I don't have the questions. I don't have the questions, so I'm just like guessing it. And these two are getting everything correct. Okay, they have players from 5 different nationalities. Oh, we talked about this. I literally remember talking about this very, very much. And you guys were like, whoa.
But now I'm like, no, wait. I'm double guessing myself now because I couldn't remember if it was 4 or 5.
You gotta do what you got. I mean, do you want to like think about, do we want to count the sub? If we count the sub, then, you know, it might.
Yeah, like this question is a little bit misleading.
Yeah, this is like, choose the, you know, have you ever heard those multiple choice question where it's like, yeah, B and C is right, but B is more right, so therefore you should have gone for B. And I'm like, wow, great. The correct answer is false. Wow. Okay, you guys are actually smurfing. I am like pleasantly surprised. I'm really proud of you guys, because I'm just really proud of you. Just knows that you've done your homework. Dog, I didn't need it this time around. They won G2 against G2 on the stage. Yes or no?
Yes, I think so. I hope I remember this
I can't tell you. I can't tell you, girl.
Please
I wish it is right. I'm like 99.9% sure it's right. Yes, I didn't even have the answer for that one. Big brain host, let's get it. All right. Sorry, I'm like hyping myself up. Next player coming up, and that is going to be Takuza, if I pronounced that correctly. There we go. Her previous team on stage 1 was GK.
No, it's either GK or it's NIP. So
yeah, so you gotta choose. Is it NIP?
Yeah.
Was it GK? You got a 50-50 shot.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I think so.
Or Billy's not looking at me, she's looking at me. Oh! Billy.
Ooh.
I'm being controversial. I'm being controversial.
Billy's like, you're not being controversial, you're being right. I support women's right, but most importantly, I support women's wrongs. It's fine, Anne. Don't worry about it. All right. She is from the United Kingdom. Ooh. Right or wrong?
We had a discussion about this.
You are literally the one who brought it up. You are literally the one who brought it up in the meeting today. You're like, so, you know, on her interview, she said that she, you know, kind of was, and that is right. I have the answers now, so I'm chilling. They lost against KPI 2-1. Rivalry. Rematch. Never goes in favor of the team who lost before.
No, I think it was 2-0.
Yeah, I think you're right, Anne.
I think you're right, and I think you are. I know you are because it
You're
wasn't 2-0. How I was almost gonna curse. How are you guys getting all of these right? Okay, this is wild. She is a great jet. This is factually correct. This is not even like subjective. This is facts. Cold, hard facts. That's all I'm saying. Why you guys? How do you have to think about it? Come on. That's rude.
I mean, it's subjective.
True. It's not subjective. This is facts. We're talking facts right now, and it is indeed correct. Let's go. She played Game Changers EMEA Stage 2 in 2022. I don't know why. This is like very cheery, happy Christmas and elevator music. Like if they had like a child, I feel like this would have sounded like. Oh, this is the one. And wins.
Hey.
Oh, I saw, like, I'm looking at your face, right? Whilst you're holding up that card, you didn't really look convinced.
No.
Was it a Gamba?
It was a Gamba, but then also because of the two teams that these players are coming from, I'd imagine that, you know, I've seen these teams on different stages in Game Changers. But yeah, a bit of a Gamba. I think it's also stage pressure, but yeah. Gamba.
It's fine. We already talked about it. You know, if you have performance anxiety, it's okay. It happens to the best of us. Don't worry. Well, KPI, first up, the team that is going to be heading up against the odd one out. And this is the team, when we do include their sub, that has 5 different nationalities on their roster. And as a result, we didn't really know what to expect from them. But coming into Game Changers Stage 2, they have been absolutely blowing expectations out of the water.
They have indeed. I mean, they were in Group A and they won 6 out of their 7 games. Only lost to Navi on the final day when technically it didn't all matter that much anymore. They beat teams like G2, Tiger Anonymous, Odd One Out already, so this is a rematch, Carmine Corp, Alliance, NIP, but then they lost Ascend 0-2 in the upper bracket semifinals yesterday. That game on Ascend, which was Ascend's map pick, was the longest overtime we have had so far in this stage. But unfortunately, they lost it 17-19. So indeed, an 0-2 loss, which knocks them down to the lower bracket. But as we mentioned, it is a rematch where KPI already came out victorious.
That is correct. They came out victorious, but it also brings the question of, is that something that they are able to replicate today because of the performance that we've seen from the team? And the odd one out yesterday, as you said it yourself already, and they had such a grueling map 1, 19-17. I mean, it might as well be a complete third mapper, and it will probably be the exact same amount of rounds. So you're coming into that, you've played so many games, you're a little bit tired. It does bring a question in terms of having that ability, Billy, to just reset mentally. As we said, you really have to be able to do that when you're coming into these kind of competitions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as we discussed before, like, it's all about the sort of resilience that you need to have as a team, as an individual, to keep pushing through, especially now that they've dropped into the lower bracket, which is almost kind of a surprise considering how dominating their group performances were. So yeah, it's really just going to be about seeing how this team can kind of keep that stamina up and not let this sort of setback from yesterday get them down.
Yeah, it's great actually that you mentioned the discrepancy, so to say, between their group performance and now here that we are into the playoffs, because they are already in that lower bracket. And when we were looking at them during the group stage, and they were absolutely undefeated. I mean, they just cruised through it, to say the least.
I mean, yeah, dropping a map against Caroline Corp and dropping a map against G2, but then, you know, taking down G2, that is pretty impressive. We're gonna just, you know, they have had roster changes and everything, but yeah, still, you're taking down a very, very big team. Obviously, the rematch with O10 happening right now, and previously, KPI was super dominant on the entry stair. 3 players were positive. Serena was doing a really good job on that. Stacey and Lexa as well, and Stacey also got a lot of 3Ks. She got 5 3Ks in that game, really showing that the personal performance was there on the side of KPI. Also with ACS, because the lowest ACS on the side of KPI, which is 185 for Reinsa, was just as high or higher than 4 of the other players on the side of O10.
Not combined though, right?
No, but individually. But then still higher than 4 of those. That's very impressive.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's more than 3.
Yeah. The side
Absolutely. Well, I mean, listen, when we're looking at KPI, Shine, they've had such an incredible run up until now. They are in that lower bracket, which again, still, everything is on the line and everything is possible. But how is the team feeling? What is the structure? What's going on behind the scenes? Let's have a check-in with Zampoyo, who had his first interview. Thank you, Ginny and Billy. We're here joined by Zampoyo from the Odd One Out. First of all, welcome. You told me before we started that this was your first interview, so are you a little nervous, by the way?
No, I'm fully confident. No stress.
All right. Okay, good. I mean, confidence has genuinely been a theme for the Odd One Out. It's really the first time that we're seeing this iteration of the Odd One Out compete. Different players from different rosters coming together. So what exactly happened to get this team to into existence? How did it come to be?
They contacted me 1 month ago, a mix of 5 players who were in Geek Esports and NIP. And I started coaching them. They tried out multiple coach, and the feeling was great to them. And we start working really hard with a great atmosphere. Yeah. We have nothing to lose. That was our first goal, first mentality. Nothing to lose, no regrets, and then you can do your thing. If you play with no regrets, you can play the best at your best, and you can have the win among all the other orgs. And that's the mentality of Odd One Out.
This has been a really good mentality for you guys moving forward. But I want to touch back upon the point that you mentioned. You have a couple of players from GK, you have players from NIP. So in general, it's a mixed bag of nationalities as well. How does that affect the communication, for example, within the team?
There's not a lot of problems. Like, there's a mix of culture with a good, everyone has his own, jokes on his countries, and the feeling is really good. And I don't know, it's the first time I work with an international team. Before it was French team. The one time I had 2 Russian, but the main core was French. But it's among all the teams I coached, it was the best atmosphere I have ever experienced.
So does that atmosphere as well translate into the in-game and the pracs and the coaching that we're seeing taking place? Because, again, you've had different players, different nationalities, different languages, different rosters that they used to beforehand. How was it fitting them all together and getting them used to each other to be able to compete on the server?
I think when you have different nationalities from different teams, from different players from different teams, the first thing you need to do and put in place is protocols, okay? Everyone has to be on the same page, on the game, in the mental, on the idea. And when you have that, you can work as a team and start doing things as a team, of course.
All right. I mean, it's been going really well. And you said it earlier in the interview as well, where it comes the mentality of you have nothing to lose. You just have to play your game, stay focused, do your own thing, no regrets when you come out of a game. So if we want to dig maybe a little bit deeper, of course, there is always going to be a goal in mind. So that goal, that success for you as a coach, for the roster in general, what would that look like?
The goal was to go to playoff, first of all. And now it's just bonus, okay, to be honest. We just play our game. We just, it's like, it's the second time I had a non-organization roster, and the second time I went to playoff. Previously, I was with CBA, and I'm really happy from these two achievements. Now the goal is just to keep the mentality up against teams like BBL and G2, who were together like for more than 1 year, with like no losses at all with on important matches. So you need to have the confidence. We do our best and see what happens, and if you lose, you're gonna learn, and we are a young team, so we just have to learn. So that's all.
All right. Thank you so much for the insight. That's a lovely way to approach it. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys on the server today. So best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
And who knows, maybe we have another interview.
I hope so. Bye.
Bye. No regrets. That seems to be the theme going forward with KPI Shine. But they're going to be heading up against the odd one out. That's going to be making it a little bit more difficult for them to actually be able to close this one out. Billy, how are we feeling about this roster?
I am excited to see this roster in the playoff stage. They're a roster that started competing in stage 2, so it's impressive that we can actually see them into the playoff stage now. It's going to be interesting how they come up against KPI, who are arguably a bit more of a structured team, so I'm kind of curious as to what it's going to take for Odd One Out to beat such a structured team such as KPI.
Yeah, I mean, we did hear it as well from the coach himself. They're just looking to play their own game, and their goal was to make it to playoffs, and they want to keep going, keep pushing as hard as they can. So there are a lot of expectations on this roster, but maybe not so much from the players themselves, so that could put them in more of a comfortable position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as Billy already mentioned, they started playing with this iteration since stage 2. They're a mixed team with 3 KG players and 2 NIP players from last stage. And they have good vibes, is what they mentioned themselves. But obviously, due to the fact that they haven't been playing together for that long, the comms aren't always the greatest just yet. Now, they also seem to have a slightly less deeper map pool than KPI, and they've lost a matchup previously against KPI as well. Now, some things have been looking better as of recently for O10, specifically regarding their retakes. They've been winning a few more of those, which should mean that they have been getting better at coordination and communication.
Yeah, as well, when we're looking at how this is going to be played out, it's also going to be important to have a look at the maps specifically. Billy, are there any expectations in terms of maps that you think are just going to be permabanned?
I do think Lotus is up there with a permaban for KPI. They've never won on Lotus, and as we know, Odd One Out are super good on Lotus. So I think that we can expect that to be a permaban from KPI. And as Anne said, KPI have a much deeper map pool. Odd One Out haven't necessarily played Bind or Split. So is that going to be a bit of a one that's up in the air for them?
All right, well, let's find out, because map veto is ready, so we are able to see exactly which teams banned what and where we're going to be heading to for this best of 3 series. The first ban is going to be Bind from the side of Odd One Out. I think this kind of does feed Anne into the fact that they don't have the deepest of map pools, so they're looking to just get rid of what they're most uncomfortable with rather than leaving that open, giving KPI a decision to maybe throw in curveball.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not surprised by the Bind ban from Odd One Out, because it's a map they haven't played yet. KPI have won it once though, and as Billy already predicted, the Lotus ban coming out from KPI because they lost it at G2 and Carmine Corp, and we know that Odd One Out is super good at Lotus. Odd One Out themselves will pick Haven, which is one of their best maps. They've got a 4-game win streak on this map, but KPI have also won 2 games on this previously. KPI themselves pick Split, which they have a 67% win rate on, winning it against Carmine Corp and Alliance, but losing it to Na'Vi. And this is a map that Odd One Out have not played yet, so I'm very curious if they've been cooking up something on this map.
I mean, those are the expectations that we have, right, Billy? When we're picking maps that are maybe not too familiar with potentially hiding strats. You are in this lower bracket, so you really want to show every single possible thing you have up your sleeve just to be able to stay into the run for as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point to make, Jenny. Do you really want to be taking the risk of, coming up with these maps that you don't necessarily have the experience on? Do you want to be bringing up these plays that you might have built up? It's really just like, do you want to take the chance now to bring that out? It's go ahead.
It's now or never.
Yeah, literally.
Absolutely. That's the thing. If you're going to hide your strats, it's maybe a little bit too late for that. But we're going to be heading into Haven as the first one. And as we kind of touched upon already a little bit, both of these teams during Stage 2 of VCT EMEA Game Changers have had a 100% win rate. 2 wins for KPI Shine, 4 wins for the Odd One Out. So this genuinely feels like that level, equal playing ground in what we can be expecting from it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, since it's a pick from Odd One Out, it is their best map, then it's a map that KPI themselves aren't too bad at either. So I'm expecting some really good Valorant on this map from both these teams, really. And I'm also quite curious what's going to happen in regards of the agent composition. Now, if I may touch on it really quickly, Serena on the side of KPI, she doesn't have an agent pool, she's got an agent ocean. She's played 7 different agents so far. So I think she could just literally close her eyes and like throw a dart at the agent select and say like, that one I'm going to be playing for this
You
map.
can't do that because you'd have to throw a dart at your screen and then you'll probably break the screen.
But like a non-sharp dart. Touch
like the sticky ones.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think she could probably do that, considering she's played 7 different ones and 3 different roles as well, right? So that shows she's very flexible. But then the main concern you have there would probably be: are you very comfortable on all, but then you don't master one specifically, or are you just that good that you can play so many different agents?
All right. See, that's a very philosophical question that I unfortunately do not have the answer to. But we do have Billy with us. She has more of that competitive experience. So when it comes to these players that are a little bit more flexible, that are able to play so many different roles, what value does that bring to the team composition, the team dynamic in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great to have those sort of players that can flex whenever you need to or want to, especially with the meta changing so often. Like, you want to have those players that you can rely on that can switch things up should you need them to. And so, yeah, just having that adaptability, it's going to go great for you in any sort of team. It means that you're able to kind of work for yourself and as an individual over just for your team.
All right, looking at the agent composition though this time around, and it feels like we're sticking with what we were used to. Again, something that I'm noticing here is a Cypher Killjoy kind of swap out. We've seen it in the previous series with BBL Queens against Foot, and it seems to be a theme.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be a theme. I mean, this is the lineup or the agent composition that both these teams have played this map with on previous occasions. And indeed, as you mentioned, the Sentinel difference on the side of Odd One Out and KPI Shine. I'm very curious if it'll play as big of a role as we had on that previous matchup. Whether the Sentinel will, for example, on the side of Odd One Out, give so much more information and deny faster rotates as well.
Okay, well, we're going to be heading into game because it is now officially ready. We have our agents, we have our map, we have our casters, Joy K and Zach to be covering the action. So let's head into the first map of this matchup. KPI Shine up against the Odd One Out, battling it out on Haven.
Thank you, Janiro. We are back indeed. If I'm not frozen, that is. No, I am not. So we are back. Yeah, we are back. We're fully back now for our final series of the day, KPI Shine versus Odd One Out. We're starting this one up in Haven, and we just discussed a little bit of the Cypher Killjoy swap out here. So what are your thoughts on that, Zach? Any hot takes that you have?
Personally, I want everyone to listen up when I say this. Killjoy is just objectively better, okay? I'm a little bit biased because I am a Killjoy stan, but apart from that, I just think she's better because while Cypher is very nice to play around those trips, play around the cameras, Killjoy just does so much more. Her ult is so good for retakes, her turret is basically player number 6, her mollies are so annoying in that post plant and for setting up these fights, and in general, that's just what I believe. But of course, these players are here to prove me wrong and play perfectly amazing Cypher plays. Before we head right into game though, we do have this very nice video that is there to generate hype. So let's go, team! Whoop, whoop.
right. KPI starting off on the attacking side. Sentry immediately coming out of the Killjoy, actually.
Kind of just trying to control mid with that particular piece of utility, while for O10, they're just pushing up here. Tikuza in such a dangerous position.
Oh. Yeah. Oh my god, Pinkley starting off very aggressively, gets 2 kills right away. Spike down in that garage, and then here, Tikuza manages to pick up another one. Pinkley on a 3k now. Pretty crazy start. It's only Rainsa left here for KPI Shine to try and retrieve that spike, but in what world will that happen? There is no world in that happens, and it means that O1O is just gonna take this round on a swing.
Really, really aggressive push towards A main that is rewarded in spades for the side of O1O out there. Of course, that double positioning between Tikuza and Pinkley, it's more than enough for them to just clean up those kills and net them this round. So they're going to be investing quite heavily in this anti-eco here. Guns across the board, and KPI Shine, after that quick demise that they faced, not much for them to work with the exception of Sheriffs on Lexa and Stacy. O10, they made a strong opening statement at the very least for this particular map.
Absolutely. Oh, Tikuza starting that up with a really, really good one again. Immediately takes out Lexa here with that Marshall. Not messing around here. Rainsa actually shadow steps on top of the boxes, gets another kill, gets traded out as well here.
3v2.
And again, it's spiked down.
Yeah, at least JX has picked up the Spectre here, so might be that there's something that they can do on the hunt, trying to chase down this isolated player here. Jada fighting for their life, but KPI not able to find the kill. They instead decide just to go for that spike plant, get a little bit of extra money.
Spike planted.
Yeah, exactly. They're pushing up here now, 3-man strong. Actually looking to take this. They swing around this 3. Get them all and get a nice defuse going.
Not too bad for the side of KPI. They take out a Marshall and I believe another Bulldog from this particular round, but nevertheless, you can see Nugget just trying to retrieve that gun, but not going to be happening today, unfortunately. Nevertheless, a nice round coming out of O10 here to be able to start things off with that aggressive early kill, but then even after that, despite losing a couple of players, staying calm and collected for this particular retake situation. Timing not exactly in favor of KPI, but either way, O10, they found that early lead. They have a decent buy for the bonus, including, oh my, a Bucky on Pinkley. That's scary by itself.
Yeah. Can see some plays going out here. She's currently leading in kills as well with a 4-0. Really must be feeling herself on that one. As we now see the operator as well here from Tikuza, that has to be respected. Serena pushing up here.
Take flight.
Albot committed into garage. Won't really pick much up here. With the Cloudburst connected as well. Oh, look, did draw some utility out of Jeeks. Works out well. So they know Jeeks is there. And with that intel gathered, it looks like they're making their way towards A now, Zach.
Yeah, they spotted out the breach utility, but also you saw the camera being broken, so they know there's at least a couple of players hanging around that particular part of the map. No rotations coming in from the defense quite yet. There was a little bit of a scramble towards that garage area, but it's not something that they've really been baited by. Now, like you mentioned, instead, O10, they're on the lookout towards his A side. Tiku's at that first point of contact with an operator and gets tacked up and forced off.
Yeah, I guess first off, maybe they can catch her with her back turn, but absolutely not as Stacy goes to check that Serena as well. Makes that same mistake, ends up in the crosshair of Tikuza. Oh my goodness. Showing her teeth here. Lexa manages to take out one, but that is going to be all of them on the deck, and that's just off one out. Showing their fangs right away.
Really, really nice round. Of course, that hero operator on this bonus round just wasn't expected, it seems like. by these players on the attack, and they pay for their mistake. You don't just drive peak corners when there's the potential of Tikuza with an operator, and she makes them pay in blood for that particular mistake. Now the bonus under their belts, odd one outs, their economy looking greater than ever. Already the Bladestorm online for Tikuza in a bit of a nifty situation, and KPI only a Hero Vandal left to try and somehow salvage this next round with.
Yeah, this is looking grim for sure. Reckon gets taken out. So pushing forward here.
Four players. They've just managed to walk up towards short. I think Jada did manage to see at least a couple of them, so we'll be safely falling back, looking to play for the site here with the rest of the team. Not quite in that crossfire position, but each one, they have an angle covered, and perhaps realizing this, the possibility of that additional rotation. KPI, they're rotating all the way to C, but nobody's moved.
They're taking their time. And with Jet being able to hold the A long here, or the C long, excuse me, this is gonna be so hard to push into. Committing the smoke here, trying to get her out of there. Nugget gets to take Lexa out. Jet in the smoke. Looking for the plant, they're getting her. Stacy down as well.
30 seconds
It's looking so grim here for KPI. What can they do, Zach?
Well, they have used that distraction to at least find some space on that C side already. Serena almost in the spawn here of O10. Looking to find a little bit of damage in the corner. Whiffs the shot though. Finally just connected, thankfully. So that's Jada going down. A gun that's possibly pick-upable. Gets a little bit greedy though. And Nugget there for the punish now. 2v4.
Yeah, committing the shockwave. But what is it going to do, really? It's going to try to push them away. Habit. Up in tower. Nugget's going to find her. Reinsa, the only one left alive, and she's not going to be able to tell the story as well.
4-0. Odd one out.
4-0.
On their map pick. Definitely having a great time so far. This is a map where we have seen, of course, KPI also kind of excel here. Both teams having a pretty decent record, so it's extremely impressive that, of course, odd one out, they're able to put up so much damage, and they look so collected while doing it as well. Every single step of the time, they're just a little bit ahead. And despite Serena finding the space on that site to get the spike down and this kill, just not enough to really try and convert the round despite that opener. Now though, KPI, they have some ults ready to go, very, very close to it. One on the lockdown, one on the Rolling Thunder, one on that Hunter's Fury as well, if I'm not wrong. So much they have.
No, actually two, but... Yeah, I mean, they have rifles in hands as well. Like, this should be... They have a chance here. Come on, they have a chance. Trapwire gets triggered. Oh my god, Nugget. Takes out Stacy right away. Jigs on a little bit of health. On like a slither of health. It's going to surely be taken out. Oh, Takusa not quite landing that shot here. And it means that Jigs gets to take her out, dropping that operator, and that's massive. That's massive for KPIs to get the plant through.
The HP.
Maybe it's something to hold on to.
HP isn't the greatest for some of these players. Early Rolling Thunder forced out here, but O10, they're still getting these kills.
Yeah, they are, as they're entering the site. There's what can Jigs do here? Not much. They do pick up some kills though, but his range are still going down, and that's going to still be the defuse coming over for O10. What do you need to do here? What do they need to switch up?
Honestly, Pinkley played that to perfection. Just 3 kills on the round for her. Being able to just swoop in and trade the teammates. Very, very impeccable. I think that the mistake that KPI made in this round was committing that Rolling Thunder just a little bit too early here. Could have waited just a bit longer to try and put it through, because the rotation hadn't even quite come in yet, so it didn't connect anybody. And you really want that kind of utility to play for time. Instead, it was forced out early on, and O10, they're still going to be able to walk away with this round. KPI finally calling a timeout. It's been 5 losses in a row. They've had ultimates, they've had buys. Of course, this particular one, they're not going to have the greatest of economy. Still could force up some guns though, which seems to be the call. And with perhaps them getting an ult orb, trying to fight for that orb control, they might be able to get a couple of these online sooner. In particular, Lexa's lockdown, it could be pivotal in them taking the site control.
Yeah, I'm just... It's such a big lead already, right?
I mean,
it's good that they take a timeout, but
we've seen how much potential these teams have to come back against each other, especially a timeout that we saw in that map number 2 from BBL. Sure, they weren't able to take the series through, but that map 2 after that timeout, they were able to win round after round after round. So maybe that's just the kind of wake-up call that KPI needs here. Tikuza, of course, still having that operator online. Right now, only 2 off that Rolling Thunder as well, or 1 off that Rolling Thunder. A lot of ultimates charging up for either side here. Early shock dart invested towards that A side to maybe break some utility. But look at the stack coming out of these defenders. 4 players towards this A side. That's what they expect.
they are, but where do you take it? Shadow's traveling out here, blocking that garage. Trapwire there though. Gets taken out. Takuza hears the shots, immediately lines up for it, but they're trying to draw people here towards B.
So
yeah, maybe you're right. I like the patience here coming out from KPI, but maybe you're right. Maybe this is just a warm-up round for them, right?
Last 5 rounds anyway. Maybe this one they really need to win, because otherwise, you're right. The lead is going to be a little bit too much for them to deal with. But yeah, now looking to go for that B side instead, which makes sense. They've tried out A and C. B, not really a point of contention as of now, but they still look to do it. Oh my god, Jada just walking out the Paranoia Immaculate, setting her up for the kills.
Yeah, beautiful kill coming out here, and that's Reyna on the side, taking out Jigs, taking out Serena as well. Takuza hits another shot. This is just absolute slaughter coming out from O10.
Flawless round number 6. They look so clean on defense. Just the reads and the positioning coming in. Just breaking down that execute. Falling apart for a KPI, right? They go towards B, try to pivot to A. The read is there from the Omen. Paranoia Immaculate setting up Jada for the kill, and after that, just the round positioning. This by Reyna, of course, towards short, but even otherwise, the operator all the way back in spawn set up to get that final penultimate kill. Very, very nice setup coming out of O10. They're just so good at reacting to their opponent's plays. It's like a game of don't spook, you know? They don't rotate until they have to, but when they do, their timing is precise.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now they try for C. Oh, I mean, surely they spotted that. And yeah, of course, Takuza is ready. Hits that right away. What is your answer to this operator here? Now that the smoke goes down, do get to collect the orb. You peek that. They're backing out. They have to.
Odd one out, looking very much to be the ones tuned in rather right now. Tiku's already having gotten a kill on the hunt for another, finds it as well.
Taikusa, man, like with that, somebody get that operator out of her hands. This is just not okay.
Ooh, nice shot.
Alexa here takes a nice kill. Cheeks as well, with just a classic actually. Very well done.
Pistol action, Sheriff's really those headshots singing out. Now from the shadows invested to try and rotate over, get a little bit of backup. All of the sound cues are coming through, and Serena on that long area. Sorry, Jada on that long area goes unspotted. This is huge.
This is big for them. Oh, lines up the shot perfectly. Doesn't get the second one quite. Maybe Takuza moving in now with the operator is going to take Serena out as well. Has that dash. They're trying to spray her down, but there's just no way that you stop her. That's actually an ace for her, by the way.
Wait, an ace? Really? I thought she had 4.
No, yeah, you're right, actually.
Yeah, she had 4. Well, 4K ace, we're just rounding it up here at this point, but insane round coming out of Tikuza there with the shots, but of course, I really like that patience coming out of Jada, you know? Just waiting for the teammate, not getting overconfident, and of course, that recon, a little bit of a miss there, and this last shot from Tikuza, that's just absolutely dirty. Of course, if I was faced up against a demonic Tikuza, I would be scared too. Don't worry, Alexa, we didn't see anything. Nothing happened. Don't worry about it.
It's scary for sure, like...
Oh. Look at this. Odd one out are so rich that they have an extra rifle that they've just dropped next to Tikuza for convenience sake.
just in case she wants to swap. Yeah. All right. flaunting the choices here. So do say I'm coming around. $7-0 lead. It's just what. It's so hard to deal with. What do you do? It's Lexa trying to peek that corner here.
Ooh. Tikuza going for a little bit of a journey towards mid. Does get immediately punished.
Actually,
a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, well done. We're gonna see another attempt here from KPI.
Spike planted.
Gets the plan through.
Four v 4. All the ults online here for KPI. This is the round that they have to win. Everything there for them to work out. Camera to catch the lurk as well. Paranoia Immaculate letting them to try and push on. They do have the Rolling Thunder, but look at this post-plant setup. Everybody's towards the long side of the map.
Yeah. And they're gonna invest here. There comes the Hunter's Fury. There comes their Rolling Thunder as well. And it's actually going to be a kill for them.
No way, she sticks
Stacey
it.
immediately gets picked out. The defuse. They didn't defuse yet.
They just stuck the defuse. No way. Absolute madness coming out of Odd One Out. You really gotta check the defuse there. The Hunter's Fury comes in, but I think the first shot of that Hunter's Fury went wide, so Pinkily was able to just take half of it through. And of course, this whiff coming out of Stacey, it was that game breaker here. Because the secondary flank, it just kicked in too late. And even if KPI got the kills in the end, it's like it was already gone all the way down. Diffused and 8-0 now. The most resounding performance that we've seen out of any team so far, I gotta say, out of the playoff stage.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, this is just crazy. Madness how much they invested in it as well, if you look back at it, right?
Oh no.
Tikuza just so incredibly clean.
It's not just Tikuza, of course. Kudos to her hitting the shot, but you know there's an operator. There's been an operator for the last 5 rounds in a row. You have a Breach, you have a Sova. And it's a buy round, it's not even an eco. Why are you dry peeking that? A little bit of a mistake from KPI, and Odd One Out, they're quick to punish. They have the confidence, they have the momentum, and they have Tikuza and her nutty operator, which does not seem to be missing today after that 4th round.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. So now the question is, your KPI.
You should run.
You're gonna force out this lockdown from KJ to try and get something done here. Get that plan through, but I don't know. Is it a little early?
I mean, they've already lost GX there, so they're gonna be forced to try and make a play. They had the seaside for free, but the thing is that Oten, Odd One Out, they've been setting up for these kind of retake setups, still having that Hunter's Fury in play, and now they go for it.
Oh, Stacey with the Blade Storm gets Reyna though. Tikuza has a Blade Storm of her own. The defuse is trying to come through, but Tikuza actually falls. Nugget manages to trade her out. The Hunter's Fury is there, trying to do again. Deny the defuse. Second one is not gonna hit. Oh my goodness! They do manage it this time though, and that is going to be the first round in the bank for KPI.
Finally, they get it through, and it took so much of it. Of course, Stacey's Blade Storm finding that first pick, denying that retake attempt was huge, but just the positioning held during the post plant, it was so much nicer coming out of KPI. Multiple parties towards Garage to deny that stick from coming in, and of course, even though they're able to get half of it, the remainder, it just doesn't come through as that smoke fades away. Rainsa for that final one, and KPI finally getting on the board here. Better late than never, and if they can get the next 3 rounds as well, maybe it's a lot to expect, but if they can, it'll put them in a much better spot for that second half.
Absolutely. I mean, it's high expectations, but a girl can dream. You have to try as, oh my god, immediately. Start spraying down Jada. Here. Tikuza peeking a little bit around here. So we're trying to hold. Not shown quite.
I like this kind of change of pace coming out of KPI. They're being more methodical about their defaults now, taking care of pivotal pieces of utility, finally going in for those crucial jump peaks to deny value from Tikuza's operator. Talking about said operator, it's in a very aggressive position, immediately rewarded.
Yeah, that was a bit sad to see. That peak coming out here immediately gets punished, as you say. Reina has that shockwave available. Doesn't quite commit it. Cloudburst does get committed here though from Stacy to enter the site. Is there. Picks up Pinkily. Nicely. Reina on the side though. Does pick up one more. It's just kills being traded back and forth, back and forth. Spike is now down onto C, and it's just gonna be the end again for KPI. Another one in the bank for O10.
10 seconds yeah, no time.
Lexa against the world, and there's nothing that she can do against the Odin.
There's just no time to get the spike down. In that position, it would have been better to just save the gun. But hey, like you said, a girl can dream. And this time around, it's more of a nightmare walking into that Odin. Bit of a shred.
Yeah.
But odd one out. They might have lost a round, but they're very quick to recover. Maybe that's what their name means, because so far, that one round, that's the odd one out.
30 seconds left.
That it is indeed. We're seeing a little bit of a replay here from the last round's kills. Serena moving in there. Alright. Oof. Operator this time goes wide. They know that. They know now that Jet's holding C long. Moving around. Stacy also gathering this information on B. Taku's actually immediately moved to B. They have to be ready for that though.
For the side of KPI, no real ults to try and snowball with. It is going to be the neural theft available for Nugget if they can get their hands on a corpse, as Cypher loves to say. Now, after that little bit of a sleight of hand towards that B side, they look to go towards A instead. Turret being broken towards mid will give away Lexa that sense of urgency and will force the rest of the squad to go forward on this A side, which is again completely open.
I mean, Jada is there, has to reckon. Plant. Takusa is down. There's Jada going down as well here. Nice pick here from Reinsa. Might be the most pivotal one, as we do see the shockwave coming through as well now. From Reina upstairs in heaven. They're trying to spray themselves through here. But Jeeks. Oh my god, Lexa and Jeeks ganging up together to secure this round. Very well done. 4 members actually still standing on the side of KPI is huge for their economy.
Indeed, for this last round, gonna be very well provisioned, but that was just that was a big misplay actually coming out of Tikuza with an operator trying to swing out of the smoke. KPI were just waiting for it, of course. Unfortunate that second player went down to that spam from Reynesa, but overall, very good round coming out of KPI. Could have still gone the wrong way, but that crossfire that you brought up towards that choke point, very nice in closing it out. Now, they are going to be close to a lot of ults for this particular round, 2 off of Lexa's lockdown. 1 away from that rolling thunder if it comes close to it, and immediately odd one out. They're starting so aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, this is how they have kind of been winning the rounds, right? Like, just taking a super aggressive stance here with their operator, with their Omen as well. Wrecking Bolt still to play for. Takuza peeks around, immediately gets punished. Don't know what she was expecting there, actually. A lot of kills being traded back and forth. Shockwave connecting. Oh, but Jeeks as well. Going down, and that's Spike down. Q's coming through. There's not much that they can do, as it's going to be another one going into the pocket of O10.
10-2. O10 with 10 rounds. Do we say O10 or do we just say odd one out? O10 sounds kind of cool. Never mind. O10 with 10 rounds.
Both sounds good. I like both.
They're twice as powerful as any other team. That's why they're O10 instead of O5. But really,
well, they're 10-2 now, actually.
O10 on 10-2, exactly. And all of that, really good half coming out. Of course, Tikuza with the operator was phenomenal, but of course, the rest of the team, they are so good at using those key pieces of utility when they're necessary. Reina had some incredible stuns and flashes coming out so many times. Pinkily as well with the paranoias, making that retake so much more easier, especially when combined with the information that Jada can provide. So overall, an excellent team effort coming out on defense. will they be just as efficient on attack? Because right now, KPI Shine, they're feeling the pressure. This is not their map pick, but still a map that in the past they've been able to win against several teams before, and now they're just struggling.
Yeah, they are. Stacy actually takes such an aggressive stance here. Doesn't get hit by the shockwave. They just start spraying into that cloudburst, but not really gonna give them anything else. Make their way on to B. Oh, but Jeeks, nice opener here coming out as they do pick up Pinkily when she does a little peek. Rename to Pinkily. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jada around the corner though, that's what they absolutely did not expect, and that is going to be actually KPI coming out on top.
Very, very nice pistol coming out of them.
Pistol round.
Exactly. Stacy goes for a little bit of an adventurous play, gets tagged up quite a bit, of course. JX, really, really nice shooting coming out of them. First kill, headshot, gets the second one, confirms the kill, and Serena has enough time to come in for the backup. Now, Jada does try to do a little bit more damage, but in this 1v2, the awareness from Nugget was there. It's just that the forward positioning held by Rainsa, her teammate, was just too much to deal with, and the KPI, they're gonna walk away with that pistol. The real chance of them making that comeback right now, it starts with this round, and by God, they are ready for it.
Yeah, and as you said, they felt that pressure and they definitely performed up. So now the push is on once again for Garage. Killjoy, as per usual, holding this by herself. Oh, immediately just gets taken out. Clean shot from Pinkily. We're gonna see Tekusa making her way here onto the site. Takes out Rainsa. That's going to be a clean plant because not anyone else really in position yet to contest that. 3-5. Looks like KPI is going to still try. Marshall in hand for Stacy. Maybe she can do something with it. It's a good peek, but Jada actually has the upper hand.
Oh my God.
Reina taking 2 here.
You go down a barely because that's what happens to KPI, of course. Like you mentioned, beautiful sheriff shot to start things off with, but the moment that upgrade is picked up by Tikuza, she just shreds the remaining players. These Spectres very, very quick at picking them up, and JX, despite the Vandal, only able to find 1 kill before being shut down. Very, very nice spacing coming out of O10. Unfortunately, KPI, the same couldn't really be said out of them. Now KPI, they're gonna be on the back foot here, looking down, making a very, very difficult choice because they have to eco here. They don't have the money to really buy anything, but if they do, they're giving O10 the match point basically for free. Again, aggression, but with that tag out of that camera, it's just going to be Stacy forced back again.
Yeah, exactly. They're not close to any ults either. Like, what do you do in a position like this? And then you get picked off like that by Pinkily. It's just this is already looking like we're on match point. What else can you do?
3 players left for KPI. Two of them hanging around the C side. No real utility, unfortunately, for them to contend with, though. And of course, in the midst of all this chaos, O10 also managed to grab that ult orb, so a little bit more to work with. Gonna be putting down a smoke towards that C long to maybe create the presence that's where they're going, but it's a bit of a fake play here, Joy. Look at the spike itself. It's headed more towards that A pivot.
It is indeed. So we do see Stacy still hanging around that garage. It's got to get moving now. But they have no idea where Odd One is.
JX, though, still tucked away in the short area. Pinkily, 3 kills, 4 kills already.
Oh my God, takes them all out. 4 kills. Are we gonna see the ace?
Ace.
Come on. Just jet left. Oh no! Stacy actually denying the ace by taking out Pinkily in turn. But they do get her in the end.
Yeah, once and all right. That's gonna be Stacy really, really denying that ace. If you can't win the round when you're not getting the ace either, a little bit of a sad moment there for Pinkily, but a great round for O10 overall. Match points right now on this first map. 1 round away from locking their choice in, and they have all the tools to do it. Vandals across the board except for Reina, and even then, a couple of ults really, really close to coming to fruition, in particular, that Rolling Thunder.
Well, yeah, that's what we have to keep our eyes on. I mean, both breaches equally close now, but, I mean... we have to keep our eyes here on on Reyna. Has been doing so much with her breach. Yakuza looking hungry. Going to push, but not pushing alone. Together with Reyna. Pushing up a little bit here.
Well, drone gonna be invested right now towards garage. Just spot out the alarm bot. Gonna be, in fact, Yakuza following it, trying to find a little bit of damage, but instead that drone is gonna force back this player. All that spam in the world, not gonna really be able to tag it up. The walls are paper thin, but not that thin, thankfully. This is still Haven, not a sense, guys. So, wall bang not materializing, but either way, very nice pushback. And once again, with the distraction having been committed, the default plate out, A is gonna be that point of interest, and Stacy, the sole obstacle, standing in O10's ways of taking the site.
It's like they know. Look at them. She dodges the peek, though. It's a good job. Looks like she's gonna follow suit behind. Gets the dash onto the boxes. Yakuza. No clear sight here. Oh my goodness, Stacy. Beautiful headshot. There's actually some kills gonna come in. Can they do it? Can they hold on? KPI. It looks like they can.
They find that kill. A couple of kills for Jada, but they find the KPI find the kills overall to take the round and keep themselves alive in this particular map at the very least. Very, very nice rotations coming out of them. And of course, Stacy with the repositioning that goes unchecked and does quite a bit of damage. Still, economy for KPI, it's looking okay. They managed to hold on to 3 of their rifles, so pretty nice overall coming out of them. For odd one out, of course, they're still looking pretty comfortable with the 2 rounds that they've won already in this half. Again, Rolling Thunder just won off of it, and aggression early on.
Oh my god, Stacy immediately taking out here. Jinx does answer with 2 kills. Pinkily picks one up for herself.
I have the spike.
Still have the Rolling Thunder to play for here on Jinx. Hunter's Fury as well on the other side. Spike in hand. What are they going to do, Zach?
They also have the From the Shadows here. Now, the question is, where do they want to go? Because they know that KPI, they like to kind of leave a player hanging around that A site. So they don't feel super comfortable going for that immediate rotation. Instead, they look for this B site instead. They hear the turret, expect that presence. Maybe they want to try and break it and then rotate. And of course, Lexa, the pre-positioning here, ready for that possible push-in as that turret breaks. And Lexa won't take the peek, but at least
Pinkily so low.
Kill.
Lexa
so good.
Coming in. Lexa coming out swinging here. Picks up 2 kills for KPI. Very well done. But now they know where Lexa is. Nugget's gonna push forward here. Last woman standing.
Cage
goes out the cage. Lexa wisely backing off. Here's the Hunter's Fury. Oh no, excuse me. Rolling Thunder. Gonna connect. Gonna pick her up. It's gonna be a team ace coming in at least for KPI. Holding on so far. Starting to make things look interesting, Zach.
Lexa for sure, of course. These 2 kills coming out of JX was insane, setting her up with the Rolling Thunder. But of course, Lexa played that to perfection. Didn't react when that turret was being broken. Lulled O10 into that false sense of security. And off the back of those 2 kills, really set up the rest of the team for being able to clean up house and keep themselves going. 12 to 5 right now. 7 rounds in a row necessary for KPI to take this to overtime. But at least they're slowly but surely building up the tools to do it with Stacy on the operator now. But oh my god, O10, they're looking to get aggressive really quickly.
Absolutely, immediately investing so much utility, dashing forward. Lexa taken out here. Yakuza now has that Blaze Storm available to herself as well. I'm sure that we're going to see that coming out here to secure this map for O10. Plant gun to go through.
Spike planted.
4v4. No lockdown in play for either side. Rolling Thunder now committed by JX to try and push forward in, but the positioning of these O10 players, none of them are really on site. They have all the kit to work with. And Reyna already finding a kill.
Reyna finding a kill. You can see they're holding down the C long here. Jinx falls as well. And there comes the Hunter's Fury. And I think that should be enough. But it's not. Going to peek around the corner is Jinx, but it's not going to be enough. And that means O10 very, very convincingly take on Haven. Our first map.
Odd one out. They find the win on their map, and they do it in style. Convincingly is the word you use there, and convincingly would be absolutely right, because that was domination from almost start to finish coming out of this particular squad. Somebody please sign them already. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, Tikuza, amazing with the Marshall, insane with the Operator, really good at finding these opener frags, and the rest of the team setting up after them. Pinkley in particular has shown so much improvement since the last time that we saw her on stream, or at least in this particular stage. And she is looking fantastic along with the rest of the squad. O10, they played an almost flawless game. Towards the end, sure, they lost a little bit of momentum, but I think that's more credit to be given to KPI. They woke up just a little bit late, and hopefully we see a little bit of a better performance coming out of them on their own mapping, number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that we do, because this must be so devastating though, to try and get a few rounds in your favor, then just let the last one slip through your fingers. But luckily this is a BO3. We're gonna be going to a different map.
New map, new me. Maybe this is the time for KPI to pull out that reverse sweep. And honestly, odd one out. This is a very incredible performance coming out of them. They didn't look the greatest in that group stage, but now they look extremely confident, very, very precise with their gameplay. On Haven in particular, they have been doing amazing. Map number 2, though, I believe that's split, and it's gonna be interesting to see what's in store, because this is a map that this team has almost no record on when it comes to mods.
Yeah, we're going to see. We're going to see what also what our analysts have to say about this one, of course, once we head over back to them before we will be heading to our second map.
Well, before we throw it to our analysts, I think that for me in this map in particular, I really enjoyed how O10 were setting up Tikuza for success both on attack and defense. They were really aggressive early on, but in a very measured and controlled way. They were able to find those early frags and that kind of powerful potential right off the bat to set themselves up for success. And they have the momentum right now. They have that map under their pocket. But we have one, possibly 2 more maps coming up for the rest of the day. But before we go to that and our wonderful analysts, we're going to take a small break. So we'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the.
A 100% win rate is the win rate that the Odd One Out is going to continue to have on Haven. Unfortunately for KPI, that is not going to be the case. 13-5, and what a dominant show on the first map of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, and especially after that first half, it kind of looked like it was going to be even more dominant than what the eventual scoreline came out to be. Both Nugget and Pinkily had a great start to this game. They've lowered themselves a little bit on the scoreboard, but eventually a very consistent performance over all these teammates as they've all gone double digits. Also, Pinkily did not die until like the 8th round or something in the game, which is absolutely wild.
Fact that when we were talking to the coach from the Odd One Out, he did mention, to be fair, playoffs was our goal. We've hit that goal. We're playing without regrets. So it also maybe puts a little bit of perspective of the pressure that KPI could be feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just looking at this round 8 here, this was the first round that Pinkily had a death. So again, that just completely corresponds with Anne's point there. Yeah, it definitely looks like Odd One Out are playing their own game throughout this matchup.
Yeah, if you look at this round specifically, there will be a plant coming out from KPI. They're trying to get control over the site. They have the plant down, and then they're using some ults to make sure that Odd One Out cannot defuse. There'll be a breach ult and Omen TP all the way to B, which is a teeny tiny bit questionable because at that moment, it seems like Odd One Out is already just sticking the defuse. You get away with it. Omen is far offside. All the players on C long get killed despite there being a breach ult. So they have unfortunately wasted 2 ults and still did not manage to win out that post plant. And that's, I think, a trend that we've seen from more of the KPI post plants, where they just don't seem to win them out. It looked like it got better a few rounds later in, where they had all the grounds covered and made sure that they kept the flank, for example, secured. But still, they were really struggling winning out those post plant positions.
Yeah, you look at it from KPI's perspective and you're throwing everything in a kitchen sink that you have at the Odd One Out. But the Odd One Out, Billy, they're just continuously up in your face and they're not giving you that breathing space.
Absolutely, and I think, like Anne said it perfectly, you know, you have Odd One Out being so aggressive on that attack, playing off of one another's utility. Just the sort of space that they were creating was allowing them to control the pace of playstyle throughout this map. And, you know, just coordinating, taking space, it really did kind of make for KPI to have to play retake most of these rounds.
Yeah, and when we're looking as well at individual players, specifically the duelists this time around, and in terms of a comparison between both Yakuza and Stacy, they were both on the Jet, they were both on the duelist, both trying to gain space and create pressure for their teams, but it felt like the composition and the support system from the side of the odd one out just really allowed Yakuza to come out on top.
Yeah, we had not seen this head-to-head before we got on the screen, sir, and I felt like this one was gonna hurt a little bit. Yakuza obviously coming out super dominant in this one. There are rounds where she got these multi-kills by technically just walking onto the site, showing dominance, killing all players in sight, maybe some whiffs from the side of KPI, but that's maybe where the nerfs come to shine in as well. First Blood also being so much more dominant on the side of Yakuza. A very, very strong map for her.
Yeah, and coming into this one specifically, Billy, we said, all right, Haven, both of these teams have played this map before during Stage 2 of VCT Game Changers EMEA. Both of these teams had 100% win rate. Unfortunately for KPI, that is no longer the case. But now we're heading on to Split. And you kind of talked about this as well yourself in the previous pregame that we had, where you said, all right, we're going on to Split. We don't actually really know what they have. Potentially just an absolute curveball to be expected, something that they've been hiding.
Yeah, are they cooking something up? That is the question. But do they want to play that now that it's their last chance, as we've already discussed? Yeah, I think, as I've said, like, we're going to be looking for players to play off one another. Can we not wait until post-plant unless they're definitely sure that the post-plants are going to be strong? Their retakes are going to be strong. And yeah, just kind of stopping odd one out, having that dominance and that aggression that they've kind of already shown throughout this first map.
Yeah, it genuinely feels, and the no regrets part that we've heard from the coach from Zenpoyo was really what they're sticking with. There are no regrets from the side of Odd One Outs because they're continuously playing so aggressively in your face. But it brings the question, when we saw BBL up against Female earlier today on Split, the team that had the most aggression, that was the most comfortable, the most confident, was the one that came out on top on the defensive side. So it does bring questions of how we can expect the Odd One Out to be performing and whether or not KPI Shine is going to have an answer to that aggression.
Yeah, I feel like this second map in general is just a whole big question mark. I mean, we can guess and think that the aggressive playstyle of Odd One Out is going to continue, but there is no footage, there is no vault, there are no statistics to back that type of guessing up. So that's the same for KPI. They'll have to go into this game fully guessing what's going to be ahead of them, and if they don't have the adaptation to change their game plan to something that they might have not been expecting, and that will make it really difficult for them, and then this game could be a really fast 2-0 to be.
Yeah, it also brings the fact that when we're looking at KPI Shine from the side of the mental perspective, Billy, you've just had a 13-5 loss on a map that you've had a 100% win rate on. This map was something that you're comfortable with. You're coming into this, the expectations are on you as KPI Shine to perform. It's gonna take a lot to be able to flip that switch and be comfortable to go into Split and have that reset and be able to play to the best of your ability.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about Mental briefly earlier, but I think having dropped into the lower bracket after dominating the group group stage, I don't know if that is what is kind of hindering their performance here. Maybe the nerves are getting to them a little bit, you know, it's a little bit shaky, a little bit too much, and now they're going into the unknown, having no sort of anti-strats cooked for anything like this, as, you know, we don't have any information on Odd One Out Split. So it's really anyone's game once again, and I think Mental is probably one of the most important factors in this matchup right now. They really need to power through and keep their heads in the game.
When we're looking at Split as well, is there a possibility, a potential, and that the Odd One Out just let it fly through because they are comfortable on it? It's one of the maps that have been in the pool for the longest. Yes, been taken out for a little bit, but you can play default on it. You don't have to be the most perfect one, and then you can head on to Ascent, and that's where you finish out the series.
Yeah, Ascent has an only 50% win rate for KPI as well, so they really need to make sure they show some dominance on this map, because even on that final map, they could still be struggling. So KPI really need to step it up. They've been playing with a double sentinel on Split before, so hopefully for them, I'm not sure if they're going to be picking the same kind of agent composition or not, but hopefully they will be prepared for the type of aggression that might still be coming out from Odd One Out, because I'd like to see the aggression continue. The way they were on site, the way they were really controlling the pace of the game can win so many rounds for them.
Yeah, and speaking of the topic of Asian selection particularly, that's something that's really interesting as well, because as you already highlighted, Billy, there is no tape, there's no VOD, there is no information available on the odd one out and how they like to play their split and what they like to play. So that makes it so much more difficult for the agents to be selected from the side of KPI Shine, because what do you do?
I know, right? I am very intrigued to see this. Okay, so we have a double duelist on odd one out. Maybe they are taking that aggression from the previous map right into the next one.
I mean, they're looking to be going guns blazing. I like the fact that there's a raise on both of these compositions as well, and this is an agent specifically last series that we saw that you wanted to see being played on split, so you got your wishes.
Yeah, there's quite some changes on the lineup of KPI as well. They switched out the Sage, which was the previous Sentinel, for the Cypher this time, maybe feeling like they want to get some more information with that. They had the Sky before. They also switched out their own duelist, which was a Jet and will now be played as a Raze. They had the Omen before, but also the Breach is new. So yeah, a whole different lineup for KPI. We haven't really seen them change a lot on split or other maps really, so I'm very, very curious what this will bring for them. It's a new.
I am pretty curious as well. I think in general, everybody kind of is looking at this and going, okay, the odd one out, what can we be expecting from them? It's a roster that got put together, a mixture of GK and NIP, and they're playing here in Game Changers Series 2. They're doing really incredibly well. We've seen their explosiveness now here in this lower bracket. So a lot of question marks remain to be answered, but this is also the only chance that KPI Shine has to be able to push this to the decider map. Split is their map pick, so this is their chance to shine. We're gonna be heading into the second map of the series with Joy K and Zach.
Thank you, Janiro. And we're back again with, well, yeah, potentially our last map of today, but we're going to find out if KPI Shine can manage to hang on to this one. The one thing that I want to highlight here is that we do see another Breach coming out from them, but this time it's not going to be played by Jeeks, and Jeeks did manage to lock in that MVP, was very good at that Breach last map. So I'm really curious how she's going to be on the Sky, and I'm really curious to see how Serena is going to be on that Breach. But I would love to hear your thoughts, Zach.
I definitely agree with you there. That role change across the team is pretty incredible, of course, for odd one out. Taikuza does have that additional firepower backup with that double duelist comp, Jada kicking in, especially. I think that might prove to be incredible if they can both put up the numbers. Double healer as well, so lots of potential there to just set up these duelists to keep fragging out. However, they're kind of lacking in initiation utility. They do have the Sky, of course, but compared to KPI's comp, where they have the double initiator as well as that Cypher, as that Sentinel, I think it's just a little bit more easier for them, at least on this defensive side.
Yeah, exactly. Gathering that early intel will be really, really important to see coming out from KPI, I think. Sage Wall already being committed here. Not much happening so far.
Little bit of rotation, pivoting by KPI towards this mid area of the map instead. They get spotted out though, forced to invest this Trailblazer to clear out a lot of the space. Of course, Serena willing to follow up on it. Paint shells as well towards that mid area. And now Tikuza gonna be taking that first point of contact. Tripwire in place, tries to jump over it. There's a Cypher waiting right around the corner, and seems like Tikuza knows.
It seems like she knows, yeah. Decides to back off. And it's actually gonna be Lexa who peeks it and actually takes out Taikuza in the process. Very well done here as we see Pinkly sitting in the corner. Oh my god, Jada from behind, sitting in that smoke. Like an absolute nightmare, peeks out, picks up 2 kills.
That's the most wonderfully cringe thing I've seen all day. And huge compliments. That's the play that might have won them the round, because not only does it equalize the numbers, in fact gets them an advantage, it also drops the spike in a very awkward position.
Player standing.
Absolutely. Now somebody's got to go and pick it up. Lexa knows that Reyna's there. Oh, wow. What a shot coming out here. Very nicely done, but as she drops down, she also gets dropped by Nuggets. Okay. KPI, really good showing, but O10 just comes right out swinging again.
Indeed, and of course, we talked a little bit about their agent comp. I guess it doesn't matter if you're just going to be able to have the trigger discipline and wherewithal that Jada does. 3 kills already for the Raze on this particular round, and sure, she eventually goes down. Lexa trying to pull off the clutch here, but just too many angles, too little time for her to really work with, and that will net O10 their first pistol round in this half. A great start for them. Gonna be able to invest quite well for the rest of this round. And in particular, Kuza, I like that she's gone for this Marshall pick again, because we saw her being able to get that early operator, especially if she did go down. I wonder if we're gonna be seeing a repeat of that on this map.
Oh yeah, for the sake of KPI, I hope not. But you know, like, if she can hold down the A long with that really well, of course. But yeah, no one there just yet. KPI not really willing to invest into peeking that out just yet. Trailblazer invested, so gonna go and drop down on the ropes here. Nobody there. Oh.
And it's gonna be leading the charge here as they look to go in towards his ace side, but again, Kuza.
That's just, yeah, that is exactly what we were waiting for, right? Like coming around the corner here, the spray down. It's just gonna be O10 coming out on top again with Nugget taking yet another kill. Nugget very low now. Does still have that healing orb available to herself, but does fall in the end to Serena. Now Taikuza. Oof. This is just devastation. What a way to start off again here for O10 after this short little break.
Nice shots coming out from both sides, especially towards for KPI to be able to take out two of those Spectres. But yeah, O10, not too difficult a win for them, especially with that firepower advantage. One thing that I do have my eyes on is that showstopper from Jada. Only 2 away, a possible ult that could change the rounds completely and its narrative. But KPI finally full buy on board. 2 off that neural depth for Alexa.
Yeah, it's looking good. They've got a fighting chance here, and again, Jada sitting on 4 kills, doing really good. Shadow's traveling out here, but
that's a Bucky from Nugget. That's just really scary. First blood found by Reynesa though onto Taikuza. Gets a little bit too aggressive. Nice paint shows.
Very nice. Forcing him a little bit back. Angle still being held here by Nugget. Trailblazer manages to find her. Can they sniff her out in time? And yes, they can. Reynesa again with another shot. Popping off this round here. So they're now moving the spike towards A, by the looks of it.
It's a good call as well. A is completely abandoned. They've created pressure. They found those early picks, and now they look confident to finally get that spike down. Both remaining players for the side of O10 kind of just trying to hold on to that B side, but if the spike goes down, it's going to be so difficult to even attempt to retake here. It is their bonus round, so not much at stake for O10, but Reynesa on the lurk. They can find her. It will be such a crucial kill.
Oh, they can. If they peek that, and Reynesa just picks that up. Beautiful dodge as well coming out, and she picks up another one. Odd one out. Finally dropping around here. And that was a great dodge by Reynesa. Super well done. Now they've got a fighting chance.
Indeed, they won that round. Last time it didn't go so well for them, so now we're going to be seeing another Logitech G power-up round heading in. Odd one out, they have the Showstopper online. 3 off of that Resurrection. And most importantly, Operator finally online for Taikuza. This time though, it seems like KPI, they're being proactive about their pushes.
Oh yeah, Stacy wants to push in on Nugget here. Not going to happen. Ooh, that peek just getting denied there. And now Taikuza is so low. Actually has to go on the retreat. Pretty free entry into B here, I think.
No opening pick quite yet though, so perhaps that's why they're looking a little bit hesitant as to where exactly they want to commit.
Yeah, and this is where the Sage really comes in, right? Taikuza's so low, gets to retreat towards Sage or Sky. Get her health bar back. up and then just straight back into that fight. But here comes the showstopper.
They're just running away. KPI want nothing to do with Jada or Showstopper or that B site.
No. Can you blame them?
Now they have to deal with like Tycho's operator instead.
2 shots, not quite connecting here. Lexa still gets to push up. Holding that angle.
Here.
15 seconds. They have to push onto the site. In the corner,
Reina's
tucked
above
away.
though. That's a shot coming out. Stacy taken down, but Rensa gonna go down in the end as well. Getting the plant off. Rensa on like 2 HP. Binkley, like Serena, actually just taking all the kills that she can here this round, securing it for KPI. Fantastic play.
Either way, really nice run. In particular, Serena, of course, that first shot towards CT and just the cover that she was able to provide Reinissa in that situation while that spike was going down. Huge kills coming out of her, setting her up with that Rolling Thunder as well. Finally, KPI looking a little bit revitalized on their own map pick. Odd one out. They might have started off with a bit of a lead, but with their full buy going down in shambles, they don't have much to work with in this particular round. I see a Stinger and a Bucky, of course, deadly weapons in their own rights, but overall, range-wise at least, KPI, they're kind of leading the score charts here, weaponry.
Exactly. Maybe a round that's just going to be a little bit less explosive. Absolutely not, as we see Stacy with a nice opener coming out here swinging 2 kills right off the deck. And no resurrection in place just yet. 1 orb off here for the Sage. Oh, through the boxes, Reinsa actually gets that. That was crazy.
When you just see the toes and the knees of your opponent's Omen sticking out, of course, you manage to shoot it. Now, Nugget in a 1v5. Stinger in hand. We've seen a lot come out of this particular weapon, but how much damage can she really find? Gets the first,
well, she
almost
can
the
do a
third
bit.
as well, but just a little bit too much. Runs out of bullets at the worst time. And it's going to be KPI with their 3rd round in a row here. I don't know about that mid play from Odd One Out. They try to get a little bit over aggressive, but just those singular peaks, Stacy was more than ready to punish for it. Last map she looked a little bit out of place, but Nugget, on the other hand, quite a bit of damage being done.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at the Breach's health bar, it was very close.
1 HP.
Yeah, 1 HP. Or could we say 1 HP?
Now, early slow orb coming in to try and slow down this push on B. Stacy as well, fighting for that orb control, has it once again. We'll give her the showstopper. And Tiku's on the opposite side with the operator, waiting for the confrontation. But Lexa, again, awareness of the possibility. They look to charge into B.
Lexa not giving that one over. Stacy coming in with the showstopper, picks up a kill. What else have we got? So we do see members up in heaven. Rolling Thunder being committed here as well. Do have the neural theft now online as well for Lexa. But Taikuza's made her way here. Got that operator in hand. They know she's there though. They know she's there. Stacy manages to take out Jada. Which is big for them as well. Lexa coming in.
Oh. That Seekers gave away the presence of that wraparound. Oh, Pinkley!
Pinkley!
1 enemy remaining.
Swings around. Can Lexa do it? It's a question. She's trying to defuse. And Lexa's got it. Another round. In the pocket here.
For a second, I thought for sure that Pinkley would be able to clutch it up after getting those 3 kills, but just this round, right? Really nice entry coming out of Stacy. Serena with the follow-up, but those Seekers that came out of Reina, beautifully done, enabling, really setting up Pinkley for that spray transfer and that information as to Lexa's position. Does get distracted by the tripwire in the end, but a great round, nevertheless. An attempt out of Odd One Out to keep their momentum back. And once again, they're stuck in that awkward economic cycle of buy, save, buy, save. They really need to try to win a round. At least they have the ultimates to do it. In particular, my eyes are on Taikuza's Blade Storm.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's eye should be on that. Hawk gets taken out. As we see. Bladestorm ready. Here. Again, it looks like they're just gonna try to push up for B. He'll get taken out. They know that the Omen is there. Now they're pushing forward and they take him out. Taking out Pinkley here is big.
No more smokes available for the retake. Now Seekers go in. KPI following up off the back of that. They know that nobody's going to really be on site. And the hunt
with
from
the back
Stacey.
turned. Stacey manages to pick that up here. Serena going for that plant. Stacey really feeling herself this round. Picks up yet another one. Takusa drops down. Picks up one, but Rainsa is there to refrag. Jada against the world. Just a classic in hand.
Sheriff looking to get some headshots at least to make this expensive. Picks up the Bucky as well.
Yeah.
However, the post plant from KPI is just a little bit too much to deal with. Stacey with the 3K walks away with that final kill, and KPI, it's the opposite of that last map, right? Odd one out. They were the ones racking up the scores, but KPI, it seems like on these attacking rounds at least, they can do no wrong. Stacey in particular has woken up, proving to be the powerhouse that she has been in the past for KPI. So odd one out, a very well-timed timeout. They have that resurrection. They'll have a bye for next round. They just gotta figure out what exactly is making KPI tick so far.
Yeah, it's not like they're playing overly aggressive and Odd One Out just doesn't have an answer to it. But I feel like it's hard for them, as we mentioned at the start of this map, it's hard for them to gather intel. It's hard for them to draw anything out and then gather intel. So how do you change that around?
I'm not really sure. I mean, of course, we talked about their team comp and how that lack of a second initiator might make it more difficult for them. But aside from intel, right, it's just been KPI really playing around with the pace of the game. We saw those slow defaults in those first couple of rounds where they kind of faked and rotated. And now the last two, we've been seeing extremely aggressive, quick hits on that B side. So they're just controlling the narrative of the game at this point when it comes to pace, when it comes to map control. And Odd One Out, they're constantly on that back foot trying to go in for the defuse or at least at the attempted retake. But when they're two players down already, it's just too much for them to really chew the phrase bite off more than you could chew. That could quite aptly refer to Odd One Out's half so far.
Yeah, exactly. Trailblazers get traded right into the same station here. Because he actually Odd One Out picking up 2 kills off the back of that. Really nicely done. Forcing KPI back here. Into that A side. I mean, they haven't planted A side for a while. Maybe for good reason.
Very, very nice timeout and read coming out of Odd One Out there. They still have, of course, their entire player arsenal and a couple of ults to boot. The flashes from Sky revealing where these players are.
Oh! Spray down, though. Coming through here for KPI. As you see. We do still have the Resurrect available, though. If they want to commit it this round. Knight's gonna come through from Reyna, but she immediately gets taken out. Heaven gets checked. Nobody up there. That means that the plant should be pretty safe. His Nugget's now coming in.
Planted.
Has that Resurrect available. Is going to be using it. Resurrects Pinkley.
Interesting post plant coming out of KPI here. Of course, Serena on site, but everybody else are going for Heaven control instead.
Interesting that they're leaving her here. Immediately, Pinkley and Nugget get taken out, and that should be the round here secured for KPI.
It started off really badly, but they were able to adapt very, very quickly. Of course, that quick push towards Heaven to try and equalize these numbers, and the expectation of that resurrection, especially once they knew that one of the players was coming in for the flank, the repositioning towards Heaven to try and play for the spike. Very, very nice crossfire that they eventually set up. I think this neural theft was kind of the game changer here. Quite literally, it gave away exactly where the rotations were coming in from and really let them set up a very efficient post plant. And remember, that was Odd One Out's buy round. They're gonna have to go into a bit of an eco situation again, and this time around, no ultimates really to work with aside from Pinkley's from the shadows.
Yeah, and I think maybe that was the idea of the resurrection here. Try and get a play going. Wait from the shadows, but didn't quite happen as they just immediately got punished for it. Oh, beautiful headshot coming out here from Takusa. Start off this round here. Into the smoke. Goes Reyna. Into the waiting arms of Jeeks. Straight back and forward. Lexa picking up 3 here. Still onto that side.
One enemy remaining.
Letting on 29 hit points only, but 1 off of that neural theft once again already. Now it's all down to Takusa. Spike's not been planted, so she can play with time. Who's gonna find the shot first? And it's gonna be Takusa picking out Serena.
3 on the round. Takusa finally waking back up here, and a thrifty to boot. I really, really like the kills coming out of her in that round. Very nice positioning, but of course it starts off with the Sheriff. She's able to pick up that upgrade. A second one from Reyna as well. And well, Lexa does her best. Finding a 4K on the round with the collateral. It's just not going to be enough for the entire team to come out. And now KPI, they're going to be calling their first time out instead. Sure, they only lost a round, but they want to be proactive about this. They want to figure out, have odd one out cracked our code? And if so, what do we need to change to bring it back?
It's a good question. There's a lot to play for this round, though. If you have a look at the board now, Blaze-Storm online, Rolling Thunder. We're 1 off of Showstopper as well. Let's not forget about that.
Quite a few ultimates to work with, like you mentioned, especially, of course, I like that you brought up Lexa's neural theft already being back online. She only used it the round before last, so of course it is one of those smaller ults. One of those smaller ults. 6 points is all that's necessary, but still, all things considered, very, very nice coming out of her. Now, for this particular round, KPI, they still have that momentum, have enough budget to really buy up, and like you mentioned, the ultimate economy is in their favor. The problem is when odd one out, these last couple of rounds, they've been playing very, very proactively, trying to go in for that early information that we talked about, fighting those first frags. It's what they do after that that kind of concerns me, because they seem to be intent on getting a little bit more aggressive after that, overextensions and misplays that KPI are more than ready to punish them for.
Yeah. Paint Shell's being committed here. Try and clean out that garage. Ooh, Lexa. Don't think she has necessarily been spotted, but she might just now. Any second here by Nugget. Nugget decides to back off and rejoin. Rendezvous with Jada as they're pushing both up to A side now. Looks like that is going to be the planting choice for KPI. Nugget just holding down that long.
Entire side kind of empty though. Nugget towards a CT, holding down the fort. Here's all of these sound cues coming in, waiting for KPI to make an overextension, to make a mistake, but it's not going to be happening. 5v5 retake is what we're looking at right now.
Just swinging around the corner, and there's the showstopper. Jada coming in, picks up 2 off the back of that Takusa to assist. That should be a clean defuse here. There's nothing that they can do to retake this, right? Yep.
You are right.
I was right.
Absolutely right. A really, really nice positioning coming out of odd one out. They were waiting for that retake situation. The patience coming out of Nugget, you finally see the answer. They were setting up to get that Alt Orb on B, to get the showstopper, set up Raze on site, and just surround them on every single aspect and avenue. The spike was planted in the corner for main, kind of, but you can't get into sight if you're playing that far away. And odd one out, they're quick to jump back into this. It was, what was it, 2 and 6, and now it's 4 and 6. A much, much better score for them so far. They can get the next couple of rounds. They're going to be in a very, very good position once that side switch happens.
Absolutely. But now we've got a lot of ultis on the board.
3 for the side of odd one out, and 4 for KPI. Almost every single player, in fact, pretty close to getting theirs with the exception of Jada and Nugget, who used theirs recently. Stacy didn't really have a chance or the need to use that showstopper the last time around. Now, that might be the way for them to get into B side, especially combined with this Rolling Thunder.
Gonna come through here. Not doing too much.
No.
Stacy looking to take that trade, but Rainsa just coming out on top here. Jeeks falling as well. Lexa trying to push in from behind. Has to be really careful here with her positioning.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Caught by the Rolling Thunder, but when you have a shorty in your hand and there's a raise in your face, it doesn't really matter.
It
The
doesn't.
lurker detected as well.
Oh! Great shot here from Reinsa coming out.
Careful.
Lexa, does she know Reina's there? No, it's not. The reaction's just not. Just barely in time. The Hawk about to connect as Serena manages to take Reina out as well. And now Breach just gets to drop down onto B. But no Sakusa's there, I suppose. Omen creeping in as well. From the shadow still available. Reinsa. Only 10 HP, and now Serena has fallen. It's looking rather grim here for KPI all of a sudden. So we're running out of time.
Yeah, Renaissa's just like, please let me hold on to this gun. I don't really want to fight you. I'm just gonna sit here in this corner. Please don't check me, and please don't annoy me. That's gonna be the round for odd one out, and a very nicely done round as well, despite that investment of that Rolling Thunder. The presence of mind, I believe, from Reina in particular, to be able to pull out that shorty and just take care of this final kill. Very, very nice work.
Very, very nicely done. And sitting here in the corner, taking out Lexa as well. Great round here for Reina.
Five to 6. Odd one out. Their economy looking very revitalized after these last 3 rounds in a row. Operator to be online again.
Yeah, operator for Takusa. We've seen her do so much work with it. Shot doesn't connect. Has the Blade Storm available as well. Has it on the ready. There we go with the showstopper. Doesn't really connect anything though. Okay, Stacy actually gonna end up falling in return. Now, KPI at least onto the site. Takusa losing health here in the process. Might be something that needs to be careful of as she lurks around the corner. Actually picks up Jeeks. What can she do more? What more can she do? Operator in hand. She's gonna find Omen. No, she is not. She's not in time to finish him off. Pinkily, in return, picks up Ringsire. It's not gonna be enough. It's KPI. That's just going to fall once again. And then, all one out. Equalizing here.
6 to 6, we talked about it. We talked about the possibility, and it's really nice of them to be able to recover like that after those rough 6 rounds in a row that they lost. But that timeout, it paid massive dividends for them, especially that thrifty round that they were able to win. That's gonna leave them feeling quite happy. The thing is, Split is also one of those maps that just happens to be a little bit defender-sided, even with the changes that came in one of those previous patches. It still happens to be a bit defender-sided, especially with the team comp that KPI Shine are running compared to Odd One Out. It's a bit less defensive. Sure, they have the Cypher, but they're going to have to play very aggressively. Stacy in particular, a lot of pressure on her shoulders. And for Odd One Out, this is the side that they're most likely more comfortable on looking at their agent comp. 2 duelists ready to go. Very interesting.
Exactly. Double healer to kind of back that up.
Exactly.
Looks good. But we're going to see how they're going to do heading into this pistol round. Oh, Cloudburst. We did spot the Omen out. Reinta immediately on the run, but doesn't get to run far. Taken down immediately. First blood. Going over to Odd One Out again. Jeeks. Making her way down as well. Lexa dropping in hot. Trying to move up. Lexa picks up a kill, picks up another, picks up a third! Before that is going to be the end of her story. Pinkily, KPI Serena still standing. Diffusing. Will she get it is the question. 1v1, Nugget so low. She does get it here. Serena, in the end, will come in clutch for KPI.
Really, really nice flash there, but for a second it got so dicey there. Nugget doing so much damage, especially on single digit of health. Being able to isolate that fight in that 1v2 and play for time. If it hadn't been for Serena's flash, I feel like that was a round that could have very easily gone on the opposite side, even with Lexa's heroics here to find that 3k. Very, very nice round coming out of KPI. The kind of breath of fresh air that they needed. They've been kind of on an L streak in that previous opposite side, rather. And now to start things off, that pistol, it's going to bode well for their chances to take this to a map number 3. Which, for that, they'll have to win this one. 4 spy. Interesting.
Going heavy. All right, Odd One Out, moving up towards A. Lexa holding down the fort so far. Will spot out. Oh, starts firing perhaps a bit too early, a bit too eagerly. Nugget, not afraid to punish that. Means Lexa going up first here. Oof,
Oh my.
another one taken out here by Takuza.
Spike planted.
Oof. Peeks all around the corner pinkily with a beautiful flank coming in. Only Reza left standing. Spike already planted. This is just a save, no?
1v4. I mean, there's no point in saving this one, right? It's your anti-eco. Either way, you're gonna have to eco that next round if you lose it. So Reyna's just looking to make it a little bit expensive here. Maybe catch a couple of exit frags, charge up that ultimate, but will be completely denied. I wish my Stinger did that at that range, but either way, the force fly for odd one out, it pays off huge in this particular round, and they are able to take it to 7-7. Putting them at a huge advantage here because that's a round that they had no business realistically winning. They played it super well, especially Taikuza's advanced positioning towards that spawn area, really setting her up for the timing and the kills. It seemed like KPI just were not expecting that level of aggression, and they're punished for it.
No, exactly, and that takes me back a little bit towards that like first map that we saw, where it was just KPI like completely rolled over by odd one out's aggression. Yeah.
Bit of an awkward buy here coming out for KPI. Of course, Shorty in particular is what I have my eyes on towards A main. Thankfully for odd one out, they're not really pushing the issue. You do see Serena going out on a little adventure of her own here. Does get caught out by the paranoia, forced out of position. And now Takuza, looking hungry for these kills, still finds that one despite the reload of the Shorty and will be able to get away with her life. What?
That was a risky trade, but well, high risk, high rewards, I suppose. Takes out Lexa, main intel for KPI. Yeah. Now coming up in B, Serena lining up that blind. Won't even matter. They just get taken out right in their tracks here. Takuza, aggressive as always, dashes forward, but immediately gets punished by Stacey, but it won't even matter because Reyna's just there to back her up. Plant is going through, Sage Wall locking cheeks off to even enter here at this point, and
thou shall not pass. Just waiting for somebody to maybe make a mistake, push around the corner, hoping for somebody on top of the wall, but GX, not much that she can really do in this position. Does have a flash to work with, hears all of these jumping noises, but just no way, no shot that she could even get through here, especially with this post plan being as rigorous as it is out of O10. They win another round very convincingly, perhaps GX just hoping to fall to the spike here, prevent another ult orb from going in the hands of these players, especially Nugget.
Yeah. Tried to defuse, but odd one out. Maybe just going to make this a 2-0, huh?
Maybe. Okay, that was just funny. I just noticed Skydog getting the kill. I thought it was Reyna who did it, but nope, it's the Trailblazer. Very good boy. Make sure you give your good boy extra treats tonight, because that one definitely deserves it. Another power up round coming in though. Odd one out on a bit of a half buy here, the bonus round for them rather. And KPI Shine finally have all their weapons and that neural theft in pocket.
Yeah. Here we go, already up in heaven. Oh my god, pushing through that smoke. Jada picks up a kill here, first blood. Gets spotted out here. Lexa tries to do what she can, salvage, but gets picked off as well here. Are they gonna spot out? Yes! They're gonna swing around the corner, take out Serena as well. Stacy manages to get Taikuza out of the way, but that's already been used. Stacy's still coming around. Does manage to get that and equalizes it for KPI. Fantastic.
For a second I thought that odd one out had that round as well, but two things from Reyna, right? That wallbang shot, and secondly that beautiful paranoia to just set Stacy up to walk into elbow and find those kills. Very, very nice retake. They didn't panic at all despite not having the advantage, all things said and done. But Reina and Stacy, they make this retake absolutely phenomenal and keep KPI in a neck-to-neck. Also charging up the showstopper for Stacy after that round. However, odd one out. Look at their ultimates. They are so close to fruition.
Oh yeah, one off of the resurrection, one off of the out of the shadows. And the blade storm in hand. So we could say that, you know, Taikuza, keep your eyes on her. So we see the bot. Oh my, Stacy actually just taking out Jada with the paint shells. Taikuza has the answer though, takes out Serena. Smoke gets dropped here. Just trying to push forward. Oh.
Not able to connect the Blade Storm the second time around, but at least able to pick up an upgrade. Now 3v4. Advantage still in the hands of these players of KPI here. The Guiding Light not going to detect anything, although I think GX did spot out the barrel.
Oh, but the back turn!
Timing.
Oh, so unlucky timing indeed.
It's just Cypher on site. Lexa versus the world here. No backup seems to be incoming quite yet if they decide to push the issue on this A site, but the spike itself, it's headed towards B. There's still a couple of players here, Stacy included with that showstopper.
Oh. Yeah, there we go. Pops it immediately, unafraid. That forces both players on the side of odd one out to just get out of there as fast as they can. We want nothing to do with that. But they've made it onto B. Again, Reigns are just locked off by that sage wall.
Very nice sage wall as well towards that CT side. Much harder to break than a perfectly placed straight one. You're gonna have to get rid of both of them. Taikuza though gets a little bit overeager, punished for it.
Neural Theft's gonna come through here from Lexa.
Oh no.
Stacy. Looking for that. KPI actually. Diffuse coming through. Damn. Taking the lead here, huh?
8-9, and honestly, a couple of these shots from odd one out, they have been looking a little bit less than ideal here. Of course, that unfortunate whiff coming out of Nugget. If she'd been able to take down Stacy there, it might have been the difference maker completely. Instead, it's just KPI finding the defuse, finding the round here. Or sorry, KPI denying the defuse and finding the round. Really nice work coming out of them. 9-8 economy again there for odd one out, but they're getting trapped in that vicious economic cycle that we talked about in the past. Sure, they still have those ultimates that we talked about, but they need to make them count because so far they're just going down. They trade out, yes, but aside from that, they haven't been able to really set themselves up for success with that utility that they have in their pocket that we talked about for so long.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Taikuza going to be moving up into heaven here. Watch her back though.
My ult's not ready. Spike down A.
Spike is down. And with Nugget out, that's actually a huge opener. Not having that resurrect available, but immediately KPI loses 2 members off the back of that. It's just not a great sign.
The Seekers as well, creating additional pressure from the side of odd one out. Now 3v3 situation, Rolling Thunder invested. Boombot doing quite a bit of damage. Lots of utility just being bombarded right now.
Trying to find any sort of info. Rainsa manages to pick up 2. But it's hard. It's so hard. As it's Binkley who comes swinging out, and that will be the round here for her.
The timing on that smoke. The timing on that smoke, so nice for Binkley. Able to just isolate those fights, and Reina not really expecting that player to be up there so close. But let's take a look at this round again. Of course, Seekers invested by odd one out, showing the position of these 2 players on site. They take them out immediately, and of course, buying a little bit more time. Despite Reina's heroic, she takes out 2 in that 3v3. Just not able to clutch out the 1v1, not ready for Pinkley's awkward position there. And Pinkley, of course, so quick on the trigger to find that first kill and then immediately swap over. Very nice.
Very nice. And well done job here by observers, just finding the right angle to highlight that smoke that you were just talking about. But 9-9. This is looking ever so close, Zach.
technically, if you think about it, this is the map that where O1O they have a perfect win record because they've never played it before, so they never lost it. So technically, 100% win rate if you think about it. So they
That is
already
true.
maintained that on Haven. Can they do it again on Split? On today's stupid statistics, brought to you by Zach.
Gonna be seen now. Hopefully, Nugget is not the first one to fall, so we get to utilize that resurrection for once.
Yeah, she's had it in her pocket for the last couple of rounds, but like you mentioned, the body stayed in a very awkward spot. It's not like Cypher's ult where you could just throw the hat across the entire map these days. You gotta actually be next to the body. Now Seeker's invested by KPI for some information to find this mid presence, but Taikusa's just gonna power past it.
She is. Not going to run into anyone though. A being held down here by both Sky and Lexa. Serena picks up a kill here, and it's Taikusa to begin with. Really nice, but big spraying coming out here from KPI. Nugget has the answer though. And there's the resurrect coming through. Reina, you're back to life.
10 seconds left.
Some healer
2v2.
action upon healer action, huh?
Yeah, finally, 2v2. Spike does go down. Full time positioning a little bit awkward here. Bait out of Reina and Nugget's corner.
Oh. Well done here. Good crossfire still, though. Reina manages to pick that one up here.
Nugget finding that first kill was huge. Just that post-plant position. They didn't expect her to be in that corner, do a little bit of a half-hearted check there, and are punished for it. And of course, the trades on site, the showstopper in particular, not able to find too much. Nugget was the hero of that round. That's basically a 1v2 clutch.
Absolutely.
Very, very awkward spacing for these players of KPI. Of course, there's everybody fighting on the site, and the rest of them still rotating over, really enabling O1O to get that spike down and set themselves up for that 2v2 post-plant play. Now, with 10 seconds left, right, you'd think the team would be a bit closer. O1O, they feel the victory. They can almost taste it. 3 rounds away from eliminating KPI and moving on in this lower bracket. All they have to do is get 3 more rounds, and that's why this timeout is probably going to be put in. I can already hear Ryan Central giving advice. Don't do stupid things. You guys got this.
Wow, that is such great advice.
I know, right? You can never go wrong with it.
Don't do stupid things. That words to live by, Twitch chat.
There's a reason why I'm a caster and not a pro player. This is probably the first one.
Yeah.
Also, I can't don't tell anybody else.
Oh my god. Yeah.
My very awkward Valorant ranked adventures aside, 10-9 right now, odd one out. They hold the cards. They have decimated the economy completely for KPI, who are left with just sheriffs in hand. If they can confirm this particular round where they have the advantage in, it's going to set them up for success quite nicely.
Yeah. Gonna make a really big dent here. Serena carefully pushing forward. Only Taikusa here. It's a Vandal in hand though. Checking every corner. Back stern, and that will be 2 kills picked up here. Taikusa coming in so nicely here on that A side. Going to be holding that for a little longer, it seems. So we do see KPI now making their way.
Nothing like your lurking Jensen, lurking raises Taikusa. They're already on the
picks up
round.
another one.
Another one.
And another one.
Here.
Oh, we're gonna see if she gets another one. Pushing up here. Nugget is planting. No, Taikusa finally gets shut down. Jada alongside her. Spike has been planted. Sage still on site. As it's once again Lexa against the world. Oof. Nugget with that very nice angle. Just gets to pick her off again. That, as you said, KPI.
Get your eco frags.
Making a real
Get your
dent
eco frags.
here.
Hot and spicy Taikusa, brought to you by yours truly. But again, right, to have both of your duelists on either side of the map, just creating so much impact, at least for themselves. Lexa and Stacey are able to find a kill apiece, but this is the last chance, arguably, for KPI to jump back into this. They finally have a bye together. They have those ults that they can try to snowball on top of, in particular, that neural theft. They just gotta deny O1O this match in series points. And O1O, they really want it. Look at their aggression.
Yeah, immediately Takusa pushing forward, has the blade storm ready. Going to try to jump out, but it's Alexa who has the upper hand here. Nugget taken down as well on the deck as Reina comes up to shut her down. Serena already gone as well. Now it's all up to Stacy. For now. Can't see the plant coming through.
Spike planted. I've got your
GX pushing up here. Seekers are coming out. Do get taken out here. Here's the footsteps with Pinkily in the corner. Beautiful stuff coming out of her. And that should be all she wrote.
Match and series points.
We go to match point.
Match and series point. O1O 1 round away from locking in a very convincing 2-0 victory. I say it again, please someone sign these girls. They absolutely deserve it. They have been setting this entire stage 2 series on fire from that group stage. And while they might not have had the best placing in the groups, they are definitely proving their mettle in this playoff stage. How far can they go is only a question, but for today at least, they are 1 round away from eliminating KPI from series 2 EMEA Game Changers. Odd one out. They might not have an org yet. I really hope they get one. On a side note, please, again, I repeat, sign them, sign them, sign them. But today, at least, Taikusa in particular, she's that player to watch out for. Just so clean with their headshots. Every single shot, whether it's the operator, the sheriff, the stinger, I believe, in one of those rounds. Of course,
even the stinger.
She's on fire.
On fire, yeah. Blade Storm, don't forget about that one.
Of course, the Blade Storm. Silly me, how could I forget?
How could you?
She just does too much killing, man. It's hard to remember.
Yeah, no. She's sitting on 20. She's sitting there, up there.
I think she dropped 20
but
something
not
on the last map as well.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly what you want from your Jet. Unlike the Jet in my ranked games. Cough, cough. My depressing ranked games apart, you know, for KPI, they're in a very desperate situation. They're by, look at it, it's so awkward here. 2 Guardians, a Bulldog, a Spectre. All they can afford is that 1 Vandal, and they have to try and get some of these ultimates online. But again, O1O, they're just focusing on these ultimates. Look at their positioning here.
Yeah, I mean...
Destroyed. Here.
Trying to tug into some corners here, but... A side pretty open for both the duelists to just come rampaging in. It looks like they're gonna loop around towards that side now, so we see Nugget with the spike making her way.
It's a pretty good call. 4 players kind of stacked up. Fake smokes coming in. And of course, they're from the shadows to just go onto B site and create that impression while the spike itself heads towards A. Still going to be some Cypher utility on site here. Camera towards Heaven. Not going to be able to spot anybody out. And unfortunately for Alexa, she's going to have to give up that site play for this retake on a 5v5.
Exactly. Wait for her team to loop around. They are coming in close, but they cannot deny the spike planting just yet. How are you gonna move in for this retake, though?
Oh, the elevation play as well on top of that barrier orb. That first point of contact gonna be so awkward. Whoever does come towards elbow. Oh my god,
unless it's the paint shells coming on top of that. Oh no! Takusa does get to take out Stacy in the end, though, but all of a sudden it's looking like... No, never mind. I didn't say anything. You go ahead, Tak.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh my god, the fadeaway. Absolutely devastating. Pinkily, just one of the best players. So much, and it's gonna be O1O moving on 2-0, 13-9 on that map number 2. Beautiful, beautiful gameplay coming out of them. They looked incredible today, really, with their positioning. Of course, the fragging power, that goes without saying, but in general, they were just so calm and collected, really played for that map control and that ultimate co-management. Really.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. What a dominant performance here. And again, guys, somebody please sign these girls. They
sign them,
so
sign them, sign them,
deserve
sign them.
it. Sign them, sign them. They do so deserve it. It's incredible, honestly, how they, you know, they really utilize all of their timeouts so well to really swing everything back around in their favor, and just absolutely deserve to be here.
For sure. They're still not done yet. Their journey goes on in that lower bracket. They could genuinely go almost all the way, I think, the way they've been playing, especially after catching their game today. Incredible work coming out of them. They've just gotten so much better. Like, of course, I've seen these players individually before, but to see them as a team with this level of chemistry and this level of thoughtful playstyle, it is just phenomenal. Like you mentioned, the timeout utilization, of course, but just individual strength, right? Each player knowing when to step up, knowing when to peak, and just being able to play off each other. Beautiful gameplay coming out of them. They completely deserve the win. And KPI shine. They had a really good shine in that group stage, but unfortunately, this playoffs, things aren't quite going their way. Maybe it's a little bit of tension, a little bit of misplays that they can work on in the future. But for today, at least odd one out, they, without doubt, deserve this victory.
Absolutely. Yeah. Fantastic stuff. And this one, once again here, Pink. Just pinkily managing to clean up after, and here we're going to see that final shot coming through that would secure them the win. Fantastic stuff here. Let's hear what our analysts have to say about it.
Beautiful.
In a little
yeah,
bit.
But in a little bit. Yeah, that's gonna be it for the day from both me as well as Joy. But it was a pleasure casting with you, Joy. Welcome to Game Changers, and congratulations.
Thank you so much for having me, Zach. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you. And now let's hear it from our lovely analyst desk. Take it away.
Thank you guys, our lovely casters, Joy K and Zach. Let's hear it for them. But you know what? You guys said, I wonder what the analyst desk has to say. Now, I am not the analyst desk. I am more like the host, but all I have to say about this is that was disgusting. That clutch was absolutely disgusting. That's all I gotta say. But with that, as much as we're on the high of the odd one out being the team that is gonna be continuing with such a formidable and dominant run, unfortunately for KPI Shine, they are out of the competition. 13-9 here, and to close it out, but still incredible.
Yeah, this looks really dominant in the beginning, actually, for KPI. They were leading 6-2, and it was a timeout from odd one out where they lost one round, and then completely dominated after that. It was on the defense of odd one out, but also on the attack. I feel like rounds 18 to like around 20 was just one player specifically setting up. Round 18, it was Pinkily with that 180 1v2. Round 19, it was Nugget with the res and the 1v1. Just these personal individual plays that really carried specifically on their own attack and half. It was Pinkily.
Yeah, when we're looking specifically at how this game went, wow. English, it's been a long day, guys. Billy, Split was the map that we said, okay, we have a couple of questions as to why the odd one out let this one through, and I think those questions have been answered. Round 6 specifically is such a great example of the utility usage from this composition on this map, and just that they definitely probed for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to break this one down, we had Stacey come through with the entry of the Showstopper comboed with that Omen Paranoia. It kind of helped them gain the site control. Again, we can discuss how these players are assisting one another in these fights, making those pre-round calls and having a set plan on how they want to perform in that round. The late flank from Lexa during this is absolutely huge and almost monumental in this round also. However, we do have odd one out invest in the sky out this round also, which alerts that Cypher lurk, which you can see right here. So that late lurk is alerted, and the trades come through on site despite this. So you have Lexa winning out the 1v1s in the end. But I think it's amazing to see that we can see these players playing the roles exactly how they should be, which really just resulted in a lovely bit of Valorant gameplay for us here today.
Yeah, lovely is definitely one way to describe it. I mean, the odd one out was absolutely cracked out of their minds. I don't even know what else to say about this. The way that we've seen this team play individually, but also as a collective, as a team, and they are so great at setting each other up. The trust is there, the communication is there. And for a roster that didn't maybe have that much time to glue and gel together that well, I am so impressed by literally everything that they've shown us today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was rounds on the defense of Odd One Out where KPI played a little bit separated, and it felt like Odd One Out just really profited off of that. There weren't really any refrags. I mean, if a player from Odd One Out can just walk up with a shotgun and kill you, and there's no one to refrag you, that's not a good situation to be in.
Yeah, and the specific round for that one end was round 14, where we just again see the dominance coming on from the Odd One Out. It feels like that was most rounds, to be honest, on this map, but walk us through it.
Exactly. In round 14, it was like this where the double duelist comes to shine as well, because Jada gets to put so much speed into this side take. They're lurking around A, looking for a pick, looking for an entry, and there's Lexa trying to have some trigger discipline, but unfortunately her timing isn't the greatest, which allows the players of Odd One Out to really quickly get onto the side. You see the distance that Jada travels just by herself. Insane. There is a flank cover from Takuza as well. This 2v1 from KPI was really good because they get that initial pick, but then Pinkily has just got all these angles covered. She goes for the swing, gets 2 kills on the players there, and then it's just a 1v4 from Rainza really, and that's so difficult to be playing out there. I feel like Odd One Out really got some good pacing in this round where they quickly took the side with that double duelist setup and just had all their angles covered as well. So difficult.
Yeah, specifically as well, the fact that KPI is the second team to be eliminated today. Something that we really need to highlight is that both teams that have topped their respective groups are now out of the competition. They dropped to that lower bracket and they dropped out as well. So Billy, I think this kind of goes back to the fact that maybe a little bit of nerves coming in, because KPI Shine, there were certain rounds, there were certain plays that it felt like shakes were creeping in.
Yeah, absolutely. I was almost kind of disappointed because with this breach and this raise, I really wanted to see some more set plays in their defense to punish the 2 duelists that they had on the side of Odd One Out. Having these stun nade combos in tight spaces where Odd One Out can be kind of funneling through. And Odd One Out, not only were they doing that, they were also being known to splitting through these sites also. So I kind of wanted to see KPI kind of punishing that and pushing the extremity as to where they know they're going to be taking a 2v2. It's much better taking a 2v2 over taking a 3v2 when these players are going to be splitting onto these sites.
Yeah, the fact that we've seen the Odd One Out come through with such a dominant performance, and there were really no shakes. I mean, creeping in here and there, but at the end of the day, they really are the ones to come out on top. One of the players that we highlighted, especially considering the clutch at that final round where it counted the most, was Pinkily. I mean, listen, I don't know what you have for breakfast or lunch or dinner. I don't know what you've been doing in between the maps, but like, can you just drop the routine? Because that did not feel legal, Anne.
No, I feel specifically for Pinkily today, she just showed up when her team needed the most. It's almost like this Avatar whole story. But the moments where she got clutches, being a 180 to turn around and then get the kill on the other player, or having all these angles covered, specifically in that last round as well. That last shot just was disgusting. Having such a player be really important in these moments where you need her the most really, really benefits a team like Odd One Out.
All right, we have the interview ready as well with Taikuza herself from the Odd One Out. So welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. I think she can hear us. I hope she can hear us. Oh, hi. How's it going? Okay, your camera was like completely blanked out, but lovely to have you.
Is it working now? Oh yeah. Okay. It's I don't know. I just have no words right now. We played second map like. We just played for fun, really, and we didn't expect to win. So I'm really proud of my team, and my face is a little red because I cried because this is how much it means to us.
Aw, bless you.
Thank you.
That is so cute. Okay, I kind of want to touch upon the point that you mentioned yourself, like just playing for fun. Because when we had the interview earlier today with Zampoyo, he also mentioned play for fun, no regrets, just play your own game. So specifically for you as a duelist coming in, what does that mean to you? Because, girl, you popped off today.
Thank you. It means a lot for me. Like, honestly, my job, my role in my head, I just think about killing people. And that is what I did. My team has this thing. They say, Takuza, go kill. And that's just what I do. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I don't even know what I'm doing. I just dash in and try to kill someone. But yeah.
You're really good at it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So one of the questions I had for you was, we've never actually seen you guys play Split until today. So the first sort of question is, did you guys always intend on saving this for playoffs? And is it a map that you've been cooking for a while?
Definitely not. I think we only practiced it like today, and we decided on this comp, just like a last minute comp, and we just felt like, fuck it, this is a gamble. Oh, was I supposed to say that? Sorry.
Whoopsie, it's okay. Oopsies happen. Don't worry.
We just said like we're just gonna play and we have fun on second map, gambling on the fact that we will win our first map choice pick.
Okay, sounds really good. You were struggling a little bit on the beginning of that second map though, and then there was a timeout where you lost one round after, but absolutely dominated after that. Is there anything very specific that you spoke about in that timeout that managed for you guys to come back?
I just kept telling my team, guys, like, we have nothing to lose, and we're playing this map for fun, and we just do whatever that we feel best and just have fun. Just try to bring everyone's mental up, really.
It worked out. I mean, you guys closed the series out in 2-0. And for a map that you said yourself that you only practiced today, that is very, very impressive. You said it yourself already that this means a lot to you. And even when we spoke to Zanpoyo earlier today, he did mention the goal was to reach playoffs, and you're here now. So everything else on top of it is an added bonus. So I want to give you the chance and the opportunity to talk to the people in chat, because there were a lot of supporters for you guys today. So anything that you want to share with them, please feel free to do so.
Thank you for supporting Odd One Out. And that's all. Like, thank you so much, guys. And yeah, we're gonna try our best in the next games that we play and hope for the best. Thank you.
Oh, that's very wholesome. And guys, someone please sign them. Thank you very much. Thank you as well to you for your time. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we're gonna see you around again.
Bye.
Bye. All right. That's it. See, just have fun, guys. Who knew? Like, to win games, just have fun. I feel like that's something that we need to start implementing in our own games. And, well, not me. I don't play too much.
Yeah, I mean, having fun is such an important aspect indeed, and it helps to keep the mental up, as Takusa said in the interview as well. You know, keeping up the mental, even if things aren't looking all that great on that second map, still being able to come out victorious, as they said maybe they weren't even expecting to have that. They'll have a really difficult opponent in their next game, I would assume, but hey, with a mindset like this, who knows where they can get to?
Yeah, I mean, so far, they are now still in the lower bracket. They're going to be going up against a Foot Esports, which is still something that you need to be taking into consideration, but that's the bracket update for today. Unfortunately, if you guessed it right, BBL and KPI being grayed out, that does mean that they are out of the competition. Ascend and G2 goes is still chilling out on top, and those are the games that we are going to be covering tomorrow, so that is definitely something to look forward to. I'm excited for these games. Billy, anything particular from this bracket that has maybe shocking you the most?
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see KPI dipping out this early, considering the dominant performance they kind of gave in groups. But Ginny, that upper bracket game tomorrow is looking tasty. I cannot wait to see that. It's going to be a gigabanger.
I looked back at the group stage of this stage, and it turns out that both the leading team from Group A, KPI Shine, and BBL Queens, the leading team from Group B, have been eliminated today. So that allows so many opportunities for these other teams that may have lost to these teams during the group stage to overtake them. So the number one teams from each group just have been eliminated, and I can't today. So my brain can't get to that. So
that's okay. You know why? It's because it's a little late and it's been a long day. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Tomorrow is going to be an absolute banger, to say the least. We have a KPI. Well, no, we don't have KPI Shine because they went home. We have G2 goes in up against Ascent, and then we have Foot Esports going up against the Odd One Out. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We're going to be back tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Have a good evening. See you then.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. And you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your matter, your matter.
30 seconds left. Ace. Remaining.
You're my darling. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your matter, your mother, your mother. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mother, your mother, your mother. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mother, your mother, your mother. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody.